did not rise to the occasion in the way they needed to that match.
But at least they got it out of the way, right? They got the warm-up out of the way. We've heard so many players and coaches chime in on how difficult it is without playing the Swiss stage. And you mentioned it earlier, Vance. There's no more excuses. They've had a game on this stage now. So this matchup, we should at least expect both of them to be a little bit more comfortable.
Exactly. The coaching staff around both of these teams, especially looking at G2's side, they have Anders even working from home. So there's definitely going to be a lot of studying what just happened on the stage after their first games. Not only to try to anti their opponents on the stage today, but just try to fix those little mistakes of what their own game plan was going into their playstyle.
I hope XLG can find the underdog mentality that was so successful for them in their run to win in CN. When you come in as a #1 seed, when you pick your opponent, that puts more pressure on you. But I want them to realize that, like, hey, if you go home here, it's fine. It's your first international performance. They just have to let those nerves off, play their damnedest, and if they lose, they lose. They cannot overthink it, get in their heads, and falter in the way they did against Sen.
And I also love that this matchup against XLG and G2, it's kind of like the new ascended team from G2 side versus XLG, who's ascended right now, and now it's the storyline of who's the better ascension team on the Masters Toronto stage.
Yeah, and XLG star player Raga still has the chance to prove himself here. So let's hear what he had to say to Jen Lee earlier.
Hello everyone, Jen here with Raga. Now Raga, despite the loss against the Sentinels, we saw some superhuman effort and a very strong individual performance from you. So what did you learn from that Sentinel series that you can take advantage of, considering the fact that your opponents today, G2, is from the same region?
I guess we learned that Valorant is a team game. So we think like G2 is playing a lot of crossfires and a lot of teamwork. So we try to get better to break this.
All right, so play as a unit, right? Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
I think it just goes back to the point we were talking before. It's a team game. He needs a little bit more from his teammates for him to engage. And I think looking at this roster, I'm going to have to focus on Meaty looking at this game because he just came in 2 weeks ago. They haven't had too much practice going on right now for XLG. And also, he hasn't had the best numbers going into the game on their opening matchup. So I'm hoping to see here that the initiator from the side of XLG could really help Raga put up those numbers that we expect Raga is able to put up.
A lot of Raga's dive plays on the Neon in the Sen game ended up being pretty telegraphed. Sen played more passive on their defense, absorbed that Neon's aggression, killed him, and then were playing from 5v4s on their defense in a ton of rounds. I think I want to see Raga actually slow things down a little bit more in this game, play with the team a little bit, and be more calculated in which rounds he's actually full sending, because this is going to be a stronger opponent, probably even than the Sen they played in that upper bracket.
Well, on the bright side though, Mimi, despite them losing and like you said, not looking fully like themselves, Happyway was living a happy way of life.
Yes.
That's 1-0 for that jokes for Yinsu.
I would have to agree with you on that. Good lower third. He was solid, right? He pulled off some good lurks. He was actually getting quite a few opening kills for the team on defense. This player is very clearly the second best and second most important guy on the team. So honestly, just hoping to see more of the same from Happyway today.
Yeah, I feel that's what you need, especially for this roster for XLG. If the initiators are not really helping Ragar and he's the tip of the spear opening things up, you need a solid player that's going to be able to on the defensive side and get into those moments for the clutches. And Happyway's been doing that quite well for XLG so far. And if that continues on and you're starting to see like the tape that they've been studying on from yesterday, I think XLG could look much better than they did against Sentinel.
G2 plays a lot of no Sentinel comps. If you look at their split, their Lotus, they don't run a Senti on those maps because they're so committed to the double smokes. So there's a bit more room for lurk players to get active. XLG's a team who plays a lot of 4-1.
Hi, Chobra wearing Harry Potter cloak. I know, I found it.
Set up to punish Happyway.
Found the cloak of invisibility, chat.
Success on the lurks, because if he can, that would be a big win condition for XLG.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to see another sad way, you know, for them. I'm so sorry. Let's just, you know, let me rest for a bit and hear from Happyway himself in this Omen play moment.
Let's take a break from the puns.
现在心情也比较平静吧，上场打 Sentinels 也没有那么可惜吧，没有打好自己的东西。难点其实我们的难点基本上都出在自己的身上吧，我们需要多一点自信，然后因为大家也都是第一次站在世界的舞台嘛，所以感觉有点 活跃兴奋的感觉，就
Meaty not being able to comment English at all is
让整个队伍就让
I don't think XLG is gonna look very good today. They'll probably look better.
对自己
Probably look
更加有信心
better than 2 days ago, but it's not good.
我觉得心态上面就告诉自己，自己也不比别人差吧。整个团队
Why is he my goat with the point redemption? Thank you. We'll get the pistol round in Korean. Chat, do try to remind me once we're getting into game because it's 3 minutes until we get there.
如果我们赢下下一场
Anything to say on the rumors of RB joining Nongshim? Where is this coming from?
一个非常大的自信，然后
Where is this coming from?
会让我们更加顺利的赢下每支队伍。谢谢大家支持我们。
I saw someone briefly post about it on Discord, but
展现出更好的自己。
Happyway's on the money with what he's saying in that video. They honestly looked flat.
옆집에 G2도 몽골즈랑 멸망전이네요. 아 진짜요? G2 몽골즈. 와우.
Fun on the stage, being confident, showing the energy that they had back on CN if they want any chance to.
Titan Esports' seating sequence in the training room has changed from Coco, Haodong, Abo, Luke, RB to Coco, Luke, Lucas, Haodong, Abo, and RB is ranking in Persia and Dombi recently. Oh, I mean, that. First of all, how are people? Oh, I guess it's whenever the players stream.
Yeah.
That's like a crazy resource of like their seating has changed in the practice room. Sushan 391 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for supporting the channel.
Somebody stand up. If you don't, just someone stand up. You know.
Apparently, Mini and Sliggy came up with a game plan for Fnatic, and the conclusion was essentially go see it, and Fnatic just did it. Wow, chat.
It's going to make a lower bracket run, and
I mean, I wonder who else could have said that as well. Like, every time Gen G plays Haven, leading up to the Fnatic match, and during the Fnatic match. I can't imagine.
It almost felt like Haven should have been their map as well against Gen G, and some small
that is a but hasn't RB been like in Korea for a while now, just like taking a break?
That would be so incredible to see.
Yeah, I just want to point out as we look at the graphic, Rob Moore is currently undefeated in his predictions, and I need to say
Achilleos 13-1.
not here today, and she said
Kakuka's 0-4, doubling down on XLG. Damn.
Yeah, so she's actually trying to just be wrong.
Oh, so she's trying to be wrong. Honestly, she might be going for it.
But I agree with her. I think she will be 0-6 after today.
Yeah.
Good picks.
And Rob Moore might just beat all of us. Yeah, who knows? But
if RB does join Nongshim, I would need you to stop cursing them. Chat, all I'm hearing is you guys are confirming that Sentinels is the strongest team in the world. Because they beat my prediction.
From their region. Who's gonna rise to the occasion? It's time.
And then everyone's gonna be like, yeah, but XLG didn't play well. I mean, I don't think that excuse. You know, some people are saying RRQ that was probably the easiest match they could have won, which honestly I don't necessarily think so because I think Wolves is playing well. But like, that just sounds like excuses. That just sounds like excuses. Cook on a Chobra level speed run. A little stretch to get us started. Sounds good. Everybody, I did just wake up. Well, like an hour and a half ago, but
the journey to get here was so difficult. When I first joined, my
Tech
goal
said
was just to
RB was taking a mental break from Tech for EWC. I mean, we'll see.
We want to repeat that feeling again, so we trying to rush the process, and maybe that make us lose.
We watched RRQ a little bit before our game. They looked pretty good, to be honest. I think it was just kind of the same scenario as us, their first game on an international stage.
But I am just gonna say that, you know,
we can't underestimate them. And I think
I'm starting to see some rumbles in chat and elsewhere of like, oh, if RB joins, I would cheer for Nongshim. I mean, that doesn't sound like a true Nongshim fan. I'm just saying. Like, I'm happy if you're a players fan, but you can't come in here with rumors and be like, ooh, I might support Nongshim. You know, you're not on the
but the thrill of the competition,
You're not on the car.
the feeling of that win, nothing beats that. And the momentum you carry forward into the tournament is something that can't be touched.
Not sure if the game plan was actually told to FNC after first. No, I assume it was just a Coach Potato Love project. I don't think they would have actually told Fnatic.
XLG,
The first thing Mini critiqued was that Boaster wasn't calling CS often enough, even when Mini was still coaching. I believe that. A lot of teams get stuck on A in Haven because it's hard to retake, but C, sometimes C is free.
XLG,
Kukuka picked XLG and RRQ. The Ascension battle. I had I don't even know what veggie it is, but some type of vegetable soup, Korean soup with rice. If I'm not wrong, RB was hated by a lot of the Korean fans, right? He was under the crosshair for a lot of the Vision Striker days, but people came around once he started flexing around. I don't think he was. I don't think it was straight up just hated, but he was the prime target for the early days of Vision Strikers. But Buzz was too in the beginning, because his op was shaky on the international stage once they switched. Soup with rice, you mean a stew? No, a bowl of soup and a bowl of rice separate, but you eat it together. If you get a soup on the side, that doesn't. If you get clam chowder soup and mashed potatoes, that's not a stew. That's a soup with potatoes. Yeah, RB did choke a lot. I mean, granted, I think RB was rightfully under criticism, obviously not rightfully under hate. But in the beginning, RB did choke a lot on the international stage, and similarly with Buzz, quite frankly. Yeah, for me, it turned around in Champs. Yeah, but also RB turned it around massively, I would say.
In my opinion, Icebox is still the most viable map for Teo, even if still think so is probably better.
I mean, we've seen it from Genji.
I've cooked my Nongshim noodles. Where is yours? Are you a fake fan? Wow, cooked Nongshim noodles for one stream. Tries to call me a fake fan.
Yeah, definitely. And playing a Sova on that moment, I mean, he's played some great numbers on
Bold move.
Before, but switching to a Sova is still comfortable picks for them. We've seen what a Sova can do.
If you can cosplay any agent, which agent would you cosplay?
And the passive plays that can play around that Sova.
If I could cosplay any agent.
Droning for the team, rather, to allow for them to get that good space, which is why you
if I could cosplay any agent.
Not play a duelist, because now you're gonna slow scale with the Gecko, with the Sova, trying to find that info.
And G2 is really
It's a good question. But if I was if it was being professionally made for me,
all series, because if he is taking liberties the way
if it was being professionally made for me, probably Cypher.
But G2 is a team that I know will come in focused on not allowing him to do so.
And Vans, you spoke about this already in terms of midi. He's only played Breach so far for XLG. He can't be doing that on Icebox.
I don't think so, but if you even look at his past career, though, he's had some experience outside of Mateo, playing a little bit of a Sova as well. He's just trying to get into that comfort pick once again. But this
all the player rankings that Heretics players in Margo have touched the hilarious right now. I mean, yeah, but that's how. That's the whole thing about predictions. It's always going to look funny if it gets proven wrong. But you can't also go into those videos and tell people that Texture was playing like this during Pacific Stage 1. Granted, you can say, I still believed he would reach another peak. But, I would argue that he's playing better than he was last year. And he wasn't playing anywhere close to this during Pacific Stage 1. I didn't necessarily doubt that he could, it's not like I was doubting, but it's But I'm also not emotionally invested enough to be like, I believe on my ranking, you know?
The players are ready, and there's only one thing left for me to do. Toronto, give a warm welcome to the
pre-event Rarga above texture is right. I don't know about that. I was not very big on Rarga. But wait, I didn't see the comps. I forgot that those were actual comps. I got baited by chat. What were the comps? Hey, what's up, banana? Yeah, we're ready for our Baldur's Gate 3 match.
But teams that played the meta, who got the top seed in their region and then struggled massively in their opening
Sage, Killjoy, Omen, Viper, Silva. That's G2. The good old Sage comp, huh?
Really expected all of the top seeds to end up down here, and especially G2 and XLG yet to take a map.
Bold move picking the Icebox. But this does allow Rarga to kind of go off on his own. I think it's bold, but you don't have many choices, and I think it's a worthy shot from XLG. Rarga does pop off on Icebox in general.
Looking like they want to try and play this one purely for retake. Full evacuation. Rarga on his little perch. Dash is going to be fading away.
Yeah, and Meaty's on Gecko, so he can just be mostly on it's like mostly spike duty and mostly like actual team executes rather than simply setting up Rarga.
Top ult. Towards the top there, Jonah P lurking slightly around to the side here, and there's that Sage coming into play.
Pistol round Sage, like what are we doing? Why are we playing far back?
A pistol round in there.
It's pistol against Sage, man. Why are we giving them the space?
Immediately Valen's hyped up about that one.
Oh my.
This is a big change to their composition, but both comps that they've played recently.
You said you do the I told you to remind me, chat. 3 minutes of talking about other things? You guys got to redeem it like right before. I'll do it in the next round. That's my bad. But I did warn you that I was going to forget.
Difficult to get through. But keep an eye out for that once weapons come online as well. Once XLG have more ways of being able to deny.
Alright, here we go. 자, 피스톨 라운드 때 XLG가 사실 이게 세이지 상대인데 뭐 오랜만에 해서 그런지 모르지만 거리를 이렇게 다 내준다는 거는 좀 미스가 크거든요. 뭐 어쩔 수 없이 이제 쉐리프 세서릅니다. 근데 이게 라가라서 조심해야 돼요. 라가가 이 진짜 아방만 오면 이 제트 들고 그러니까 약간 원맨 쇼를 할 수 있는 맵이거든요, 또. 자, 일단 킬조이 일부러 A 가는 척 보여줍니다. 약간 액션이 과하기는 한데 G2 꼼꼼하죠? G2는 그러니까 그 생각이에요. 킬조이만 지우고 뭐 B면 B 가면 되고 어차피 우리 세이지 있는데 쟤네가 어떻게 막을 거냐. 근데 그 전에 나노 수험까지 킬을 잡는 거는 좀 섭섭한데요, XLG. 자, 어떻게 됐든 거리 두고 그러니까 설치하려면 해라예요. 지금 G2는 설치해도 안전하게 이기면 된다. 깔끔합니다. 그리고 해체까지 또 무결점으로 가져갑니다.
Expected almost to be finalists in terms of every event that they end up attending, especially at this point.
But they'd have to go perfect here through the lower bracket to even.
I have a rumor to clear from you, Chobra. Is RB joining Notion Party? Apparently this is based on seeding order in Tech's team house, which is a crazy resource that people are keeping tabs on that. But I mean, I don't know. But I mean, RB's been in Korea for a little while. I'm pretty sure. Like just taking a break.
The more that you play retake on the sites, the more that you can focus on defending through mid. So if G2 are going to play pretty soft on the sites themselves, that means that XLG should be denied these mid lurks.
XLG does need to just like, I mean, starting with rifles, it's okay, but they need to be careful to like make sure that it's planted like open if they're gonna keep distance. They can't do the whole safe plant. They can't do safe plant. Because the Sage will wreck you.
Just spotting the legs. Coconut is falling asleep at the wheel. Or Smos is going to be calling for his team.
Wait, who was spamming that? Was Meaty spamming that? Why are you? What?
Still ended up the winners of it. Paranoia used that insurance policy for the exit of G2.
Why would you
Raga 0 and 3.
do that?
A rough beginning and a rough continuation.
That's rough.
access over towards the A side, though, trying to go for that plan.
Ooh, Leaf doesn't take the risk.
Just about backs himself away here. And XLG looking like they want to fight this one forwards.
Now they're fighting forward. I mean, I'm okay with it. I do think this is the one round where probably playing distance a bit more would have been okay, but like with the Phantoms, depending, because the plant is wide open. Although this is a plant where he can put up a vertical wall, so. Oh no.
Midi's next. It leaves it all just down a happy way. It's snappy.
It's doable. Jonah P's so weak. Oh, he tried to take a timing. They get the round, but that is rough.
Will be gifted that round. An expensive one at that.
At what cost? XLG put a round on the board. A Red Bull clutch in the end from Happy Way. The sole player who's been playing up to expectation, I think, for this roster.
Oh, Paradox. Well, hopefully these matches can cheer you up.
Turned up to this event, started playing incredibly well. Happy Way's been excellent.
And this is.
And he delivers for them once more.
He's still trying to get him going. I am glad that Happy Way's not having like really slow starts, because he was having some of those in China, but.
Just making sure to
wait, Mind Freak to Nongshim? That would be crazy.
Going exploring. There's a reswing off to the side. Adjustments necessary. Calm and steady aim in the end.
It's always G2 driving the action here. They fought over towards B in the previous round. Now they're fighting towards A, and it just drives XLG into the opposite side.
They get up there fast to the rope without even using wall.
XLG need to find some way of
XLG is
disrupting the tempo.
doomed.
And the plant denied.
I mean, Analiswan was dead. They just sent the spike into his death
coconut.
Not long for the world.
Even if he got past Trent there, I don't think there was a chance that he was also getting past Leaf.
Refighting. A little bit deeper. Flash. Not really recoverable. Slow Orb's going to be down. G2 still want to play this one for the retake. And Jorgamo just taking that slight peek up from Kitchen. Into that angle. Midi's going to be dropped now. Just 2 left to stand against it, but swarms on every possible
This is
position.
rough.
G2 have got their number, and Leaf is the one to be delivering that dagger to the back.
Thanks. Monster play from Leaf.
Crazy rumor, but I think Chobra's going to be an affiliate streamer for Notion. There are rumblings. The streets are talking, chat.
Everything that
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Forcing XLG into really predictable reactions. G2's game plan could roughly be summarized as we'll fight on one side of the map, we'll play retake on the other. And you just put the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether that's
I do wonder if Mind Freak would make a good coach. It seems like he's definitely filling the role of a playing coach like quite well.
And they're already taking attack timeout, and I think now is a good time. Hit the panic button early here, because Coach Foyer has got to get some more ideas into this squad. They've got to find ways of disrupting the game plan from G2.
G2 set the pace real well in the early couple rounds already.
Look at the stats coming into the event. You can make arguments like, okay, he's in a bit of a weaker region. Okay, weaker region. Have you been seeing what Wolves have been doing at this event?
So far, how is Gen G Ash looking? He's looking better and better. I mean, Lakia is kind of in a... Lakia's in his own category, right? Because I think a lot of what Lakia brings is a lot of intangibles. Like, even util usage is kind of... It's hard to tell unless it directly leads to a kill. I wouldn't say that Ash is on that level with like all his util, but he has gotten a lot comfy. But I think the good news is Ash is starting to make his own decisions, it feels like. He's not like waiting for confirmation, which makes everything flow a lot smoother, and he's more confident in which fights he does take. And like, I don't think there was ever any doubt for people who knew Ash beforehand that mechanically he would be okay.
Numerous times, normally the setup goes the other way. Everything's being invested to make sure that he is empowered and has a great game.
Yeah, no, I know that Mind Freak was like apparently worked on the icebox and stuff for them. I just mean that not every ex-player on a team transitions to being a good playing coach. And that's not anything against the player, it's just like transferring information from a third perspective, is a whole different skill set, right? Even if you like know what's going on. Oof.
He's not shy at all.
But
big game player.
XLG might have been expecting that they got the site for free there. It's good to throw in a twist every now and then.
But it seems like it's working out well for Mindfreak. But my bigger question was more so like, if it is working out well, like, is that something he would be interested in long term? I think he can still play if he wanted to, right? Ah, look, an eco. Goodness. There's just on an eco, you can't give them like, why are they giving space on an eco and then taking close fights on rifles?
And on an anti-eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get Jorgamo into position.
By the way, Chobra, someone paid an influencer in India to dip a picture of Paper X players in one of the holy rivers. The same influencer dipped a pic of the picture of a cricket team that choked for 18 years in the league and they won this year.
This round, G2 have Sova ult for plant.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
It only gets more difficult. XLG need answers and they need them fast.
One away from a variety of ultimates.
Yeah, Mindfreak hasn't started destroying tables yet. He's still going through the transition process. Oh, he'll learn.
Did they get the retract?
I think it's broken. Sounded like it was broken.
Yeah, I think it eventually got broken. Yeah, but I think it got broken. Yeah, 40 seconds.
Should be a 40-second cooldown there. The turret broken, reinforcements immediately coming. G2 looking to see if they can shore it up through mid. The question marks. This drone is going to be going straight down. Potentially broken.
They're trying to work mid so that they have another angle. Happy way. You can't be doing that.
You can't lose that. He doesn't have the confidence to peek properly.
Oh.
And now they're making a predictable reaction.
So XLG's plan was we get the kill here, we draw people away, we get a free site, we plant, we keep a lurk, and then we can destroy the Sage even if they have the wall, but...
Plant is down, but two players have to stand against it. Two managed to block away. Jonah P from the picture, but that's an ult expended. Viva has let this one loose as the last player left alive, and the options dwindling now.
That's rough. I mean, the macro change was fine, I think. It was... I think, see, what I will say, though, is that... Chat, not that I have an agenda or anything, but whether it succeeds or fails, at least you're letting the opponent know that you're thinking about another part of the map. Unlike some teams on certain other maps. Just saying. I think regardless, the attempt was a good attempt. It was a good plan.
Showing that it's not just about the ideas, it's also about the attitude you're
Do
bringing.
you like this format, Chobra? The bracket team getting...
Right now, G2 have come with anger, fury.
So, there's no denying, and I do agree that I think extra prep time is somewhat overhyped. And like, precedent shows, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of slicing it.
But
at this point in the year, it does look like G2, but you know, if they lose this match,
I don't know if that makes it objectively true. I'm not trying to say that like the current pro teams like don't know what they're doing. I just think that I have a feeling that you're like, because I read that Sliggy was suggesting like you should be spending that time for more one and done comps, and I agree. Right? You should be like, I mean, you should be spending that time to change up your map draft. You should be spending that time like, if you're prepping it just the same way you would prep anyway, then I do think you're at a disadvantage.
Raga once again had to be the hero there,
but I don't think you're necessarily at a disadvantage if you prep it differently. But obviously, I'm not going to speak with full confidence, and I'm not going to take away from any of the statements that like stage, you know, time matters, because obviously, yes, precedent shows that it does, and I believe it. I think especially in FPSs in general, in any of FPS, stage time matters more than a lot of other genres, because it's about confidence. It's a lot of it is about a momentum. So like I get that, but yeah.
Didn't have a great showcase in their last
If
game.
RRQ beats Fnatic, I'll sub and buy the Nongshim bundle.
Sitting at the top now.
I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, I guess I'm not getting an extra sub, and Nongshim's not getting an extra bundle today.
G2 have actually changed it up.
It's Fnatic's the GOAT, but
There it is. Hold on, trying to play up onto one side. Don't think he's going to be punished for it.
Jorg is trying to get a Sage Wall.
Yep,
so
he was trying to
land above their heads, but he's either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Essentially biding his time as well.
he was doing that like
That wall, if he hits it,
5
gets him an
times.
angle to kill people who are crossing over to yellow.
In Valorant, it's 100 times more true when you only have 3 internationals.
XLG are trying to work
I mean,
the map a little bit here and trying to
yeah.
work some picks. Raga just steps up.
But I will just say, like, but here's what I'm gonna say. When I'm watching a team nearly win by not attacking the weak site that all of us who know the game, like who I would like to think that, you know, spend time analyzing the game, have been criticizing since stage 1 for Gen G. You know, it's hard for me to also believe that, like, you did everything you could and you're at a disadvantage, you know? I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying Gen G would have lost, but I'm saying it's hard to believe that the argument is, oh, that is foul, Jogamo. Holy. Holy.
The last remaining player of Coconut did not stand a chance. The opponent plays out like that.
Like, I just, you know, I just think that when you don't have a plan to take out Foxy9, who is alone on site for like 7 to 8 rounds on defense,
The Sage Wall over the top, and then he hops up, drops behind players he knows
you
are
know,
going to
like,
take the timing. That's not just a must-win round for XLG. That's one
I
that you
just,
really can't lose.
it's hard for me to believe that you did everything you could in your prep.
Still double ults to be able to work with. They could have still had people dropping back and at least using Thrash in that situation. But they believed in the ult and couldn't get the timings on the players. 7
And like, again, they might have still lost, right? I mean, especially, and then their Sunset didn't look that good either, but like that could have been like a, I mean, maybe that's, you know, Sunset in fact might have been more of a stage thing, right? Because like, okay, the endurance, etc. Like if you had played more games, like you're continuing to stay fired up, even a best of 3, like sure, like I'll buy that. And like, and then the other teams, the other matchups are, you know, a little bit different as well, but
the problem is you have a Sova ult that can just come through and deny this. So these two ults from Happyway and Trent can cancel each other out. And they're hoping that's going to make a distraction for this mid push.
Yeah, 3 players up through mid now. XLG looking to pounce. That's an updraft dash all the way around to the side. And Jogamo caught unaware, still not dead though. And the players are dropping. Spike down mid. It's XLG.
I think, but I agree with what I read that about, someone said what Sliggy said, basically like people are playing like safe comps, and it's like the advantage you have is to actually be the one that throws the curveball. The advantage you have is not, the ante I don't think is actually as important. You only have like a week, and these guys are actually learning from their mistakes, right? And it's going to be the team that won, so like they are going to be learning from their mistakes. But going for like default comps and then, you know, no new set plays, same defaults, it's just like, yeah, then you're thinking like, oh, we just have to play better, and it's like, okay, well then you are at a disadvantage because they're actually just going to play better because they have more stage time. Like, then I believe it. Again, I'm not saying that that argument is false. I don't think that the options have been exhausted. I don't think the options have been exhausted.
Another example of XLG having a nice idea but failing to execute on it. They did even get the picks, you know, or at least get an opportunity for the picks through.
Well, and then they're like still like permabanning Pearl against.
They didn't wait for that distraction to come through and make it really feel like they were hitting the site.
I mean, the Pearl man, like, if, let's say if they had won and then they pulled out the Pearl the next round, like, then I wouldn't be surprised, but.
Looks like XLG are just going to send it.
Try and send it though. The slow has been going up towards Belt. Almost every other round the Jorgen has been playing it. Slows down the initial approach.
No, Sage was never played in China, but also.
The weaponry is not ideal.
Again, like stage jitters, etc. It's a real thing. you know, even in casting, it's a real thing. Sometimes you forget basics of like what to do and not to do.
One team has so much confidence.
But
it's just a single player holding B.
I mean, just because you haven't played it in stage 1, after like 4 rounds, like you should know. Jogamo's also playing really well.
The angle just not quite cleared. At least it was. He thought it was.
Yeah, he peeked screens a couple times with that marshal.
But I mean, chat with XLG, the biggest thing is like their comms are just slower and broken, right? Because they have a language barrier again. I mean, you know, it's not an excuse. They have to deal with it, but it's true.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
No, just pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps.
There's just
lining up onto the 2 of them. XLG
the only way XLG even has a chance is like if Rarga and Happyway just do solo queue things and take like, you know, 4Ks every other round. Damn, Trent, that was clean.
Sheriff in hand is only so much. Just down a Happyway. Can he pull off a miracle? It's unlikely. The discipline the G2 just rearing every single time.
How has Rarga been? Well, there is a bit of a caveat for Rarga because he doesn't have his usual initiator, right? They changed their initiator and they have a language barrier. So it is kind of back to the beginning of ECT China this year, where Rarga is much more kind of just doing his own thing on his own island. And so he doesn't look good, or he doesn't look great. Well, this game he doesn't look good, but nobody looks good. But, you know, as I say this as someone who didn't buy into the hype, and I watched XLG in China, I do think it's unfair to rate him on this tournament. I do think that's unfair.
Apply a curse. I mean, a 9-3 maybe. But they'd have to play better than currently in order to get to that spot.
They need anything they can get. Val's going to walk around with an operator in his hand.
If map 2 continues on this pace, I'll be able to catch the second match.
Can we get a Gecko ult out here and apply some pressure onto people? Get into deep positions on the sites. Set Rarga up somewhere where they're not going to be hunting for him.
I mean,
drone spotting a Happyway.
It's just XLG's getting torn apart before they are actually in a position. There's the Thrash, finally. If Happyway died here, though, I don't know if that Thrash gets used because they kind of panic again. Oh, Happyway.
Watchful eye onto his adversary.
And Coconut pushed up to danger completely on his own. Rarga actually one of the most passive players in his positioning.
Yeah, because Rarga's this is the old Jemkin problem. Because Rarga is now just saying, I just have to play on my own. And like he's good enough to get 2 kills, but he's not going to win rounds this way. But it's because there's no comms, so he's just kind of, you know.
You can talk a little bit about Happyway and whether or not he should have expected that corner after he got pushed off in mid. But the players on B had a Thrash to try to work forwards, and it was only Coconut who took.
They should have gotten a Canadian or something.
Coconut pushes up to danger.
You would imagine if XLG got Penny as an emergency sub instead of Team Liquid. Oh my.
Some of the loudest cheering I've heard, actually.
No, I think Rarga can grow into like Jemkin levels for sure, but like Jemkin has always been good. I've always believed in Jemkin, but I would never have argued like, oh, Jemkin's simply not in the top 10 because they're not in a Masters like in the previous years. Because I always felt that Jemkin played a bit disconnected, a bit too safe, a bit too perfect. That has changed immensely this year. For him and the team, but ooh, nice shot.
Pays a little bit there for the hubris of holding such a out in the open kind of angle.
Lockdown's going to be expended nice and early though. This is Leaf looking to try and push them back and away. Rarga.
I mean, G2 is playing quite well, but I mean, XLG is just.
So a lot of it's around
it does feel bad, especially now that we know that there are comms issues, because it's like it's hard to get excited even if a kill happens, because you know we're basically watching like a half solo queue team versus G2 out of all teams. They get it. They get 2 rounds. This is what they needed to do. If you're going to give space, you got to do it on a rifle with an open plant, where the only thing that could possibly save them is a vertical wall. And they finally did that.
Dominant opening for G2, who I think have come into this with a lot of anger after.
Do you want to make a bet if XLG wins? Unfortunately, I'm not emotionally invested at all in this team. I mean, I like an underdog story, and I think they're a pretty good team in general, but I have zero interest. There's nothing in it for me. I mean, I'll take free money if they win. If you guys want to make a bet for that. I ain't putting anything on the line. Yeah, if YOU was here, the story would be different. At this point, it's expected. The great thing about it is they got an experience in it. Yeah, I mean, you know, XLG just kind of has to look forward. And honestly, it's in the long run, it's not all doom and gloom, because for XLG, like, getting 1 or 2 matches wins here is not really that important unless you're going to get, like, top 2, top 3. I would say even top 4, the circuit points are not worth it. But, like, stage 2 is what really matters for them. And they have a good shot in China, right? So, because they're an Ascension team. So they want to beat DRG. That's, like, their main objective this year. So in the long run, it's actually not that bad. That's not even cope. It's just a fact. But it does suck. So Meaty can't speak English, so you put him on flashes to set the only English speaker up. I mean, what are you going to do? Change the entire team and how it functions just for this tournament? I assume they're working on him, like, learning to calm over time, but it's not like, I mean, chat, it's not like they purposely picked him up to, like, and then kicked YOU out. You know what I mean? Like, the situation's unfortunate, but, like, I know people are like, well, then why didn't they just swap roles? But it's like, I mean, at that point, you know, who else are you putting, like, what are you doing? What else are you swapping? Yeah, but Viva's IGLing. So you put him on to simply, like, you know what I mean? Now you're taking away from his IGLing as well. And the only other option would have been, in my opinion, and then also, like, it's not like info initiator, you know what I mean? Like, there's still another language barrier where it's like, is Meaty going to be given full control just to make his own calls with info then? Like, you know, I don't think there's a good answer to that. Like, it's easy to say now of like, well, that's dumb, but it's like, I do not think that the other side looks objectively better, the other choice. And I also don't think if your plan is to, if Meaty has agreed to work on building up English comms for stage 2, then I definitely don't think you do that just for this tournament. Because again, objectively speaking, this tournament is not worth, like, pulling all the stops for XLG.
Pretty similar game plan, right? Where they're going to fight over towards B, they're going to try to get information there and play a retake style on A where they have a bit of plant denial. It could be straight out of the G2 playbook.
Like, I think if you're going to make that argument, you just have to be like, it really sucks that they had to make a roster change. I think that's... there's no point in coping with that, because I don't think there's an objectively better... I don't think this is one of those cases where it's like, well, this makes me question the coaching staff's decision, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is one of those cases. Fnatic not going to C-site? Oh, I think that's a prep issue. But this, I don't think it's a prep issue. It's just, you know.
Losing control to the flank. The players are dropping like flies here. G2. Not sure which way they wanted to look. Barrel sticking out. Matters not for Coconuts. Just rips the head clean off the shoulders of Trent. A pistol round win for XLG.
I said to keep an eye on Leaf as we head into this half, but I was expecting him to get the value, not to get shut down. That flank came straight into him. He dodged the dizzy, and yet Midi still swings around the corner, ghost in hand, and one-taps him in the head. Really big value there.
What do you mean? Why does Stacks calling on Silva matter?
On XLG. That allowed the flank to thoroughly
Chat, I don't think you understand that, like,
the rest of the players on G2 got surrounded.
the way a person IGLs in a certain comp on a certain roster is not like a instantly transferable skill. I mean, goated IGLs and like if you're a goated flex and a goated IGL at the same time, like sure. Like maybe over time Forsaken might be able to be the one player that can do that, but yeah, but Stax has always been a flash, and then he learned to IGL in that role. I'm not saying flash initiators can't IGL. I'm just saying he's used to IGLing on an info initiator, and also the way they play, like that's why YOU was so important, and that's why a lot of us, even if we didn't know that, like felt that in the way they played, because YOU would always be like strictly looking at setting him up. It's the same thing with Simon, right? Like Simon's one job was watching Konkon on the minimap and setting him up, and it's like, yeah, like he could, but it would take a hit. I think it's insanely naive to be like, well, he could just do that, and it's like, I mean, he might be able to, but maybe they tried it and it didn't work. You know, I think that's a bad faith argument, because I think if you're saying that because you want XLG to play better, but I think at that point the better argument is just like it really sucks that this happened, because I think this is a really bad faith argument that like puts it on something that isn't really XLG's fault, in my opinion.
A beautiful idea to counter the outlaw, which
stretch time. Thank you, Firoth.
To the Stinger Force buy. And G2,
there we get your stretches in.
I mean, he didn't buy a weapon last round. It was just a full armor and a classic.
Would shotguns counter the Stinger buy? Not really, I don't think.
Just like that, wind out of the sails here for XLG.
Yeah, if they had a hope, it does appear to be dashed against the rocks.
It's a deep dart against the back wall here, Leaf.
I think it's more about how you play the map and how you position. I think you also just have to use your util more against the Stingers if you know it's coming.
But XLG, having heard nothing on A,
yeah, Bucky definitely actually wouldn't. I mean, you might catch them off guard, but I think Bucky wouldn't be. You would have to do like the judge at the most, but at that point you might as well just buy your own Stinger. But if that feels bad, like I think you just have to have better protocols with util to really make sure they can't like get away with trading. The other thing is if you know they're doing a Stinger buy, generally they're always going to fight as 4 or 5. So if you're gonna hold default, you need to just back out and retake. You know what I mean? You can't be like, oh, let's try to like pick them off, because they will just swarm you.
Stepping forwards, Raga cheeky with the shot. The flash does connect, but Smoke's going to be obfuscating, blocking. Any chance for XLG to capitalize on the back of it? Still, it is 4 versus 4. Plan is down. Now for G2, watching up through, just spots it, and okay.
Oof. Well, long angles, I mean, that's what they were looking for, right? Was a long angle. Like, you can hold these long angles, but the problem is if you don't have extra... Ooh. If you don't have extra util to stop them afterwards, it's like they will just take one hit and then swarm you, even on a long angle.
Opportunity here for XLG to try to stabilize themselves, but there are 9 chances for G2 to close this out, and they've barely needed more than
this. I mean, this is a classic, though.
Any of these rounds.
I mean, they haven't. It is a classic. You don't see it every day, but that is a classic spot.
The adrenaline was at a max for G2 when they won the pistol at the very beginning. They were losing it.
Yeah, for people who say like, I wish my Stinger shot like that, you really just have to spend a couple more games with it. Once you start using it, like you'll see. It friggin' slaps. I honestly, these days, a lot of times, I actually just buy the Stinger if I think I'm buying a Spectre.
The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to
the one thing I would say objectively that the Stinger or Spectre is still good at is like longer fights. But if you're buying a Stinger or a Spectre, I don't know if that's really the biggest concern that you have.
A lot of changes to Icebox recently, so
4v4.
Rifles in the hands for XLG, and they're stomping, they're marching. They know it's the last lifeline here for them.
Jog's 14-6. Holy.
Stepping forwards here with a flash. That's a bit of an indicator close to the corner.
Ooh, Jog whiffed that too. What a timing read from Jog though on that first peek.
Tonight, that last chance and all 13-3 is how Icebox is going to be sealed up here for G2.
But my FPS fundies. Well, time to learn your Valorant fundies, Yissel.
From the #1 seed from Americas. They come in, get the job done.
I started using the Stinger more than the Sheriff, and the Stinger isn't coded.
Next map, Haven. Both teams were running the breach Tejo. We'll see if XLG have more for us there.
All right, well, I mean, GG. All right, chat, we're gonna run some ads. I'm gonna go get some more water, and we'll be back. Perfect hydrate command as well. All right, chat, it's time to take our vitamins. How's it going, Godshot? How you doing? We're a little bit sad that XLG's not playing well, but yeah, I gotta reach out about the drops as well. I don't know why drops aren't enabled for us. Giacomo's literally ascending. Laz never has them too? I am willing to bet that it's something about some miscommunication about how it needs to be applied for and applied by in the like Pacific teams in office then, if that's the case.
Coach, we got to see our first Tejo of the tournament yesterday, and you guys had a lot
Just going
of
for a
success
drive.
at Asian as well. So when it comes to the composition on Icebox, was there a debate or discussion around the Sage versus the Tejo, or was this the game plan all along?
We think Teo is like completely nerfed to the ground, so probably don't expect too much of that. But yeah, Icebox Sage just makes a lot of sense. It's always been really good, so we just figured like we can make our own variation with the Sage comp, so that's how we arrived at that.
So no Tejo today? Valen said there might be Tejo.
I'll keep you guys like guessing, you know? Maybe there's Teo, maybe there's not Teo, but you know, we'll wait and see.
As always, thank you.
Did you all know that the players were given accounts with the name MSI Can? These accounts were set up not for Masters, but for MSI.
I didn't even get a chance to
That
eat
is
my
funny.
lunch, and it was over.
Yep, that game was insanely fast. This was like the ultimate.
Script writers are so lazy, they literally copied the Shanghai script. Yeah, Genji's gonna win. What did I say, chat?
And absolutely stomp on Icebox.
That's what I said yesterday. I won't pretend that I said it all throughout, but that is what I said yesterday.
Wow. I mean, it was very, very fast.
Yeah.
You heard it there from Josh RT as well. They were going to play the stage. They like it. So let's take a look a little bit more of Jogamo's stage here in the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Mimi, there was one moment of a TikTok stage we saw.
Teo isn't really that nerfed versus Teo's nerfed to the ground. I mean, well, listen. Yeah, we can't ever take what Munchkin says to face value. But I think that is, like, Split and Ascent with a deadlock is like the one time that Teo could still be used, but I think it's still a bit one-dimensional.
It's cool to see Josh still have that agency to make plays, even when he's on someone like the stage.
And I think it goes back to what Josh RT, the coach, was mentioning in terms of the variations they want to bring on this map now for G2. It's not necessarily just on a stage that's easy to plant with, easy to defuse with.
Dude, I want to see...
Omen out instead of that Jet.
Well, I was about to say, I want to see Jog do, like, individually really well all the way through this tournament. But then I remembered that he was single-handedly trying to get them across the finish line at Bangkok.
And they were basically neutered in terms of the economy.
Yeah, this Sage Omen makes retakes so much easier on this map. That paranoia you're talking about, such a
No cap, someone logged into League and all skins were unlocked too.
One way is on your A
I mean,
it is great as well. I love this comp pivot from G2.
I mean,
almost all of the first kills too.
Yes, they absolutely.
I think that's a nothing burger.
What XLG does a lot.
It's not like accounts created with the name MSI like get like lower FPS on.
Having mid-round walk-ups to
I do think it's a small little thing that Riot comp ops should take more care of, just like separating it, but probably they were just creating all the master accounts at once and they just like went down the line.
And you weren't playing like a G2 stage comp to or a stage wall to really block out like one extremity, for example, towards the B garage. You could focus
yeah, I mean, it is probably for convenience. I do think it's like not something that costs him anything, so they should take extra care, but it's also it's a nothing burger.
Play an aggressive defense. There's something going wrong here for XLG not being able to, eliminate the utility on the side of G2.
Yeah, I think they needed to play a little bit more passive, a bit more contained.
Should we used to have an OG account for League? I did.
Really good at kind of
with infinite RP.
Space, but I feel
it was
like
great.
Rushed into some of those lurks and lost players on it. So many.
Well,
rounds,
not infinite,
and
but
I really fear this is
a
just
buttload of RP.
Completely out of control now for XLG.
Yeah, because we're moving on to G2's map pick, Vansili.
I saw the texture off 3K that's sliding off on Boaster. Oof, dude, that was that was a feels bad. Texture's been killing it.
Composition that used to, coin the Viper on how he was so good to isolate things and to kick things off here on their attack and the lurks that they could do here when they're playing a 3-side map. And
isn't the VCT version of the game a bit more harder to run compared to the mass version?
So if you're going back to that,
I don't know if I've ever heard that. I just think there's more things that they have to have running. But the account doesn't matter. Like the PCs is like that's an argument, right? Like. Well, they got the same specs for like bare minimum League of Legends, and then they put it on Valorant. It's like, okay, well that is an issue. But like the account name being, like it's a Riot account, Like my account can go into League of Legends, and if it's a master account, then it's gonna have everything unlocked in both games.
With the team before, a bold move given the short notice. So what compelled you to do it?
Because of change of our main player to media as a sub. We had to sacrifice some roles, and this is the most comfortable role for him, as he felt, so that's why he went to play Gecko.
Thank you for the insight. Good luck.
Thank you.
They gotta dig a little bit deeper on this one, because otherwise they're gonna be eliminated in a very sad way fashion. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Imagine logging in with T1 fake.
I didn't even catch it until you said
Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're catching me off guard, Yansu.
I'm feeling a little bit sad way right now. What about you two? Are you sad way or happy way?
I'd say
Oxy9 changed his account name to Eminem. That's funny.
Oh, of course. They have a chance.
That's funny.
Here.
Yeah, they should 2-0 here. This is an excellent map for G2. XLG looks shook. They are not playing together.
Imagine if we thought last year was peak texture and now he has been more deadly. I would not be surprised if they really win this whole thing because he's been very confident. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G. I mean, I meant it, by the way, with my tweet yesterday. I like meant it. It wasn't a joke. Like, I think Gen G is winning it all because I had Fnatic winning it all and Gen G
I think that's the saving grace for
crushed. Well, it was close, but Gen G did crush. They always looked more dominant.
And they got 5 rounds only. So really for
the thing is I don't.
Sure that if you're able to tweak a little bit of that away from that Fnatic comp playing the ISO.
I guess maybe part of me did think last year was like peak texture, but that's why I never rated him as high as other people. Because I felt like there was more that needed to be done. Right now, though, like at this tournament, no arguments against it.
Because you're playing that Yoru, you can drop a flash agent, just have the scout initiator, and you get so much kind of fog of war creation with the 2 smokes on attack. You get
Zekken's looking good too. Gen G as a team is looking better, but I think Zekken's looking good too.
On that Bison, Leaf has been so good as his Sentinel role as well. So not only you're coming out with a double controller, you're also
I think there's a world where we could see Sen and Gen in the upper finals. Sen Paper Rex is hard to call, but I think Sentinels is gonna. I think Sentinels will look better each match as they go. They're also a team that does that really well.
Well, we need to see a step up here from XLG. And playing against G2. Not letting their foot off the gas one bit. Change up in the compositions as the desk was already alluding to. G2, I mean, there's been this heavy shift, I think, as well, gradually that we've seen this event where more and more teams are opting into a bit more Viper being played across the board.
All right, let's see if they can reach Yoru.
Or Leaf even using the Viper wall. But
tough here.
Now that we're focused on the attack side,
tough here for XLG.
Can their double initiators combo together to set Raga up for success? This comp is not a million miles away from what they were previously running and having so much success with.
Jordan already going exploring up through mid here with a flash and a haunt up towards the top and wrapping around the side.
What?
It's a lot of damage, no side kill, but Valin
how did nobody on XLG die there? What the hell?
Paranoia just barely there.
Valin looked like he was just running away with his hood up. He's like, oh no.
It's a beautiful idea from G2, and yet no kills whatsoever.
That's crazy. How did XLG get what?
C control, garage lurk. 5v2. Couldn't get a better beginning.
Man, chat.
As well.
Imagine. Just imagine.
Has been dropped.
Imagine if Fnatic did a C fast hit pinch. Just imagine.
XLG gonna be able to get that strong start they were hoping for. Raga from behind. Just trying to tap away there, ghost in hand. Jorgamo puts him down, but his team.
Dude, that is crazy that XLG survived with only one person dying.
Really nice idea, the flash and the haunt. Caught onto 4 or 5 players there in grass. But
yeah, the fade over the Silva is interesting.
Finish off a kill.
I'm okay with it though. Fade was the main initiator for a while when Raze was all the rage, right? When Jet got nerfed.
XLG previously were running the Taeho Breach version of this composition. Very similar. I don't think moving away to Silver Breach hurts you too much at all. Changes things slightly, but should still put Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries. Which, honestly, every comp they've played so far has not really done that. Empowered their star player.
G2 is going for the C wall for Viper.
Discipline going to be required here when you're clearing out towards a lobby. XLG making moves towards it, but they're just contacting the barrel. Might just be sticking out towards the side and expecting here by Raga.
Best start that he's had in a map so far.
I think G2, I mean, I know it's an eco, but if you try to take a timing and peek into him, Raga will start fragging because they won't need setup. They do have to watch out for that.
This is what they needed to get the blood pumping ever so slightly.
And to get some belief, too.
Yeah.
I think they were playing with massively lacking confidence on Icebox. It does make some level of sense. They're a team that's had to undergo a roster change coming into Masters Toronto, which has hurt them. And then they've been rattled.
If G2 loses the defense side, can we use this as propaganda for Munchkin's wall?
Destroyed. 13-6, 13-6. This is the first time it really feels like they've got their feet underneath them. Smoke up towards bricks, pushes Trent back.
I hate it.
Taking a bit of short and
I
long
hate
control. No immediate reaction from G2. And XLG back it up. They are a team that's good at playing the macro usually.
I actually don't. I actually prefer this wall over the Munchkin wall.
Now, Coconut going to be rejoining the rest of his team. Leaf. Flash and a drone up and over. As the Dawn's dead, a bit of spam for the wall. Yeah, it's not going to be saving you from much here.
It's trying to take the. You're giving the fights that he wants.
Beginning here of Haven.
Jorg's thinking about how to get past this trip over towards the C side of the map because he's pushed up and got good information. It's allowing them to stack 3 players over here towards A.
Sideshow shit proving that you can circle things without zooming in.
Paranoia's already going to be sweeping past. Vulnerability. All going to be used here with a snake fight. Aftershock into the corner, clears out Trent. Puts a bit of fear into XLG as well. Now they're going to start scurrying into a different direction, right?
The trip was broken, so they're going to go B, and G2 should know this. But Rarga on the lurk, on A site. Dude, how does Valen win that?
Takes out Rarga, Coconut. Gotta try and hold this one down on through the bottom of mid, but here comes the re-exploration of G2.
Weapon here.
Through Link now, 3 players stacked up, grouped up, ready to explode. They spotted it, just trying to see if they can get any sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines, XLG not willing to get them too easily still. Too much to overcome.
Oh.
G2, how do they do it?
Surgical. All funneling in from the same side, too.
Slightly better weaponry. Slightly poor crosshair placement from Happyway in his position at the back of the B site.
Holy.
No util for either team, and G2's coordination makes the difference. That could have been an opportunity for XLG to win a really big bonus. They got themselves in a nice spot. Opening pick, an avenue into B.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think they had full knowledge that all of those players were coming through the A connector. Raga did go down to 2 of them on A though, so I think they should have been setting up some level of crossfire there. It looked like they were just worried about other avenues. Now though, we could see a set play round.
Yeah, decent damage. You got a stinger on Jog.
Off the rip,
Your roll.
pops the dimensional drift.
It's not going to get as much mileage as you'd like.
Sent flying in. Gains himself backside control though. Out for
Fast flood retake. Dude, Valen has Rarga's number right now. Dude, the C's? Holy.
Can't stand against it. The might of G2, when they turn up the tempo, no stopping them.
But it's rare that we see them play for fast flood defending like that. Usually a little bit of a slower team, a little bit more happy to let you get the site and wait for a plant to go
What was
down.
that?
Here,
Why was that sound effect so loud? What the heck?
They had that read really early that the ult was going into B, and there were players ready.
Has this been the weakest master so far? Well, I don't think
Seas
so.
as well, grabbing big value from Trent. And XLG, while they looked like they were in a position to go up 3-0, now the score's even and their economy's shattered.
Smoke.
I mean, I think we've had one or two teams that have been real stinkers, but
It's called Trent. Stepping straight back up and
I think the other parts are looking better than a lot of the other tournaments we've had.
and they're going to cause G2 to scurry their way around. It's only Jonah P who's going to be home.
It's unbelievable value from Happyway. They're picking up these guns. Jonah's got to try to stop them going for something quick.
Yeah, their only chance is
He's holding.
this one out.
We have the main orb. What is going on with G2's setups?
Stop him. TP in forward, but again, no one's covering. No one's watching it. Double up though, round towards it. You got to try and do the most now. The XLG rifles down.
Oh no!
A small mistake at the very end from
Oh
XLG.
no!
One of the players not going wide enough on the swing, and Leaf, he gets so much damage done, skewers them.
That's
Hit shot
rough.
from the Guardian.
This wall's not... Chobra, what is... Why do you hate this wall so much?
I think credit there, so much of it needs to go to Jonah P though as well. Because with that orb pop, with the snake bite, with his kill in short, he bought enormous amounts of time for Valen and Leaf to come through into A.
Is XLG playing better or G2 playing bad?
As they were coming through long.
What?
XLG were not fast enough to
I
actually
mean,
commit off the back of the Cypher ultimate.
I think a 3-site map is just a lot simpler to work in the beginning parts of each round on attack.
Thinking really a Jonah P. This is the reoccurring issue.
I don't think XLG is getting better. I don't think G2 is necessarily playing worse, but G2 I think is making it easier for XLG. I don't think that means what G2 is doing is objectively bad. I just think if you consider the fact that XLG is not going to have really clean executes, you are kind of giving them the early kills.
Want to play a bit slower though too. I think that's probably what Voya might be discussing with them here, is that you don't have to rush a spot like that. You actually could have gone and retrieved the weapons in long and short. And then
The Munchkin wall is a lot better. Do you say that because Genji's winning or not? Because I think the Munchkin wall is infinitely worse, objectively speaking. The Munchkin wall works for Genji because of what it allows Foxy 9 to do, and because teams aren't punishing Foxy 9 enough.
And you have to play slowly anyway, because things need to be translated on the fly. You might as well play a really structured, slow game.
I think if you have it set up not from the corner, but from here, so it covers all the way here, I think this wall is fine for what it does. It's good for an early deterrent, and then afterwards you don't really ever have to use it too much. It basically allows you to ignore like one part of the map and then use that for retake later, whether it's C or whether it's mid. And that way you don't have to worry about like covering someone else's sightlines if you just ditch that part of the map.
They dropped the Viper wall, flashed in, and they know that there's nobody been inserted there.
Trent's doing a lot here. He's breaking a dart.
I don't... In no world do I think this wall is objectively better.
And they found that
I think people aren't used to it as much, sure. But like, I think you can do so much more on A with a different setup and then still have a decent C retake. Like, your A site hold solo might be better because you can block both, but I do find this Poison Cloud very interesting because that implies they're always going to have somebody here.
With that operator in the hands of Jorgamo, short is on lockdown. Flash dodged up and over towards the top. Supplementary util, and it's a scramble and mad dash from XLG.
I think if you're thinking about like me as a Viper, do I prefer holding C with this wall or A with that wall? Sure. Then you would prefer that wall. But like I think from a team perspective and a map perspective, now that doesn't mean that that wall is like you can't win with that, right? Especially in Valorant. What is theoretically, in theory, objectively better is not always, you know, that's not what always wins.
Really aggressive position from him. But he's also playing anti-flash and can turn around to deal with that gate crash from Raga on the entry. Cute ideas. The G2 get 4 in a row. Knocking XLG's economy down once again.
Where are the comms, XLG? I mean, again, they're probably having to juggle languages back and forth. Like more than usual. I mean, there aren't going to be good comms.
Oh, I mean, what? That was supposed to be... You gotta get a replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And at this point, if Morale is not in the bin already,
nothing's perfect.
I don't know where it is.
No.
That's a brutal one.
I know that they're having comms issues, but
what in the hell is happening there?
Get Sean on speed dial.
Sideshow.
I mean, show this. What's going on here?
The clone.
No, that's a brutal one. We've been there. We've all been there.
Oh my.
With your own team's clones.
We learned that the other day.
Yeah, you can shoot a recon on top of its head if you
Yep.
want. But, I mean,
I think he. Yeah, I just think he. That one's not even a comms thing. I think that's on Viva.
I should say.
They were thinking about it.
TP up towards heaven is going to be broken. Raga forwards here to breach ult. Try and lay way towards.
I think Viva just forgot that the clone blocks it.
Just paints out Raga's outline. Jorgamo even going to be using his own dimensional drift out. Spots it out. Plenty of players left waiting around to the side. Re-exploration, re-clearing. Chord 4, TP. Flash waiting. Prime can let
But otherwise, like, comms is going to be bad for this team. In fact, it's like, it's going to be, we should really praise the rounds where there seems to be okay comms. And like, yeah, it feels bad to have that caveat in a Masters match, but again, like, what can you do?
Happening here. Happy Way drifted in through mid.
But I think that the round should just be dead. I mean, the spike is surrounded by G2 players.
There's no retrieving it, is there? On the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just Happy Way. He's earned himself that decent spot to play in.
Say it, like Mickey Mouse, say it.
What can you do in this spot? It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin
It's
to
just
pull
a, it's a Tim Hortons Masters, chat. It's a Tim Hortons Masters.
So aware of the breach ult that is out here for XLG. They break the Omen ultimate, or at least cause enough pressure for it to get cancelled. And then Trent is on site, baiting out the breach ultimate, and then throws a haunt that is perfect, catches instantly onto Raga's TP.
I mean,
Trent has been a nightmare for Raga to deal with.
We'll see. Chat, if you watched XLG throughout, they had similar language comms issues in kickoff. And quite frankly, at the beginning of stage 1. And then it cleaned up. So we'll see if Meaty's willing to do that. Not that I think Meaty's like infinitely better. Like, I think he has potential. I'll be honest, I don't know why. Like, when I watched him on Trace, again, his numbers aren't good, but I thought he had potential. But obviously, it's not like he's like a proven aspect. But I think it's tough to really judge any one player or the team from this tournament for XLG. But again, I just want to remind people, they did not play like they did in the playoffs throughout VCT China. Rarga was playing solo, like, for the majority. Up until playoffs.
XLG, though, the ones dominating. Oh, as I say that, Leaf, he's going to take out 2 of them. Leaves it into a 1v2 spot for Trent. We've seen this guy in the clutch. We know what he's capable of.
Trent?
Coconut's going to be able to put down a one-way.
I mean, he's got all util.
But it will offer potentially opportunities for Trent to pick them off if his aim can be good enough. Vandal, powerful at long range. I think he should start to get the read that they're playing off-site here down C-Long.
Reveals his position. Now time to send some util flying forwards here. Sees, deaded.
Okay.
Cutting up the close angle here. Slight tap. Trying to force these players out wide into the open.
Happy Way's already checked it.
Time ticking though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way.
No shot.
Though, still, there might be an opportunity. There might be a
Oh,
chance.
he was waiting for the jump. Coconut just takes the swing.
All the way through still.
Damn. He almost won it, though.
XLG chose to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging. The clock had been starting to tick a little bit. But I think, listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one with
Thane, you're going to have to not cross the line here.
bit of a thrifty.
XLG's problems are, it's not simply that Meaty's not playing well. They literally can't communicate with his duelist because his duelist. And if you really want to argue, technically, at some point, Rarga should be the one picking up Chinese, right? So, like, I don't think it's just being like this person's just trolling, etc. Going hard on just that one player. I think it's just the team's playing poorly. There's nothing. I'm not saying we should be like, well, they're still doing this. No, they're playing poorly, but there's multiple layers to that. Yeah, well, it being a snooze fest doesn't mean that you can suddenly just turn it into an excuse to trash on things. Just because chat is dumb all the time doesn't mean that I call you guys all just absolute idiots and that you guys don't deserve to be chatting, you know?
And a kill happened there on both ends.
No, the YOU apparently, well, the implication was that Rarga needs comms in English, and their IGLing and overall comms is they do a lot in English, and then like when Rarga dies, or if it's just like the other players, they'll comm in Chinese sometimes.
left to do it now.
But if I remember correctly, YOU was like using English as well in like the replay comms and stuff in VCT China. So, jeez. Dude, how does Leaf win that? So it's the fact that YOU was able to like Varga was probably able to like call for things in English and YOU could respond.
Opportunity to try to force the play. Knew that the player short was going to be trying to defend. He plays it beautifully, but also Lady Luck very firmly on his side.
How's he getting away with that?
It's not like Midi was 1 HP either. No. But he leaps out of heaven for a Red Bull clutch in a round where
Dude, some people are just better with the classic.
Should have been enough.
One enemy remaining.
Look at this again.
Dude, lands the headshot with the right click. That was insane chat flame, by the way. Well,
I mean, if we're being honest,
I'm just reminding you.
But it's 7-3 and XLG.
It's not that people don't know how to do it, so don't be idiots.
Can't catch a break. Clone's going to be broken nice and early, though. This one causing a few problems. Shock dart. Close. A lot of
Ooh, you're going to try to stick this, Valen? Trent is here.
Looking to potentially go now. There it is. Fault line forwards and the C's to meet them.
It was a nice try, but yeah, you imagine the C's is coming. I think XLG is kind of lucky that they didn't die here. They got the C's out.
Exploring risks to be taken with just the sheriff in hand.
What is right click and left click? The classic has an alternate fire. The right click fire is a 3-round burst, like at once in a triangle, but it's not consistent. So the right click shoots like this. So it's like a shotgun, whereas the left click is just the single fire.
Most of the G2 players away, but a flash got a connection, contact over towards A, and it's caused them scurrying back and over. But XLG are playing the long con, going back over towards Raga. Why not? But he earned himself the entirety of the C site.
It's a very dangerous rotate from Viva going through mid there, exposing himself to B and Garage. But they make it through. No casualties.
Doable, but with Nightfall, I mean, you imagine not.
Looking for a lucky connection in all. Raga, he's forward
okay.
Again. And this guy, is it
Raga is taking it to him. Holy.
Right when they needed him most.
That's where he shines, when he can just do his own thing. Dude, that was insane read on the Nightfall, though. He does this because he doesn't want to get Nightfalled. Yeah. Yeah, he has the rifle. He has to. If he doesn't do this, it gets iffier.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we were talking so much about having
that was huge.
China, how brilliantly
that was huge.
Set up by Initiator Utility and by the team's game plans. He does occasionally have solo
nah, the entire team calmed in English, so Varga does. Well, even if Varga was alive, if it was like a 3-man like setup in other parts, they would sometimes calm in Chinese. But yeah, they like Coconuts 100% fluent in English, and Viva can make calls in English as well, and Happy Way as well.
But you can't do that consistently, and he won't even get a chance in this round. Runs into Giacomo, takes an op bullet to the chest, and now the rest of XLG have to try to put a game plan together without their star player, without the dimensional drift.
He lives up to life from one round only. I mean, it was the best chance he had to wake up. Again, it's hard.
That's great info.
Solo carrying is not a thing you can do at this level. It's just that time it was like, you know, the only way that can happen is making a solo play.
Yeah, he has. No acknowledgement on that one.
Very fast timing.
About as good as
yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, for Varga, like, I'm happy he did that, because, again, even as someone who didn't rate him as highly, he's not bad by any means.
At 40 seconds.
So, getting onto people's radars, I think, is worth it. Oh, shoot. Did they hear it? Ooh, actually, not worth it. Valen needed 2 there, I think. Trent's weak. 7-5 would be huge.
Happy way. He's got the operator in his hands here. He misses the first shot though. A bit of spam. Trying to run this guy down all the way. The ults though have been earned up midi.
Ooh, okay.
Sends them packing 7-5. A good finish here.
Good wraparound from Meaty. All right. Well, at least we got a game on our hands, Chef.
A poetic way to end as well. Round 11, a complete solo play from Raga to ace and carry his team across the finish line. And then in the
that was huge.
Raga goes down early and the rest of the team get it done without him. Both halves of XLG working well.
Big turnaround, really. Yeah, 7-5 is big considering how things were going. I have high hopes from XLG in stage 2. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, I think given what this team was able to do throughout kickoff into stage 1, I think they will still look pretty good. Now, how much improved the other Chinese teams will look, we don't know, but more hydrate, more water. Everyone drink more water. Happy Way is the best player right now. Don't sleep on it. Oh, I mean, I've been praising him. But my biggest thing with Happy Way was that he used to have, like, off games to start best of series, but this tournament he hasn't been.
This map, at least, against G2.
G2's going to have to lock in a bit.
Finally, I think, as well. What we all kind of expected of them, at least before the tournament. You watch this team, you see a player like Raga really stepping up. And he's at the top here for the Coinbase Econ report. That ace put him right on the correct track, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering that it was on an eco round. So he didn't even bring a weapon into that round, and he still somehow came away with an ace.
Damn, Happy Way with 66.
But that's what you need to be seeing more of from him. It's the first map where I feel like you're actually getting to witness the real Raga.
My favorite team so far is Wolves and Gen G. I think that's reasonable. Wolves have been playing very well. Really, they've been playing some really good Valorant.
He's not a top
duelist. I mean, how the hell are they the top seed?
Right. But a combination of the roster move that they had to make before the tournament, a bit of nerves, having never played on the big stage before, and being a bit
I was just reminding chat just in case. I think that's... I respect it. Happy Way deserves his flowers.
It might be too little too late, though. XLG
it's funny, Happy Way caught my eye first on XLG before Raga.
And G2, they're going to be looking to get back into that dominant.
Eventually, Raga became the bigger beacon of light, but
both of these teams be bitterly disappointed of an early exit here.
Dude, Valen's been playing aggro.
Tried to take a fight, hoping his hand was still hot.
Slow down called for here by G2. Injecting a bit of a pause, I suppose, into the play and re-exploration in through mid. XLG have got a lot of space.
Just waiting for another reaction. Okay, so they know they pushed out a mid. Yeah, G2 just flashed mid with the arc roast. Huge snake bite plus flash. Oh! Excuse me? Surely you suspect. Yeah, they suspect it, but there's no good way to clear it. Never mind, Valen's just gonna get the kill.
Dropped himself, traded in a moment's notice. Up towards the top though, no more smokes. Up towards Heaven and Happy Way.
That's hard to. They only have classics.
Yeah, and that's a little bit tough because they know there's a player over towards Heaven. Happy Way with
they don't know where Coconut is. Three-way smoke again? No, just on short. Okay, that should let them know kind of that it should be through Link.
Scurrying back now to safety, getting that plant down.
Yeah, and I think Happy Way
Prince still watching the smoke just in case.
Influence in this round.
Could have potentially done it, but now G2 going to be tucked in safe positions, trying to play a bit more discipline in there.
Oof, dude, that setup. Jonah waiting for the peek, and Leaf confirms it, and Jonah just peeks out.
Well, let's rewind to the very beginning of this pistol. You see here, a stun getting thrown out. In theory, you've got that breach sober composition that should be a little bit better at locking off a lobby.
Reminder, this is the same fire they showed in lowers in American Stage 1. True. That's what I mean. Like, I think Valen's been, like, I think he took that loss really hard. Back with my Nuggets. Oh, McNuggets? Dude, I want some McNuggets.
But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
Jones going to be dropped down, single digits.
There's a Bucky on the other side. Marshall here, Bucky here. The Marshall is TP'd.
It's a Bucky and a Marshall being brought
See if G2 reads this, though. That the Marshall was here.
danger in long-range angles.
And it was the Yoru. I think they read it. So they're sending some more info out here.
Over towards A long.
Yeah.
Really
Clone
bizarre.
doesn't die.
But it's also not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
And Leaf doesn't have any more information. But G2 kind of have an inkling. It's a decent read. They check close. Oh!
The slightest of
Uh-oh.
corners, Leaf is catching a timing. You can hear it, the footsteps. Raga wants to
Dude,
tip it
that...
again, and there's a Bucky coming
That's insane that he wins that against the Marshall.
Upgrades, potentially. Downgrades, I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a stinger? Nah, rather
Gun
Marshall,
game.
apparently. Happy way. We'll have to get a run on, though. Try and put a stop to this.
This is
here.
doable.
Oh,
the eye!
That looked sharp, but he was also facing the haunt.
I think he thought the hunt was here or something.
3 players trying to come back in here.
Oh man.
Got a Bucky or a Stinger to work with. It's going to be tough.
That's unfortunate.
Readily available here with a fault line at least. Alongside the dart, Paranoia, hold on, trenches down into the open. You got to try and land those shots though. He
Whoa.
still gets the one. We're eventually going
That's a
down.
lot of damage done again.
Being played, G2 just waiting for the game to come to them, and they know that game well.
There's been damage done there.
A lot.
If XLG can put together a decent buy.
Their buy's going to be a little iffy though, right? They should have half armors.
Forced Marshall and Bucky. They've actually chunked away at G2's
Actually,
economy a little bit.
they had some kills in the first round.
But this is now going to be a must-win round for them. G2 are coming in with double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch, it's fine.
To be clear, they can't hear Josh in that moment. But hard when you're a coach not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about. XLG's compet is better for A lobby control.
Raga did take out Valen, but he is traded.
Takes down the Omen. Not bad.
Going 1-for-1, and I'm not
Valen's been taking these first contacts a lot.
G2 slow things down. XLG take the response into mid. This flash, Vice flash, up on their screens, always available to get the info.
3 players. Trying to wait now. Plenty of bullets left waiting.
Ooh, the flash keeps Jonah alive too. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What? Just reload. Ooh.
Does a decent job of it still into the 1v1. It's
Leaf in a 1v1.
And it's a must-win here for Viva.
And Viva redeem.
G2's bonus. They can still afford to buy into the next. Viva can't.
Neutral setup. Plant is down, and the game of timings is just missed by Leaf, but still, it's going to be wrapping this one all the way around to the side, and a bit of patience now played as well.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2-10. This would be everything for the guy.
Flash hasn't seen much. He's got to reveal his hand. Deep dart down, and it clears one of the angles for him.
Oh man.
Still creeping around, crawling around this guy.
Timing, yeah, that's rough. I mean, Leaf played that so patiently.
It's a gorgeous plant position from Leaf. Makes it feel like he's playing towards Cubby or Long, but actually when he wraps around there, there's no area.
Thoughts on having a GC stand in GC as a Game Changers player? If you have player issues and already have an import?
Both players here. But I thought that the
Wait, what?
might be
If you wanted to do that, just list them as a sub.
I think that round though was
I don't understand what the question is. Yeah, that was a nasty wraparound. No footsteps, even on the tap. Gives him the half. He knows he has time to creep up.
Off the gas. XLG were given an in with the rounds that they accrued up on that prior half, but G2
Here's the trip.
putting a stop to it here and now. They're gonna get cheeky there, hopping around to the side.
Oh, Jog. Oh, goodness.
Shots are flying and rattling down that sight line. 3 versus 3. That's what it's come down to now here. Playing a bit off site still.
Oh, for XLG.
You to play this one. You can't be entirely off the side, and G2 I think have just realized it. Now starting to play up a little bit more. Late look.
Yeah,
now
but again, chat.
with a bit of pace.
Like, I get that people wish XLG were doing better, but like they need to figure out a roster for Stage 2 anyway, right? Like, it's not like someone got the flu and they couldn't get on the plane.
Leaf once more. Can he do it?
again, the details of why that happened aside, because that's unfortunate, but they need a roster for stage 2. They're an Ascension team that needs to do well on stage 2. It is infinitely better to try to get through trials and get somebody that you're working with, get reps in on the stage, get everybody international experience, and do that. Also, getting a full English-only speaking, another English-speaking player, that's another problem, because now you got 2 people who don't speak Chinese. Like, you need a dual-lingual person. You need a bilingual person. Like, I get that people want XLG, like, you wish XLG was doing better, but it's like, there isn't an answer to this other than I actually think this is the answer. And you hope that they look better into stage 2. Simon is still contracted to EDG, and I can't imagine that that's a cheap buyout. And also, considering the rumblings around, you know, everything around YOU and what the hate was from different groups, I don't think Simon would have been a good pickup.
There is a different weight of expectation.
Like, yeah, you also, like, it's unfair, but you also have to consider the fan dynamic and cultural dynamic around the regions each team plays in.
Despite them not actually winning.
Like, I get it, but I think you guys have to drop it, because it's just like, it's sad, but none of these other things are actually, I think, a better solution.
Good starts here.
And you can just see it on their faces in all the replays and all the cams.
You know, we just have to take it for what it is. If they do something good, give them a, you know, you see a couple shining beacons, Raga gets the ace, Happyway's had some really good timings on the attack, like, you know, that looks good. You know, individual performances and moments still doesn't look that bad. Like, you just gotta take it for what it is.
A bit of fire, bit of fury, inserted into it. Raw spam maybe to get the job done towards the end. He's one away from the ace. And it would do wonders for the confidence.
He wants it. He wants the ace bad.
Desperate to stay alive. The movement of Johns, and now he's in
Dude, Leaf heard both guns, man. He was ready for that. Hold on. Chill. 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 He knows it's maximum a 1v. Oh. Okay.
Okay. And the adrenaline can start seeping away for XLG. Those are good kills for Viva to get. He was hanging out at the bottom of the scoreboard for such a long time. I think he only had 1 kill in the first half.
Yeah, and it's like, again, it's like, yeah, like maybe Varga will be able to do a bit more then, but it's like, maybe the macro would be even worse, because then they would just have 2 English speakers and 3 Chinese, you know, speakers. It's like,
that's a big one. That's important.
I mean, I know everyone else can comment English too, but like, they would default back to Chinese when...
Mood obviously dampened, I think, by that scoreline, but 1 round at a time is how it has to be.
Double stinger. Valen and
I just don't think it's worth it.
But in theory,
like, I think if this was like the first game or whatever, you know, or like before the tournament started, like that discussion is fine, but it's like, you know, I think it almost takes more away from XLG when you say that, right?
Multiple players there. Raga taking a peek. Let's claim Jonah P.
And this allows them now to use the Vice.
Like, it's okay to just be like, well, I really hope they do, you know, I'm still excited for them for stage 2, or like, you know, hopefully they can sort it out for stage 2, because they looked really good in stage 1. Ooh, dude, Valen is zooming today. Dude, I will say, Happyway has looked very consistent compared to some of the games I've seen in China.
On the appropriate position.
3 kills, I think, with the op in that round in 2 different players' hands.
I mean, I think I do think this is going to be immense experience for these guys.
XLG were anticipating that G2 were going to lead with something. Let's say Vice Ultimate, maybe the Dimensional Drift. So they ended up playing pretty soft on A, tried to come back in with a Breach Ultimate, got stopped.
Also, can we talk about the fact that not only are they an Ascension team, but
opportunities for them to
Coconut was also playing an Ascension for in Pacific last year. Now he's here with his team.
Dead in the water. Still, the same 2 players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of rifles, down to sheriffs. this defensive setup is now working, partly because they've had the op and partly because XLG feel like they're playing
With the
with a
double
little bit
trips.
more aggression.
Double
perhaps,
trips
and
against
just an ability to
against
take
the
it to
eco.
G2.
I love it.
Pressure relieved.
There's one trip broken at the front of B, but Happyway still has a second trip in a deeper position, so he's not as worried about just getting walked on. Garage, though.
Yeah, he does have to back out, which means the breach now has to watch this because you can go here.
They got smoked off.
It's cleared through. Jorgamo inserts.
Dude, Saisho's gonna make me change my pen color because he's using yellow too.
And they don't have a re-clear protocol for this. I mean, if they had the breach on this side of the map, I'm sure they would. But for now, with their current defensive setup, you've just got to stay here.
One big glaring question mark. Happyway's going to be watching onto most of this here, but it does drag bodies
No, they
away
were
from
both Overwatch
G2.
players.
You've got 30
Munchkin and
seconds left.
Saya.
Just start to decide where you want to go.
Munchkin's English isn't bad. I mean, it's a little bit broken, but it's not bad.
Backstab looks like that is where they're going to be trying to go for here, but Midi has plenty of utility to sway.
Yeah, Carpe too. There's actually a lot, especially in Korea.
Going to be triggered round from the
Persia
side
too.
here. Sherrod not doing enough.
Oh, dude, that's unfortunate.
Excited matters not. Fever offloading it
Now
by
you
time.
play
Now,
for
try and get
time?
7 seconds left. G2 trying to get that plan down here. Running and gunning and coconut.
Oh,
Jeez.
jeez. Wait, it's not over. It's not over, guys. It's not over.
Defuse is sticking. Shorty's
Okay.
around the corner.
Oof.
And if that's what it takes.
The game plan was so nice as well from G2. They put so much effort into inserting Jorgamo into that top garage position, and then threw a paranoia to try to flush the player into his sightlines. And look at Happyway here. He's blinded up, knows he's being shot multiple times, and just spams towards garage.
Can't forget Derek. Well, yeah, in Americas, there's other players too,
The rest
but
of XLG flood on in and are somehow able to overpower the Viper's Pit too.
oh, Jen was trying to teach him more English. I mean, I think
the economy's not in an
you
amazing
could learn it
spot
if you
here for
wanted
XLG,
to.
honestly, because that came down to the wire. But it's G2 who are going to be taking another timeout right before they get rifles back. This round could be incredibly important. Earlier on,
Texture's English has been getting better too.
5 down, I think it was. That's where we were looking at them like, okay, they might have let this game slip away from them at this point. They had a chance to get it back in the game, back into the second half, and they let it slip. Well, here's another big moment, a pivotal moment for the economy.
I mean, you can say it's bad, but considering the fact that they probably you have to consider a lot of these guys are starting at 0 with English. Like, yes, you learn basic English in Korea in school, like in elementary school and stuff, but it's like it's very basic and it's much more academically like learning grammar and stuff rather than learning to speak it.
Yeah, it's been streaky, but
So
around nevertheless. G2 taking that timeout, respect shown. They know how easily you can lose grip of a map of a series.
Now, one of the things I was thinking we might see is a trip over here towards short, for example, which just kind of stops the Viper lurk from happening that you would expect. And instead, it's been Happyway playing mostly towards C the entire time. He's got a trip for garage window, in fact, this time.
G2's trying to just ignore A in the beginning part of the round.
Previously.
Hold on.
Nightfall for B.
It's going to be that nightfall scattered forwards, no connections. TP now into the back by Valen.
He gets the plant.
Fake as well into spawn, so they do have to respect that. There's an omen smoke in the defender's spawn that they might have teleported into.
That's rough. That's so. Oh, jog. The toxic screen goes down as the timing a bit missed.
XLG, important trade. They're going to be clearing out most of the map as well.
This is winnable for XLG.
They have flash, they have recon.
There it is, recon up and over. Smoke. Dropped up, a bit of spam from G2. Is this what it's going to take?
Oh, yeah, now they have to start pushing out. Oh.
Stepping forwards and past it.
Happyway knows the location of. Oh. No time. You have to save the op.
Has run out. G2 are up to 12.
Rough.
Very fast hit.
Rough.
The timeout there. Straight out of the strat book.
Yeah, good timeout from G2 though.
Good input from Josh RT. Just gets them one round.
Meanwhile, Benji's from Fortnite.
What an important one. The important one, potentially.
I guess he was just checking the close corner for that flash.
Well. Jorg losing his life a little too easily. But the players in the clutch are rock solid as always for G2.
Bro, the Thorn is so funny, just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
The Razor vines.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
This is G2 on the cusp of sending XLG home.
And Raga with it all to do. Bodies coming towards him, fast and unknown.
Very tight angle to behold. Just catching the close.
Oh.
It's our first contact, forcing the TP back at him.
Nice try from both sides on that one.
Through the back, though, this is
Happy way, you gotta just chill. And the snake bite. He thought he was safe as long as he didn't move, but the snake bite lands on top of the poison cloud. That is brutal. That's a nasty combo. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Take extra damage from the vines or take extra damage from the freaking snake bite.
Thorns scattered wide. And with it, XLG's hopes. Jorgamo taking point, taking contact, and bodies are dropped.
Oh, GG's. Hey, I mean, all things considered, XLG is, they showed signs of life. Meaty started to be able to play his own game whenever, you know, they came on to like post plants and stuff as well. I think all things considered, XLG can, you know, they can be happy with what they showed.
An incredible low bracket run, but they will have to have perfection if they want to make it all the way to a grand finals. And a shot. A shot like they had at Bangkok. G2 there, ready to go.
All things considered, XLG is still better than MIBR.
Before they'd even had a chance to congratulate the coaches, and I think Josh,
dude, MIBR, man.
good ways of being able to close
MIBR.
those final 2 rounds, fast hits, very different to what they were previously.
I mean, I didn't think they'd be world beaters, but I didn't think they'd look that bad. I don't think anybody thought they'd look that bad. Even the doubters and the haters, I don't think thought they'd look that bad. I mean, same with Heretics, right?
An example of what they could have done, but alas, they ran into some heavy competition, faced both of the Americas teams.
We're going to send it down to the floor for Jen Lee on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, MIBR was rough.
And this time, instead of taking the hometown hero away for the interview, I'm gonna join them, all right? Let's see. Jonah P, I'm gonna ask you to do a little bit of multitasking. Snap a picture. All right, congratulations. A clean 2-0. It seems like you guys came in here today to make a statement. Was that the mission?
Definitely was a mission. We got our warm-up game versus Paper X. You know, Paper X are a very good team. Their coaching staff helped them a lot. And now it's do or die. So when we're in do or die moments and our backs against the wall, we're a different team.
Right, wanna snap another picture? No? Okay. Right. Time for another question while you...
I think they tried to change this up to
loss, though,
do a new pacing. I don't think it's working very well.
In this position today, but no doubt you guys bounced back. So what were the talks? What were the issues?
The talks was honestly the same talks when we lost the Sen in the upper final to qualify for here. Nobody was down. We knew we were going to make a lower bracket run against 100 Thieves, EG, MIBR, Sen, and so we're going to do the same thing.
So no hard conversations.
No hard combos. Just watching the VOD, fixing our mistakes.
I do like that Jonah's very like chilling down to earth.
Lastly, I know Valiant said you guys are not scared of the lower bracket run, right? Yeah. I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and you guys are going for that diamond bracelet anyways. But do you feel like this is the position that you guys needed to be in order to get into that high gear?
I feel like the position we needed to be in was group stage, to be honest. First seed's a curse. We just needed to warm up into things, and now we're a very scary team in the lower bracket. And I got my family here, home crowd, my girlfriend, everyone supporting, and got nothing to lose now.
Right. Lastly, I know you don't like to trash talk, but we got some people talking smack about G2. Anything you want to say?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I'm going to be humble because we talked some smack and then we lost, so we're just going to let the game show for itself.
All right, thank you so much, Jonah P. Congratulations once again. Leaf, are you willing to talk some smack? Willing to talk some smack?
To who? Oh no, I don't need to talk smack. The regional results speak for themselves.
Oh, all right, thank you very much and congratulations. G2, once again, I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this moment with the fans. Meanwhile, let's get ready for our second.
You know what's funny when players don't trash talk? People say they're PR trained. Well, Jonah also, he's only, the only time I really remember him talking trash was last year Champs Draw, right? I think Jonah P's usually the more like soft-spoken one when it comes to trash talk. Anyway, and in terms of that segment, honestly, it's just trying to keep it in pace because it can drag on. Like, I think, you know, now and then if you have a good interview, but the thing is from production side, you do want to still keep, that's on the talent to decide to make the decision. And obviously you have to be on good terms with your production. If this one's worth it, but production should be keeping it pacey. Also, I don't know what the laws are in Canada, but like, for instance, in LA, if you can end it 30 minutes an hour earlier, you got to end it at 30 minutes or an hour earlier. That is money saved. Like, that is giga money saved. So you also have to consider that from a production standpoint. But anyway, we're going to run some ads as well. It wasn't as sad as of a game, honestly. I think XLG showed some good signs of life. And then we'll be back for the second match. Of course, Jonathan is Canadian. All right, while the ads are running, I am going to go get a snack, chat. So I'll be back.
a similar situation in the second one?
In the second game, honestly, kind of. I think it is going to be a little bit similar. I do really favor Fnatic in this game. I think that despite that loss to Genji, they are looking so good.
I wasn't trolling. I believe in the RRQ. I believe in Crazy Guy. They're going to be able to do this one against Fnatic.
You might just be a crazy guy for that. Now, before we get into this
or
matchup...
a little silly.
Oh, very silly. Very, very silly. But before we get into this matchup, if you are the 3 people that are wondering, what is Golden Boy up to? I got a treat for you.
I'm one of them.
Let's check in with him right now.
We have so many awesome things going on here at Valorant Masters in Toronto. And one of the things that you can do as soon as you walk through the door, get yourself some awesome merch. And I'm joined by my boy Wyatt here. We're going to talk about all the amazing things that you can get yourself here in Toronto. So Wyatt, I just got to know right out of the gate, what's been like the big ticket item that people have been going crazy for?
Well, the biggest ticket item is right behind you. It's my friend right there with the spike. We've been selling out of him as much as we can. And I mean, you say big ticket, really everything is big ticket. We've got a lot of great products here and everybody's been loving it. We've been selling out so much and the community's been great. Like everybody's been coming over. They've been great personalities, great people to talk with, and so far it's been a blast.
Now for me, I've never personally owned a hockey jersey in my life, you know, being a Puerto Rican kid from the Bronx, but here's a fun fact. I got one now because this thing looks awesome. I absolutely love the design on it. That's also not the other awesome
What are these guys
item that
doing?
they have here because I got to talk about the hoodie.
Hey, Chobra, I missed Haven. Did Jonah have more than one lonesome singular setup?
Because if you want to get yourself a high-quality hoodie, this right here doesn't get better than this. You got
not
yourself
really.
this embroidery right across. You can see the spike design. The obviously our Valorant Masters
Yeah, we got
design here as well.
what Koreans call a hot dog, which is actually a corn dog. I don't know why Koreans call this a hot dog. They call regular hot dogs a hot dog too. We got a corn dog with potato bits on it.
It has absolutely been flying off the shelves.
Flying
Hey, let's do Scrandle. Let me just put my ketchup and honey mustard on this.
I can't wait to go down and snatch myself some merch. And I think Lorax can be improved with a hat.
Or the hockey jersey. I think that's actually quite sick. I tried to get in line for that, but like 15 minutes after the doors open, it's all gone.
Yeah, people are buying it up so quickly. I think the Lorax with like the Masters toque on would look really good.
Oh yes, I'm so for that.
I'm surprised you know the word toque.
I am so for that. But what we might not be surprised or might be surprised about is the first seed curse, and of course RRQ Vans fell to that one.
Man, the Korean corn dog also uses like sweeter. Well, generally,
you get to choose your opponent, and also on top of that, you get to choose your map pick on Icebox and getting fully flattened by your opponent at the walls. This is not the start that you want if you're on the RRQ side, and hopefully they're able to work something out here to get some redemption in the day today.
Yeah, this is kind of a brutal series. The Icebox,
but also they do like a lot of the sugar coating as well.
Struggled with how slow and like macro focused Wolves is. They are
There's
one
the
of
hydrate.
slowest teams at this event. They are constantly just playing around the map, getting spring embedded in a lurk, looking for those first picks.
Dude, I'm excited for Wolves today a little bit, actually.
Many rounds. So now for RRQ, the super unenviable task of being down here with teams like G2 and Fnatic.
You bring up a great point because that's exactly what Xero was talking about when they were having their post.
Not Wolves. Not today, I mean. In this tournament. They were talking about Wolves. I was just talking about how I was excited for Wolves.
Very slow against their matchup against Genji, especially on that map of Split. So if it was a little bit of, you know, uncomfort coming out from the side of RRQ, and now they have
How do you eat these with the potatoes around it? You just munch on it.
I think now they are a little bit more prepared against Fnatic.
We also got to see some of these players really come online. Do you think we're going to see Gemkin or Gem King?
Gemkin or Gem... So Gem King is the good one, Gem Kin is the bad one?
Yes.
Okay,
oh, no.
I'm hoping for Gem King then. Nice. He was all right in this first game. But I think something to really look at throughout this tournament, for especially the new duelist players that
started with
made
the bugs.
their impact in the double initiator breach Teo meta, you get a lot less supportive utility when you're switching away from the Teo. A lot of comps are going to
Salt and pepper steak, dude.
With just the Sova to help you out. So
This actually doesn't look that bad for just like on the field.
Jemkin was one of the players who wasn't always like
What, a
super
double
crushing on a
cheeseburger
ton of
jumbo
initiator
hot dog?
utility. He does make his own kind of plays, and he'll need to find that again for sure here at Masters.
You definitely have to be on your toes when you're going to start clearing corners a little bit more, because you don't have that tail utility to help you out to push players out in these open areas to get those dual fights. So I think this is something that Jemkin definitely could have learned going into their first matchup against Wolves.
This is only 5 pounds, though.
And hopefully he's going to be able to put up those big numbers from Pacific.
And he had a lot of impact on those attack sides, which were the
damn close, but it is the salt and pepper steak.
On defense, I think about their ascent. He's pretty
Cheeseburger with chips. It looks okay. Doesn't look bad. Versus meatballs, peas, and gravy. Cheeseburger.
Deadlock utility in the post. It didn't feel like
94%. What?
The way he was in their matches in Pacific.
Euros back. It doesn't look so bad. I'm actually kind of down with it. Versus a pork shank sausage and cheese sandwich. Ooh, in Brazil?
And that's a little bit of a change of pace and a little bit of a change of strategy here that RRQ has to come up with.
I'm a little bit upset with myself because as you guys were breaking all that down beautifully, I thought I could have gone with Uncut Gem. I could have gone with that.
Go get a snack.
I could go with, so
everyone grab your snacks. Ooh, this one's tough.
Now he could probably come out as a diamond player. No, you want radiant players.
All right.
This looks pretty good, though.
Leave the dad jokes to me. Now, the one player we have been very impressed with is Cushy. So let's hear from the man himself. Jen Lee caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Hello, Jen here with Cushy.
This is I'm gonna go with the Brazil.
It means a lot to the fans back
Dude,
home.
.2. I'm goated,
like
chat.
To represent them on a global stage. So what does it mean to you?
Sorry, Jen, we're gonna cover you with a cheeseburger.
To avoid elimination today and make
what is going on?
So personally, I'm very happy that I can represent the SEA community because I grew up watching these kind of tournaments, and now getting the chance to represent them means a lot, and getting the support from them. And to avoid elimination, I guess we just focus on ourselves and our game plan to play the game. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much.
Dude, what is going on with Sauce
We
Girl?
hear that a lot, but Mimi,
Also, people keep saying that they need to make a 12-team Swiss. How would a 12-team Swiss work?
First of all, in a meta where we're moving away from the Teo a little bit more, he has a super important role. You think
Napper's Burger, double beef, bacon, cheese, and onions. I mean, surely this. It's only 2 more pounds. So what is going on with this sausage roll?
What you could do on the Sky or the Sova, how you're timing your utility for your duelist, but also, if your duelist goes down, how well you're winning
Oh, the Arsenal steak sandwich for 27 pounds versus a burnt-looking chicken balti pie.
Solid. He was winning a couple big clutches. It looked like he
What is balti? Why does this look so dry?
As he did in stage 1.
You nail it, Mimi.
This
when
is
you go,
27 pounds.
As well, or it's just the initiator role. Now you don't have to play the Teo. You're not forced to play outside of sites or playing post-plant meta, really. So you have to really get into the action with your teammates. If you're going to have lack of utility to support your main duelist, you have to be the second or third entry to make sure that your duelist is in a comfortable spot, that you're able to take these site controls. Then you figure out what you have to do after here with your second wave, the recon.
Just play to 3 wins.
There's a lot more chances.
No, but you won't have
Sova, especially in solo initiator comps,
a division of 4
Teo jail permanently for guys like Cushy.
Let's move on
with
to
12
Fnatic
teams.
Because it was a very close game. On the
It would
map
be
one
like
and
a
map
really
2.
borked by plus one. Some teams take a break and then you have to
just like
reseed.
Shanghai, where they could have won the game.
I don't think that would work.
It could have, honestly, it's funny because it could have been a 2-0 for
Dude, I don't know. This 27 pounds.
Genji eked it out, and we go to map 3 of Sunset, and that's where some of the weakness started to show for Fnatic in that one. I didn't think that they looked super ready to play into that.
But this looks.
Which is a really
I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look great.
Unfortunately for them, now they're down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and if anything, if you're looking at how things have played out,
okay,
the first 2 maps,
45%.
definitely stepped up to the play here. The return on the stage and has been killing it.
Okay,
so
I brought first
talk about the
on a roll.
On that third map, it was actually very full in the first 2.
Versus
he
chicken
was
and
such a
chips.
Good player in terms of utility, in terms of the retake.
But this
for
is
the team.
10
the amount of
pounds.
value he got from recon darts, that was
This is only 260. Surely we go for the broad first.
Looked upon, they were able to take full advantage of that one with the combination of the ISO on Haven.
Fnatic is one of the teams coming into this tournament that is not like 100% Teo pick rate team. We still got to see 2 of their double duelist maps, and I really thought they looked good on both of them. They have a lot of strength in not being fully indexed into that style of play, which is why I do
90%.
have a bit of faith for them to.
I explained it in Discord.
Here, but the
no, I
issue
saw what you said briefly, but doesn't that leave?
It was indeed, and you have to ask yourselves, you know.
But it leaves an awkward spot with the 1-1 teams, no?
Why did they decide to go here? They had the choice. They could have gone to Ascend. Instead, maybe Vans, a mistake they're going to regret.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what RRQ is cooking up on this one too, but them playing the
You still need to reseed them, no?
I think I agree to what Mimi was saying, not ready
What
to
is the
play against the
tequeño?
Deadlock. So if
Also, does
RRQ
this come
is
with
able
the
to come up
pint
with
or
something
no?
different, something that they're
That's
not
what we need
used
to know.
Maybe something that RRQ doesn't play within their own region
Chili
as well,
chicken wrap.
the stage is
The
set
Michael
for these
Bublé
type of
concert.
compositional changes.
Dude, what
I
is
feel
this?
Fnatic might be able to get upset here.
With a footy or even sport, but this is a chili chicken wrap that my folks just paid £9. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go with the laugh for sure.
It's down to how
That's
patiently
brutal,
they play their
man.
retakes. Once they have a man up, they are going to wait for
Whoa,
of the util
LA
to fade out,
Peruvian
everything to come back onto a
rotisserie
round,
with
and all retakes
half
it.
chicken
And the
fries
team playing those
and cheese sauce for only 14. I mean, for 14 pounds for LA, doesn't seem so bad. Grilled sausage with bread for $2.40
and I think
from the Czech Republic.
It's normally such a
Oh,
strength
the
for them
price is
worked
big, but
against them in that second half of Sunset.
Yeah, and it was also a
surely.
weird match, right? You know, we don't often have breaks that long too.
Yeah, Peruvian rotisserie, let's go.
Swing. It was a lovely atmosphere for them to be in.
All
They
right,
spoke
pork and
about it
stuffing
afterwards
baguette.
as well.
That is my
But
style.
my eyes do go to some
Versus
of the
a
veteran
Redmond
players. The players that
pie.
have been here before. You
At
spoke
Wimbledon,
about
dude,
Crashes
Arsenal
already,
cheaper than
but
Wimbledon for the
for
first
Alpha,
time.
you know,
Arsenal's
he warmed
cheaper.
up
What the
into
heck?
match. For Boaster, I think he really
Surely,
struggled
surely
with
the
the
pork
shooting
and stuffing
department.
baguette
And for Chronicle
instead
as
of
well, they were just
mushy peas for £9.
Yeah, definitely, but I just think inconsistency again, goes down to that third map, not getting used to maybe how Genji's playing. But the first
Are
two,
you
you have to
serious?
keep that in mind that they still played some very good Valor.
Now, when it comes to dynamic duos in this tournament, it doesn't get
Dude,
more
what
wholesome
is
than these
wrong
two.
with a
Jen Lee had the
pork and
pleasure
stuff?
of third wheeling
Dude,
Boaster and Crashes
how? Are you
Hello
serious?
everyone, Jen here with Crashies and Boaster. Now guys, you guys also
What?
talk about the importance of the vibes on your team. So what are the vibes like now that you guys are competing on a global stage? And also, can you give us a little bit of insight of your duo?
I think the vibes are really good. Despite our loss yesterday, I think it was a good learning lesson for the team. And yeah, vibes have never been better, so I'm excited.
You've seen pictures of Forsaken's muscles, Silfat BB's muscles.
No, Kami,
No
I'm
one's seen
confused. There
Austin
there
muscles
wouldn't
except
be
me in the
the
gym
same number
when
of
he
teams,
sparred
though,
me.
no?
I know that weight ain't dropping because my boy got me.
Where is your explanation?
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Vans, this is your wheelhouse. You know, as an avid gym goer, how would you rate Crashies' muscles compared to, I guess they spoke about Forsaken
I'm
and
confused.
Silfat BB?
I'm reading yours and I'm not understanding it. So if you have
Yeah, I seen it at the gym. It's actually quite chiseled.
Yeah, okay. He's got
you have 4 teams already with a bye. They just need to win one, right?
I'm impressed by other.
And then you have 8 teams. 4 moves up.
Yeah, we'll
and
hit
4
the gym
moves
with Vans.
down.
We'll hit the gym with Vans. But that man
So
on your
now there's
screen
4 plus 4 at 1-0.
instigate a little bit here at what I
So then
do
4
best.
will
Now,
qualify.
For those of you that don't remember
2-0.
Optic Crashies, where
4
were
go
you?
down to
I'm not happy with you
1-1.
for that. You know, you got to catch up
But
on
now
the
there's-
history here. When Optic played against the
Now there's 4 that's 0-1, and only 2 would move on.
the greatest global performances we have
So now you have
anybody have,
6
dropping
teams
almost 40 kills
at
against
1-1.
Crashies
And then you have
so
2 teams waiting at 0-2 and they play an elimination match?
35 just on Breeze in that series. It was outstanding. For
And
the
then
guy that
what?
is now
3
going by
teams go
X
2-1?
Pharaoh. But that was a long time ago. What, almost 3 years now to come back and have another match.
And then 1 is 1-2?
Against that one guy. They got
No,
close,
3
couldn't
3
pull
is
off the
1-2.
upset then. I think he's going to want it this time.
And then 1 goes 1. This is what you're saying? Chad, I'm telling you right now, this is garbage. You do not want this. You do not want this. The only time you would want this is if it's like 120 teams or something. This is so convoluted for the average viewer, and also there's, first of all, it's a lot of match days, so that's definitely not happening. But second of all, also, like, the only time you want something like this is if none of it really is supposed to hold that much weight. The whole thing about Riot's tournament formats is that it's supposed to hold weight. They want dramatic days. And like, that's just a philosophy, right? You cannot want that and want that. But if you don't want that, you should hold like 120 team open qual, and then it's Swiss. And like, then it's fine, because it's like, the hype between a team going 2-0 and 2-1 and another team going 1-2, like, it doesn't matter because there's like so many teams anyway, right? But this, I'm telling you right now,
because they've always been so good at enabling their
this. I mean, this is worth it for the first seeds, I guess, but it's not worth it for the viewers. I will tell you right now, this is not worth it for the viewers.
Different youngsters that they've brought into the team through their history that have always thrived in these positions.
I don't think that's a good format for the viewership.
Alpha and Kayak were able to recover after the ultimates, missing 2 of those ultimates. Alpha barely even left-clicked at Kayak. It was a weird interaction as well with the deadlock goal, but Vans, they managed to recover on Split. Not quite on Sunset, but this is what they do best, right? Fnatic don't often roll over and die after a loss.
What we had as a curse in terms of a small delay was actually a blessing for sure for Fnatic, because being able to calm things down and making sure that they're getting into the game, that the first seed curse doesn't really affect them that much. It was nice here to give a chance for Bolster to have those type of calls to allow here Alpha Year to calm down.
Yeah, it's not, but with so many first seeds complaining and losing.
So I still think that looking against
I mean, yeah, I guess we could do that format, and then we could just go the tier 2 route and end up not having tournaments. I'm sure the first seeds would love it then.
Yeah, this game
I'm not saying this format is good. I'm sure we can find an improvement, a middle ground, but that one is not it.
And I think his energy, his fragging did a lot.
Yeah, the bigger problem is 12-team events, and if teams really don't want that, then we should just go down to 8 if Riot's not going to spend more money to get venues.
But before they take the stage, let's see what Golden Boy is up to.
Is that what the viewers want?
From the Artist Alley, so I wonder.
I don't think so.
What kind of goodies GB managed to get?
It's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get it, like going to a place to get it done.
I mean, let's see if GB got his nails done.
So here at Valor Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool activations.
Yeah, I think
one of those things is our Artist Alley with our amazing community, and I'm here with Kermie, who is she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermie, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT with the team Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly it transferred into mainly Taric now.
Into mainly Taric. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
I have this one as a freebie of Taric. It's supposed to be him with his like Final Mouse collab. And I also have like keychains.
That's adorable.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people?
I mean, I'm just saying, chat. Like,
I was like really nervous at first.
this is a money issue.
Really
it's a
nice.
cost-cutting issue.
Like a really wonderful opportunity.
Yeah. And look at you, you're killing it. I came around here, you had a
one of the coaches, who was it? Was it Drew who said like worst case then maybe we should just go to 8 teams?
That I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here.
And I think then it comes down to
Wingman.
fans versus teams.
Yeah, it's a small version right here, right? This is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy?
I just guessed.
And I'm sure
Wingman anatomy.
Right? That's awesome.
Surely he has a lot of like squishiness, so.
Instead of 5 weeks of franchising, just have 5 weeks of open qualifiers. Top 8 of those 5 qualify
my wife says about me as well, so
for
it makes a lot of
playoff,
sense.
where top
honestly,
3 to 4 qualify
amazing,
for Masters.
Incredible stuff. Check
Top
out the
8
Artist Alley booth. Check out Kermie. She is an incredible designer.
Qualify for playoffs, where top 3 4 qualify for Masters.
Kermie, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
What you're just trying to hate on franchising. The format itself in the build-up doesn't change. The franchising, the groups are a qualifier for playoffs. What?
Going into this one, what do you guys think?
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and the replies, like, I was going for the other team, but who cares? We're going to let him keep the 2-0 right now for Rob Moore.
But now you're just sidelining a different conversation. You don't get to, you're not, this isn't your conversation then. You can take part in a different discussion. You can hate it, but like, this isn't about that. This is about the Masters format.
Give me the spark notes. Why do you think RRQ's winning? What's the sell?
Okay, so
I was busy this morning. Who won the first match? G2 won the first match.
Slow playstyle of Wolves. I feel that they could do this against Fnatic. Then Crazy Guy was mentioning as well. He wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that they don't fall flat.
Fans already can't grasp the concept of 18, so I wouldn't be too worried. No, I think that's a bad faith argument.
So having that many rounds,
it gets worse, and also again, it's like,
yeah, you're selling me on the
is this an exciting day or not? You know what I mean?
With him coming into that roster.
Okay. Yeah, we won't talk about what happened.
When does Randy Savage play?
We just, I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I'm getting too deep in this one.
Yeah, right.
I do know who that is. Sorry. Renegades.
Yeah,
Renegades,
yes,
Randy
yes,
Savage.
The Valorant team.
Yeah.
From like 3 years ago.
He sent me some merch, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah, sorry for egoing you just now. But yeah, we have the players backstage ready to take the stage.
Yeah,
this
but chat, I think
potentially be the start of a beautiful lower bracket run. And one
if
team
you're
will be
gonna
going
argue
home
that
no
a
matter
new format would require more days and more money, like more than one extra day, like it's fine to theory craft that, and obviously it might change down the road, but I don't think that's an immediate fix. If you want to see a format that makes change, I think you need to try to come up with a format that doesn't require extra costs.
RRQ versus
And
Fnatic.
that's not easy.
It does not matter what happened regionally. What happens?
All right, here we go.
For Fnatic and
I have
RRQ
Fnatic winning.
If they can make a lower
Sorry,
bracket
RRQ,
run,
but
and that starts right here.
RRQ struggled against a slow, macro-heavy team in Wolves, but it was their debut on stage.
Fnatic are
for
the
a very
vice
young
goats
team who is
because
new
Gen
to
G's the new
global
goats.
level as a 5. Fnatic, they're going to be a tough opponent, but they have to put their all into it now.
I think that's an important thing that you bring up. It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage, so I almost feel like you could come into this game with a
Ooh,
nothing to lose
Lotus
mentality,
hate,
have some fun.
dude.
But
RRQ.
Fnatic, there's
I
so much
actually think
energy
RRQ.
behind
If Fnatic hasn't fixed their Haven, I think RRQ is gonna rip Fnatic a new one.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen map select, I will have 2 pennies because
Dude, this
I really was convinced that Fnatic are going to pick
Ascent?
Icebox, considering RRQ have already showed it here.
Yeah, and they looked rough on that Icebox as well. But I imagine it will have been a focus, and Fnatic is excellent.
Ascent,
at,
I think this might not be a bad map pull for RRQ.
Map, so
This might not be. I think the Lotus I favor Fnatic for sure.
Team, they like the VODs, they like to counter strat.
But
and there is
I think.
VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So Vansili, they
Ooh,
have
I
to
think.
start strong and convince us why they picked
I think Haven. We'll see. We'll see what they got. Because RRQ's. I really like RRQ. I've always liked RRQ's Haven, even across the different rosters.
It's actually trying to mirror Fnatic with the exception of a KJ playing a Vice. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good on this map of Lotus.
And if it goes to Ascent, then I don't know.
Time of any team coming out of the Teo meta with their pivots because they just didn't play a ton of Teo. Both these maps to start, I would be absolutely shocked if they changed their comp because they were great on both of them in EMEA, and both of them, the meta comp for a while was named after this team.
Yeah.
Like,
and in the second round of bans, you know, they had 3 choices. They instantly take out the Sunset as well.
Yeah.
You
Get it gone.
Yeah, gone completely. But do you feel like maybe RRQ could have abused
Have
that
we?
and picked the Sunset for
It was
themselves?
just Ascent and Icebox, right, from
I think it was a
RRQ?
risk, right? Because they also haven't really played.
I mean, I think the Icebox avoiding is
when you're in a high-pressure
fine.
match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to play more towards comfort, but
Maybe you don't
just
want to
comes
play
down
the
to how good their
Sage.
Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And I think that's why they took it, because Fnatic just played against
Yeah, it
JG.
should be
You just
Panpok for
mentioned
this
before,
one.
This is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape, but that's something that RRQ does
Orange
a
Bull
lot
goes
better.
crazy.
But
That's actually
one
so
of the
funny.
biggest reasons I think Fnatic lost that Haven game was struggling to play into the Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing. I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before.
I mean,
but
if
Fnatic's
anything,
defense
chat,
was really
I
great
think
on Haven,
the
despite losing
easy
It
fix
was indeed, and it was a really good way for them to start the map.
is to
and
have
everything
one
kinda
extra
just,
day
fell apart in the
where the
second
first
half
seeds
here.
do a
But for
random
RRQ,
draw
though,
and
they're
play
playing
against each
into
other.
2
Just
maps
2
of Fnatic
matches,
love,
right?
but
A
the
versus B,
third
C
map,
versus D,
Vansili,
and
is
that's
where
how
I
they
think
choose
there could be a
who
lot of chances for them to maybe
who
pull
gets
off
to
an
pick.
See, the thing is, for me, that's where I'm a little bit scared.
But I don't think that's a good way, because I actually don't think that will fix it, but I am curious if people think that's good enough, if the teams would think that's good enough, because I don't think that would fix the complaint that people have, because I think what you want is like growing from multiple matches.
Fnatic should be able to take this. So looking at the veto process, I feel that.
But I am very curious if teams would bite that and be like, yeah, you know what, yeah, we'll settle for that, because I don't think that would fix the complaint that people have.
But here we go. Agent select for Lotus. Fnatic No surprises, of course.
Yeah, they've only ever played 2
Yeah, but
comps
see,
in the
but
history
okay, but here's my thing. If the argument is, yeah, but then they wouldn't take it seriously because there's not much at stake. I think that's a team and player problem. I think that's a mental problem. It's like, yes, it's easier to take it seriously once it's do or die. That's true. But if you need to be pressured to do well, I think that's a you problem. Like, everyone will do better. Like, you grow to do better when you're under pressure. Sure, I do better when I'm under pressure. But if you can't figure out how to put yourself under pressure, that's a skill issue in my book. That's a skill issue in my book. So, like, you know, at what point is it stage time or no? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was playing the Sova mostly in the first series that RRQ played and was really good on
Yeah,
that
they're
role.
back to the Rays.
For Vice here, he has a lot of agency when he's on defensive side to make plays.
I mean, no Tejo. So I don't think they believe. I think they wanted still the easy Rebel fight.
This match, it is a real treat. We don't get this one very often. Give it up for Pansy and Kakuka.
Yeah, thank you so much. A bit of a surprise. Mike looking better.
People hate BO2's pragmatic. I actually love BO2's, but
to be the side chick in this relationship. Okay, you put me on the spot instantly, but let's focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right? Between these two, that first seed curse has been working.
Yeah, I was wondering why Vans was on the desk.
But what's your takeaway from that
Kakuka, actually, I really like Kakuka on the cast with Pansy. Obviously, Panpak, you know, they're a duo, and therefore there's a certain level of chemistry, but I think Kakuka does a really good job as well. I mean, Hypok probably, you know, I mean, maybe he's only going to be on for the last couple of days, who knows?
Can start very carefully on that one, on this one, especially Fnatic with how slow they were yesterday and whatnot. Feel like they want to test the field.
I already like this though from Fnatic, getting proactive over towards Mount, taking space here.
Yeah, but RRQ also takes away the turret nice and early. The big question is does RRQ refight Mound at some point?
They're taking their time. They're not in a particular hurry.
I want to see how this change in the composition is going to affect the way the RRQ have been playing. Crazy Guy finds the first 2 kill onto Alvier and Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third.
Wasn't expecting that many crashies.
Xfero just catching crashies.
Dude, he hears the screen coming up and he thinks he has time. That's actually nasty from Xfero.
This is the start that RRQ would be dreaming about. Now we ask a big question. The main man himself, can he lead by example? A 1v3, a lot to ask for.
This is RRQ's old comp.
And a glance left and right. The first couple of steps, almost the deadliest. This cross is in place on the contact. Jemkin.
I mean, it's just we're so used to the Yoroteo for so long, but this is their old comp.
Yeah, Fnatic
Slightly different roles, but
we saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol round, and that definitely was a pain point for Fnatic yesterday. Yes, they managed to win like 3 out of the 6 that they played, but in 2 of those, they lost the next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, be impatient, finding the kills, finding the space, and a very quick response. If they're pushing and putting all of these numbers in C, of course, A is going to be very weak.
So,
just an easy paranoia to try to secure ult orb. They actually weren't planning on fighting that. It's a neat idea from Fnatic, although this toxic screen I think kind of gives it away. Ooh, nice and calm from Xfero. He wasn't going to get more than one after he didn't hit the first shot.
Straight towards C-side, RRQ, not really too fast now, a good idea of where Fnatic are.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, they never won with this comp, which is why I said I think Fnatic should be fine on Lotus.
To play for this retake, Kayak has already taken the long round. It's going through CT. Still, all the utility from the Vice is already in play, and RRQ should have a very easy time closing this round.
And should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose those. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least, but time to slip forward. Crazy Guy still farming up. Monyet as well, going to find Boaster, and all so far so good. It's that one loss of a gun The good cost from
He
here, Crazy
shouldn't
Guy
be
does go
allowed
down.
to
I
get
don't
more.
think
They
that
should
can be
start to
particularly valid.
exit.
They go for a well
Okay.
play, and now they just need to back away. So 2 rifles making it out there, the Guardian and the Vandal on Jemkin.
Yeah, comfortable so far for RRQ. Again, being fast on those reactions, getting into good positions for the post plans. Monia being ready with that paranoia. Even though he was playing with one of the rifles, still in a very good position. He can react to all the utility that all the team can use onto that. We also saw the Vice flash, so very comfortable for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would love to see Monia on a duelist. I think it's about damn time.
I'm with you in that, but I want to see them get there well. I want
It
to
was
see this
Breach
team
instead of
show
Fade?
that potential. There was a lot of talk about RRQ leading
No,
up
I'm
to this.
pretty sure before Tejo, this was the one they had in kickoff, no?
Kayak.
Yeah, Fade, Omen, Race,
It's the corner that's
Viper,
gonna be
Vice.
costly if he sticks around too long, but he plays it well enough. Gets to
Breach
slip
was when
away.
they were playing Tejo.
You can see again patience being shown by
This is the
RRQ
comp they
here,
had
going through
when
paces
they
this
went
map.
the
Approach
Giga
to
overtime
this
with
much
Nongshim.
reinforced here.
Yeah. One of the things that I was seeing about RRQ is this
And they
later
played it
takes onto A, struggling a
not
little bit
that
in the
well.
beginning of
They
the round.
played some parts of it well,
Roster's
but
ready, trying to deal some damage. Team has already taken
no,
a
yeah,
hit.
someone in YouTube was saying it was Breach instead of Fade, but that would be a bad comp if it
At
was.
least with the entries and how he was faring in that. And it was a bit rough for him. He wasn't able to find his footing. This could be a much better game for him.
What do you think about the team's not giving the Vandal to the? Well, he's low on HP right now, so we're just gonna give it the Sheriff. This
Yeah,
time.
that's completely reasonable. But again, they do need to handle Boaster here to an extent. They can't allow him too much freedom throughout this game, but
A lot of
forced to
faking.
respect it.
You see the paranoia, the TB, all that noise. Fnatic set to respect that. But the movement from RRQ already ready to enter C.
But that was very telling. Kayak noting the player crossing back through. It steadies the ship. Ready's Chronicle to receive, and
They gotta
Jemkin
figure.
goes down. He was
The
player
biggest
lower
question
down
mark
on
for
HP.
RQ will
This
be:
is
can
still
they
a
figure
bonus
out
round,
to
but
get
it's
through the C
invested.
side?
So
There is no
cost to this. And
Vice,
speaking of things that are running out, is
so
time.
it's not the same
15
issue they had during
seconds.
kickoff. Oh, dude, Xfero is.
Crashes like he's nothing, but they've got a plan. Suddenly we're down to a 4v4 post plant.
I mean, that was the only way they get through this, is you had to just blind check that.
Boaster with that Odin is not going to have an easy time. Crazy Guy that found the perfect timing to go on through Hobbit and support the rest of the team.
I like what Cushy's doing though.
But
playing
Xfero's
that a little
starting
bit
hot.
disconnected. It does open up risk, but they've got the support at least for now. Cushy gets cleared quickly by Alpha, who needs an upswing in performance, but Moniet's response is get
He gets ahead of it. That's good for Monyet.
Kayak comes into the building though. And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3. Not able to
Ooh,
stand the
unfortunate.
test. A necessary round for Fnatic.
NT from RRQ.
For them that even in that 4v4 with the
Fnatic
timing,
barely
running
get by
against
with the
them
bare
as
minimum
spike
though,
was
so.
going down and all the utility and no information onto where RRQ
Apparently
were
Hypog is stuck in
playing
Atlanta
after
because his
having a
flights
very
are
strong round.
delayed. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Having that patience, you still have a lot to work with.
That
It
is a
doesn't matter.
crazy check.
Kill onto
Gets the
Crash.
headshot on the crouch.
But Kayak yesterday, he was marvelous, wonderful on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for two on most of the rounds. Good job, Chronicle is saying. Another player that should be comfortable for today.
Yeah, this is the round though. I'm looking at Crazy
Oh
Guy
no,
as
it's
well.
Crashies. They're just going to be swapping around the Odin.
Ult's there for Crazy Guy early, so if they have a set piece in mind they'd like to run, they at least have that as an option. Alpha, Kev.
Ooh, dude, Alpha staying getting out with his life is crazy there.
Could have been punished, wasn't. And there's
That was an NT from RRQ, so they want to go fast with a Nightfall. There's no Vice on the the Snake Bite plus Nano.
Spike's still hesitant to commit through here, but now will be making
Holy.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of this game, RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows how to play around it. The spike is going to go down, but they're very ready. Cushy finds the first one.
Planted.
Showstopper's already gone.
The next step, Chronicle catches Jemkin, and we're down to 2. The flank feels almost out of place, but it might be the heroics they need.
Oh, he needed to stay alive. Give a little bit more time. They should have an idea. He's always on the lurk.
Keeping form standing. A big reply here to the early start from RRQ.
Yeah, the spike is going down, but these post plans are just not as effective. When you see a Fnatic on the other side that seems to have recovered that confidence that in so many occasions yesterday was missing. All that utility to come in, preventing RRQ from having an easy time onto the side. And Fnatic also taking on the opportunity to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions. We know how difficult
If Monyet was alive,
any team
I mean,
to retake on C.
yeah. Of course things would be different. They'd have another player and they'd have an Omen.
And the dances.
Of course.
It's just like being home.
Don't pull out the headset though, please.
But that was just a good setup from Fnatic.
Let's keep it calm. But
Had him
Stingers
trapped.
coming out, judges there, so a couple of bits and pieces to look out for. How are they gonna...
Oh.
And you know they've been playing the
Domed.
Odin. Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, Kayak, potential to farm here.
Chronicle has to sell the bait.
Just has to wait. Chronicle sells them.
Oh my god, the setup from Chronicle, and Chronicle doesn't get traded either.
Happy to make those plays and confidence builders for the main man on the stage.
Absolute flawless
Chronicle's
round for the
so
side of
good.
Fnatic. Yes,
Like Pansy said, Chronicle sets up Kayak a lot.
and there was definitely an
Dude,
idea to
Chronicle
show a little bit of
actually
pace
like
on
works
A,
a
maybe draw
lot
some
with
attention
Kayak on the
from
map
Fnatic,
if you
from
watch.
Chronicle and Kayak. We're ready for this aggression on to B. Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things down.
Good job, boy.
Oh yeah, they were speaking about the vibes. Crashes said that
Damn.
they were immaculate, that they were better than ever, despite the loss from yesterday. It's definitely telling.
Yeah, it is. And again, this is kind of the, I guess, polar
Yeah,
opposites
Kron is the
in play
confidence
here
builder for
as well.
Kayak. If you like listen to the replays and stuff, he's always the one that's like, that was really good. Like, that was really good, Kayak. Like, that was good. You did this well. Like, he like points out what he did well.
You're looking at what people were
And, like, Boaster does it across the team, but I think like Chronicle is kind of there to like,
dropping into the lowers, and then obviously we all
you know,
what
mark
happens
Kayak
against
for the
Foot,
confidence
right?
builder.
The ridiculous happened. But Fnatic, again, when we're talking about the composure capability there, the fact that they've been in these scenarios, they
Many
can
times.
fight through it. Now,
Yeah.
for RRQ, this is the first time they're taken to these sort of stages. The pressure
Hypoc is stuck in Atlanta because his
tenfold. It's
flight
not
got delayed.
easy. So a nice early pause here.
Especially when you're still like, there's the question of, did you really deserve
So
that
Kukuku
first
is
seed?
stepping
We're
in.
just in a crazy run. Especially with how Gen G is looking, you can be like, oh my god. And Paper Rex as well.
But would you say that about...
From the looks of it, Chronicle and Kayak also have their own handshake.
Jinja played amazingly. Did you not see the first match?
Kayak's so stable you could call him Boat. Oh boy.
You are right.
What's
You're a
next?
water fan
Cruise
and you're a
ship?
G2 fan, and you're
If he
right for that,
wins
Lauren.
a trophy, we call him Cruise ship.
Crashies, are we farming here? This again, this Odin in play has been something that we know is such a
Crazy Guy's
it's
ready to respond.
really frustrating. They do need to find the reaction to it, which I said maybe Crazy Guy doing this. So they found a way forward, right? They've made it at least towards rubble. That's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic, just playing from tree with this Odin. We've seen it a million times. It was definitely not Crashes carrying it.
Yeah, Crashies
Aw.
tried to read the extra
Exchange here between the two.
extra tracers.
Picks up the mantle.
Gives it to
Takes it
Boasters.
so Crashes can start throwing some utility.
Ooh, the timing on this though, actually not good. Boaster
Oh, dude.
completely adrift
That
there.
paranoia
Crusher in hand
has
there,
betrayed him
Crazy Guy
several times
unleashing.
now.
Now they've got to know there's still a player towards that A side. They've got to know there's one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah, we're speaking about it being vintage. That is probably one of the
Yeah,
responses
so you
and
have
one of the
Cushy going
adjustments that RRQ made
to
for
try to
this
put
round.
pressure,
Let's fight for
try to get some
wrap your
information,
attention
try
and
to
let's
keep
force
them
some
pinned
tools
here and
that
keep the
lead them
rotations
into
away.
this 4v3.
But this is a good
Zero
reset
also
from
with his
Fnatic.
ultimate. If get
They
to
wrap
that post
around and now they
position,
have
it
all
will
eyes
look
here.
very
This
good for
really comes down to
RRQ.
Cushy.
Now, I like this pause. It's good. Gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe banking, you're going to get passed out, but he holds out well, but a good trade. Then Crashies plays it forward. 20 seconds now. It's
You have
getting
no
down
idea.
to the wire. The lurk's going to be
Oh,
an issue.
Crashies the
Crashies holding on so well. And Cushy, no tip.
Crashies the GOAT.
Kill Fnatic. In all that chaos, looking composed.
And this is another layer
Damn,
for
dude.
the comfort, getting those trades. You are already forcing that very
Crash is
close-up
so
fight.
good.
We need the confidence to go one after the other. Crash is dodging that ice from the Fade perfectly, just pushing at the right time, especially when the other player is playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
And I'm genuinely very happy.
How about a
to see
set
Crashies
show
having
Paper Brand
reported.
casting
His
to
return to form has been
to swap the bulbs.
meteoric near on. It's been outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously, a lot of stars aligning, and for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight back now. This is starting to feel like a bit of a drought of rounds. Fnatic's starting to look more and more comfortable, more and more confident. You don't want to see that if you're RRQ. You need to break back in.
We see Kayak playing with the outlaw for this round. Of course, the economy not being the best for RRQ. This is one of
I
the
think
rounds that you can
the
definitely
biggest
take
trouble that
advantage.
RK, which was funny because I felt like that was an Estrella calling issue. But we'll see if they can fix it. Back then it was a Vice, so it was even harder. But they just didn't like. Basically, it was the same thing Fnatic didn't do on Haven, where they didn't pressure this enough that anything they did on A, it didn't matter.
fantastic to see. However,
Teams would just block A against RRQ, and then once it was down to 30 seconds, they would rotate, and then you'd have no way in. You would just die on C site.
Almost everything is going to be available for RRQ.
And it feels like it's going to happen again.
Man, that Odin's broken. It barely does any damage.
But this is keeping a lot of Fnatic players here. 3 players on the site now.
Okay, they're going a little bit earlier.
The others reside. Alpha.
They're going before they start the rotate, so it is better. The call is better, but again, the same location. They have different ways to punish that.
Look how far they have to dig to even get a fair fight on any
I mean,
of these
it's an
Fnatic
eco,
players.
but
Don't give up the site, but there's a lot of players. Spartan, it's so clean.
Down, C.
Crazy guy. Xfero, there's just nothing landing for him here. Nah, it is done for. Fnatic up to 5, a flawless round to get there as well. I need RRQ
So,
to hit the ground running.
RRQ, the next time they go C, there's a good chance they try to hit this.
You can see on your screens right now, it was
Curious if Fnatic will. Curious if Fnatic will adjust to that. Because the 2 times they try to go hard on C, they get punished landing next to the boxes. Once with the Snakebite Nano, once with an angle, the crossfire.
The right moment into when to take some fights, when to back off and wait for the rest of the teammate of the team. We saw like at least a couple of.
No, this is Fnatic's pick.
And
This is Fnatic's
we saw
pick.
Fnatic that was barely putting it around together.
Okay, this time though, look at the fight, look at the adjustment. Most are playing over towards
So many ultimates.
Yeah, backed away from this.
On both sides.
Yeah, I did notice that Fnatic got theirs as well, so a lot of counters here. This could get messy. Let's take note of what we've seen though. 0 pressure across the map. Not a default by any means by RRQ, right? So you've got an exploration.
Look at this, what a read from Fnatic.
Deeper line. The battle for Tree
They set him up, and now he's pushed out. He's got an op. He's always confident with it. They have a pretty good read. 2-man stack already.
Need to be careful because they are at the door. Maybe
They know they're already all in tree.
Bodies here. It's an explosion, literally.
Roaster dies, but the Nightfall keeps them all tied up.
He's still denying that there's any cross here. He gets called out to Alpha. They're coming back.
A little bit rushed.
RRQ are dropping these bodies.
Oh my!
Flies through and finds him in the heels. And now
What is that?
A quick TP taken, gets him out of dodge.
What is
He's on the other
that?
side of the map. There's the layering of these ults coming in.
All of them actually come in. That Viper's Pit guaranteeing the plant and maybe an easier position.
RRQ should still win this.
Fnatic getting all together.
Kayak picked up the Oda, never mind.
Everything is out for the side of RRQ.
Okay, Fnatic has to consider going back and getting the op and saving.
This surely is
Well, actually, their money's so good. But all coming in through this choke point is crazy.
Play back in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy.
They just want to take away whatever weapons they can if they can.
Starting to fade away here. I think
Yeah, now they'll save the op and the Odin.
Great deal for RRQ,
They did more damage.
But they've managed to find a response here, Bayer. It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have crazy guys.
They didn't even register. Yeah, no, he flew through. He literally blast packed from the wall, past it, lands, and just takes a shot. Holy.
For them to use the proper ultimates. Kayak, yesterday we did not see him with the operator, probably because Fnatic did not have enough credits to even purchase it. It definitely should be a change for today. So important as well, the way that they played that post line with Xfero. Yes, they were in there.
That was crazy.
Ultimate, but he had to be
That one was a bit of a call thing from Fnatic though, right? Because you got the Nightfall, Crashes was all alone, so he had to call for backup. Because either that or the Nightfall feels wasted, so he calls for backup. Alphair rushes out, but then he just gets picked off, traded. If Alphair stays alive even, I think that round's different. But well played from RRQ as well. They immediately just say it doesn't care if we don't have audio, we have to go as a group, and they re-cleared A main.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear.
G2 versus XLG, how did it go? XLG showed a bit more signs of life. So I think considering the circumstances, it was okay, but it was pretty one-sided. For the most part, it felt kind of depressing, knowing the situation for XLG, but G2 is qualifying for champs.
Yeah, and after the pause, we've seen
Really?
just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble at the beginning of every round.
Wait, but they don't they don't get any more points for winning today. How are they guaranteed today and not yesterday?
Finally goes down, but the brother in arms swings back in. Xfero falls, and now Crashy's once in on this side. He's damn close. Okay.
Isn't it only top 4 that gets extra points?
And slow down from maybe springing forward, but catching Cushy trying to take some space. They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
Alpha using his ultimate. It's not gonna go down. And it's
Oh, was it top 6 at Masters?
Oh. Opening the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon.
Oof. NT.
Alpha doesn't care. Closes out the round. Chronicle diffusing. It's gonna have it probably.
Oh, if it's top 6, yeah, that makes sense.
Still, RRQ after that pause is going for aim hits most of the time, just fighting for
Well,
rubble. They've been dodging.
Congrats,
Kayak
G2.
and that operator. Oh, they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that they're running out of steam here.
It's too early for that, isn't it, Lauren?
It should be, but again,
I
they're
mean,
finding
this
that
is
easy
the
solution
RRQ Lotus attack problem.
to having anyone to clear out whoever's gonna be sat with that Odin on tree, right? Yeah, it's
You're the guy.
looking
You're the
comfy.
man. You're the man.
Literally, it looks comfortable for Fnatic, and I'm glad they've used both timeouts here because, again, it's been Boaster or potentially
2G now has to
occasion
just
wise
qualify
Crashy
through
sat there
playoffs.
as
I
well
mean,
with it, but
I don't
they
think that
haven't
was
found
ever
a way
going to
clear that out
change,
without
really.
using what? There was a Fado on it. There was everything put to this.
I think the most important part is that they are clearing out.
The command is wrong. Casters are Pansy and
The problem
Kakuka.
is the second layer that they have not been able to find a solution to. It looks like A is not the kind of side that Fnatic is more down to play for the retake because they want to fight their opponents as they walk onto the side. So maybe it's time to change the plan. Hey guys, maybe we've been too focused onto A, but even though this is just the first half and this is RRQ's second timeout, they need to get back into the game. They've only won one rifle round, and that has to change.
So you're saying there's a chance on defense? Well,
Fnatic have a lot to.
I actually think they probably look a bit better on defense, to be honest. But
I don't say expecting it, but Gen G looked one of the most lethal teams.
Chobra, I have a question. If all Tier 1 teams in all regions went for a tag battle with 1st to 13 with no OT with loser rounds carrying over, what? A tag battle?
Like, I think it was Munchkin that said,
What does that even
didn't
mean?
pick us as a team to fight, they're cowards. And he's based that was cold.
That is actually so.
Chronicle 9-2.
Yep. Kayak
No
up there
wonder
as
he's
well.
smiling, telling everybody that they're great.
No, it is hard to entry, but
nothing's really hindered them. Wait and see
but
RRQ's response
but it's been done before countless times. You need to work this better, but now they have pits, so it's even harder. But you know what I mean? Like, you need to figure out ways to draw out this util first, and then put pressure here, destroy this turret, while keeping someone for the re-clear on rubble.
Do we take that?
But
Like, you need to work all three on Lotus. You just need to.
It feels like it's
You can't ever get away with thinking like,
and it's devastating,
we'll just
right? We know that
mask
these guys are very good. We
and
know
just
how
cut
good
noise.
Champion
That
was. We
doesn't
know how
work
much
very
people are hyping
often.
this team up. Even yesterday, you look at Cushy, he was doing great. You look at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot.
Yeah,
here.
and you have a raise, so like
But
worst
today,
case, you
it
could
feels like
just
it's been
paint show
pounded.
this.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is Xferro doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the alert, trying to find something.
Oof. Oh.
And all they find is that Chronicle
Oh.
putting on a clinic.
Is this the third flawless round for Fnatic just in this half? 12-2 currently for Chronicle. Finally, these better performances in this.
Chobra, can you stop cursing this team? Oh, I am so sorry to let the RRQ fans know that I have Fnatic winning this match. I have Fnatic going all the way back to the grand final.
Not looking good for RRQ.
Doesn't look like it's my fault now, does it?
Frustration on their faces. How do you get
Just
back
saying.
into this? 2 more rounds for their attack. And Fnatic has a lot to play with.
Like if a team in EMEA fought a team in APAC, APAC won 13. Oh, you mean like winner stays? With all team? I don't even know.
Even I expected, but it kind of baits them in as
Pacific
well.
probably wins though, because I think overall Pacific is more competitive.
And they don't clear Alpha. And look at his confidence. He overstays on this, willing to fight out. There was no getting out of there, it felt like, but still a 1-for-1 trade. Cushy gone. And down to this 4v4.
Very similar plan as what we saw in the previous round. Just go
Yeah, but chat, if you're an RQ fan though, I will say, I don't think you should have expected to win this map. It's Haven and Ascent that I think RQ has a pretty decent chance.
This could be a lot of damage.
I mean, I think there's a world where RQ can actually slap Fnatic on Haven.
Trying to back away. Both actually getting a bit hungry for this. And
But we'll see if Fnatic's also
They've got no idea. Oh,
corrected their mistakes. Obviously, different comps. Ooh,
phenomenal performance
so
already.
strong.
And RRQ looking down.
But Ascent, I think, is... Ascent, I actually have no idea how to read that one.
Into that second half. I wanted to see them maybe have a bit of life in these final rounds, but They're not getting past that first hurdle.
30 seconds left. Xfero still with 30 seconds left. He needs to try and save this weapon. Of course, Fnatic with huge back.
He looks better with Yoru than Raze. Yeah, but the problem is if you're running the Yoru, you need at least the Breach. But if you're not running the Teho, then if you're only running Breach, you actually have to, the Yoru actually has to do even more. Because otherwise you have like no presence on rubble, and you don't have really good ways of clearing the close corners either. So like there are Euro comps you could try, but you'd have to fidget your comp a lot more.
The death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate. Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
Doesn't a team need all decent maps to win a trophy? RRQ looks like they scrimmed this map. Well, chat, I think you also have to give credit that Fnatic are like the OG kings of Lotus, right? Fnatic's playing it very well. It's very textbook, but they are playing it really well. Kayak's also just slapping them. I don't think RQ's playing in a way where I'm like, dude, MIBR could have come and played and they would have beat RQ. Like, I don't think that's true.
But is that in the forefront of their minds?
Chat, Gen G beat Fnatic, but I really think they are currently the 2 strongest teams. So while yes, I do think RRQ should have more because I think it's similar problems that we've seen from their Lotus before. I don't think it's fair to be like,
and all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for
you know,
that second layer. He himself is also supporting.
I don't think it's as bad as you're making it sound to be. Also, I mean, who knows what they'll look like on the defense side. Their attack has notoriously always been not good without the Teho.
Making sure they know the lurk still in play. Chronicle keeping that deep alignment. Kayak finds the stop. Hello. He's gone down, but Chronicle's found one.
Kayak. Doesn't matter because Chronicle's just gonna op everybody apparently.
Take steps forward. Delayed by the util. Alpha in support. There is no easy path.
Oh.
There is no straightforward way through. And for Xfero, he's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes. But to find the other 3 was never going to happen here.
Is it reasonable to ban someone because they got rage baited by someone and called them dumb? I mean, depends on the rules of the chat.
They're usually on the other end of a 9-3, but you know, we still have the second half.
I probably wouldn't ban you if you called someone dumb, but if you got rage baited and you said, you know, you like cussed him out, I probably would ban you. I'd probably ban the person who rage baited as well, but it's the same Killjoy setup, bro. Yeah, but chat, I will also say, like, I give teams a lot of crap for not breaking into C-Site very well, but it is harder in execution. Because it's not just RRQ. Plenty of teams struggle to break C-Site setups. Plenty of teams. In fact, teams picked up on breaking the Vice setup faster than picking up on how to break the Killjoy setup. And, like, the easy argument is, well, just use the paint shells. And I think that's, but to me, I would rather see a team try that than not do anything at all. I agree. But there is reason why you wouldn't do that, because without the paint shells, it's not as easy to re-clear some of the areas. The Raze isn't as self-sufficient to go in deep if everyone else gets delayed with things like Snakebite. So there, you know, it's not always a one-dimensional thing. But they should have figured out how to break it, because also it's been around for a long time. Yeah, also Alpha's not changing a setup because there's never been a need to, but RRQ, I think also, even against the Vice, I think RRQ had this idea that we can, like, Jemkin can get past it and stay alive, and then we can trade. Like, that seemed to always be their idea. But I think they're not considering the value you get by simply breaking in and putting pressure, like, early. You know what I mean? But even against the Vice, what they would do is, like, they kept coming up with new ideas on how to get over the Vice wall. And it was like, that's cool. Like, I think that's a cool, like, I think that's a cool gimmick to break the pace.
Because he loved getting aggressive, trying to get a little bit of
that's not a reliable way to get into the site, you know?
He's not going to have that facility now. And I wonder what the plan is going to be for.
But hey, I mean, listen, as much as I glaze Fnatic just
the Viper and the Vice,
didn't punish the C-side setup at all of Gen G on Haven, so, you know, harder in execution.
Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it, but they did pick up the pistol. So maybe this could give them a bit of a stabilizing factor, something to take off the stress here, because you saw by the end of it how aggressive Fnatic were being. It felt like it was trying to prove a point, but early contact made, a little towards B, a little towards C.
But that's why I think teams who are good at attack on Lotus will always start on Mound more often, right? And then you re-clear Rubble. No point in trying to overdo the util just to win Rubble. You do that once the other team has been dominating you by taking Rubble too easily on defense.
Confirmed it, the early peak confirmed it. And Kayak, he's going hunting. Again, they're going to make this hurt. Fnatic are pulling no punches, we'll say it again. Proactive in every angle. Again, explore CT, a little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No, Kron's already got it. They are making RRQ reinvest everything just to clear this close space. Alpha, again, on red alert down here, but the site's being retaken. But
I mean, Kayak's also doing real well overall. Okay, I mean, Jemkin Xfero's been good today. Ooh, rough tag. Oh, dude, Alpha is... Dude, Alpha is just playing with him.
And it is a brutal beginning for RRQ. Then finding the kill, 3 people pushing on to see.
We know he picked Fnatic, but the heart, you see, my friend, says something different. Well, all of you guys are like talking about what RRQ could be doing. I'm telling you right now, there's not much more Fnatic could be doing right now because they're not losing. What else am I supposed to talk about? Oh, Fnatic's really taking these free kills on Seaside very well.
This team is feeling it.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this. Genuinely, I'm worried because that was... They're looking almost scared in this scenario. Oh, and that's maybe why Kayak's not missing a shot.
That is...
This shouldn't be much of a round, but the
I
problem
mean, again, eco, sure, but that's a nasty shot. Kayak's... Dude, I think Kayak has potential to really rise to the top. And we've said this about a lot of players, like Zekken included, and he's still, you know, he's still on that track for sure. But, ooh. Hold up. Yeah, that being the spike is kind of big. Crazy Guy actually doesn't need to rush over. He just needs to make sure that he's got eyes on other parts of the map.
Someone is looking. I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart. Okay, he's seen him.
Spotted.
Alpha. Oh my god, stop. He still takes down Jemkin.
Ooh, a good haunt though. That pressures Alpha to have to go for the fight.
Gifted by Monyet on his 3rd.
Spike here.
Knows where the spike is. Fnatic have to come to him. Crashies and Chronicle. Oh my god, come on, Finn. He's taking down
what?
Here.
Not calming where that's going.
Hesitant about this. 30 seconds.
RQ's gotta watch out. This is doable for Fnatic.
Crazy Guy left with just that Marshall popping off shots. He's
Chronicle. Wait, hold on. What's the setup here, Fnatic? Crashies is so low.
He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempted.
Wait, why is Kron...
Crazy Guy with the Red Bull clutch necessary in this moment.
Fnatic. I mean, to be fair, halfway through this round, if RRQ lost it, it would have been sad for RRQ, but... The swing is correct, I think. It's just, I think you should have had Crashies go for the jump.
Revitalized by that.
Or Kron. What? No, Crashies. I think you should have had Crashies go for the jump. Either way, they were both one-shot because it's a Marshall, but... Yeah, the anti-eco losses are rough for Fnatic. I don't think you should have tried to, like, bait him in because you were both one-shot. I get the idea there that you peek, but... Trying to go for A 1-by-1 swing against the Marshall is rough.
Cleared. You can kind of see the shades almost.
Or I think you should have just like straight up double peeked.
Identifying where that one was going to be, kind of going through
Unfortunate.
Getting the test over towards rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool. Let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this. Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Cushy's got to be careful. They are
I have no hope still. The fact that no one broke the recon for Monyet and he just died.
Reward as well. Yeah, Vandal found.
I mean, hey, DRX had trouble with that, and they, they still got top 2 at kickoff. And
this position.
they did okay.
He's had some mad clutches from here.
I think a couple of 3v1s, well, 1v3s from his side.
But can Crashies alleviate some of that dodging?
Dude, Boaster and I use the same crosshair.
It's Crashies.
Crashies is too good. Crashies, how does he do it? Crashies is too good. Where are all the haters now? Telling me that he doesn't deserve to be in top 10.
Back-to-back thrifties now. We thought
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, Boaster was lurking in my chat. Stole my crosshair.
He just has a different opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament.
I love how Alpha here doesn't get up.
You and me, baby. You and me, baby. Him and me. Him and me.
I love that Boaster always reminds Alpha to not stand up. I can't believe he stood up yesterday. They won the next rounds, but they won the map, but they lost the match.
We were kind of seeing Fnatic going on that
So funny.
in that previous round. That actually worked out in their favor. Ball's now changed up though. And a quick rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here, where Fnatic are kind of hurting.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that ult really execute.
Ooh, what a shot from Monyet.
Spike down. Those damn stingers, man.
Crashy's head
Jeez.
after that one. Monyet's been the one to keep a couple of these rounds competitive.
No Crashies is rough. You have Showstopper.
You're good. You ain't that good. Ooh,
Yeah, I mean, so, but you see what I mean? Fnatic's very focused on clearing this util before the minute mark. They take hits, but they succeed.
You look at this map again.
Now that means there has to be 2 people to take that safely. So you're imagining this forces a 2-1-2, and then you go reclear rubble. They're even going to go for a lurk and B. That's crazy. But RRQ makes a good adjustment here. Instead of going 2-1-2, they just say, hey, forget it. We have numbers. Let's go rubble.
I've been able to get this far. Kayak's fallen, but Chronicle's still alive. He's pulling all eyes towards this way. Lurk coming in at the same time from Alpha. This is getting messy. Monyet is down low on HP as well. And Alpha's taken this space. Yes, there's a player nearby.
Sphero.
But now has to respect that smoke.
To watch out when they go into the site.
They know one's already on site. That's a good peek from RRQ.
This is good from RRQ. 8 seconds now, and Fnatic have found no easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive, and the time has gone from them. RRQ holding on to this, Bayer.
Absolutely. Now back to back to back. Doesn't matter what you bring into the round, it's more what you do with it. And RRQ, a very good
well
idea
done.
of how to play with those
The big thing here was the 2-3 after the Vice setup breaks down instead of 2-1-2.
Right after the pistol in the eco,
So they're still able to hold on to rubble, and then they can immediately pivot back.
I mean, Monyet, for me, has been pivotal so far. Oh, yeah. He isn't sitting towards the very tip top of the board. That's crazy, guy. He sat down, you know,
yeah, but the
14.
difference is
But the value is there.
Totally.
It's been exceptional for him.
Love the fact also
You have the big ults, but they have to. Ooh, so now, see, this is what RRQ needed to do is force these changeups, because now that makes the defense easier. You do still have to watch this, so one person has to stay, but he can fight this alone because he can divide the fight.
Almost in every round, I must say.
It's a good changeup. Although I would say that for how did Crazy Guy die? What? Oh, I would rather see.
So here's the thing. Now with the man advantage, having Kayak's ultimate and also Crashies to get that information.
Diagonal one, but
you trigger some of Cushy's utility. Are you going to try and go for the C execute again?
But I quite like the deeper wall. I quite like that actually from Cushy here.
But either way, it's a good change. Because Kayak's like, okay, something's weird. Does he imagine? Thinks it might be back site. They're not thinking about it in the middle.
Doesn't hear it either. So I quite like
this might force Kayak to go in through waterfall.
If Kayak does go in, he probably would be alone at this point. Now, it does have the ult if he did want to use
Okay, so you couldn't find any answers, so Fnatic does have to start explore other parts on the map at 40 seconds, even if you end up going C.
Until this rotation comes out from Fnatic, if they leave this C side of the map,
they do have Omen ult.
Very vulnerable there.
Almost 4 players from RRQ.
They're going fast on A because they know they can Omen ult.
Yeah, everyone they have is on that C side. They believed in it firmly, and it's wrong for now. It looks like it's going to be towards B. That's where
No
the
hits
spike
on
is.
B.
It's
No
cleared through
smoke,
A. They've
though.
also seen nothing. This is getting curious. This should also be setting off some alarm
They're
bells.
just gonna hold it.
About this retake potential coming in.
Okay, now you got this. RRQ has to remember this. But they've got two. Fnatic's setup is actually really good. And then look at Alpha here. He's freaking sprinting.
Waiting to punish. All eyes turn towards the site.
As long as they don't insta-die on site.
Alpha a mile away, but still here comes the
Hugh?
pressure.
Oh, but he
Jenkins
gets traded.
Cushy there. He needs to speed up.
Alpha might be a little
Just
late.
make it back in time, but now we're in an uncomfortable
Oh,
position.
distraction.
The
Distraction
city's
from Baby Door.
gone to the
Hugh.
fuse, gets ripped away from it. Monyet wants to go back though. A 2v2 and
He's not expecting it. Oh, he's not expecting it. It's so good from Fnatic.
Forcing it up to 12. I doubted the
Oh
timing
my
on it, but it
god.
worked out in the end.
And Fnatic were so slow yesterday. We know that they're so comfortable when the clock is running down. They still
So
think
good. The
time
post
is
plant
on their
so
favor.
good.
And for this round, at some point,
I mean,
Fnatic
RRQ did the best they could, but chat, this is what I mean though. If you're playing B site, you need this. You need like 3 areas of attack.
Are you really going to expect the Chronicle
Just the obvious 2 like main and Baby Door is not good enough. You need a 3rd angle, either here or here.
7 rounds for Fnatic to close their mapping.
And Fnatic had all 4 at some point.
And already Monyet has fallen. Kayak. How have you found 2 so quick? Jemkin feels like a footnote in Kayak's story so far. A 12-5.
I think RRQ should ban this man. What do they ban? Split? That's been their ban both times?
He sadly hasn't.
I do wonder why they're banning Split.
Got everything.
I assume they don't like what they are not liking their Yoru without a Teho.
Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second. And
Good
RRQ
freezing. I think that they need this too. You know, you already have the advantage.
But you could play...
Wait and see.
You could
if
play
there's a
Breach
response
Fade
for them.
Raze.
You have all the utility from Alpha behind you. You can rest assured.
Yep.
Go on, buddy, out.
Let's just give up on the Viper.
Contact made. Sfero's got to be careful here. Doesn't take too much damage, but look at the util.
Oof.
Yeah, it's just such
Oof.
an easy punish for Fnatic when they tailor make this sort of take. And Cushy falls. It's just
Rough
too simple.
game.
Fnatic, I've got to say it. Looking
Rough
like they
game.
have
But
a
Fnatic, I mean,
great
Fnatic's just so good on Lotus.
up to his usual business, but the pacing, the tempo.
But again, I think Haven, Fnatic has to watch out. If they haven't cleaned up after yesterday, I think Fnatic could be in trouble. It's a stick man twerking. That's so funny.
That will be the next match. So let's toss this to a break and gather some thoughts from the analyst desk.
I knew my rent was gonna be late about a week ago.
I work my ass off. I'm still getting paid though.
And I just got enough to get up in this
RRQ played
club.
double duelist last time to split against Paper Rex. Oh, into overtime.
Let's get it now.
The only reason for RRQ playing so bad would be you supporting them. Ah, the cope is coming through. Good thing I have Fnatic going all the way back to the grand final. Good thing I have RRQ getting eliminated today, because it looks like I might be right, RRQ fans. Wow. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that it couldn't be me? RRQ chose Haven. RRQ chose Haven. Thinking Timmy's toe. I just saw the full name. That is I mean, I think RRQ also, I think the pressure and such is getting to them a bit. The RRQ, this is something we did talk about before, right? Even against Wolves. RRQ doesn't really have someone who's like your Siu-Fat. And like, Zelsis is the OG, and like, jokes aside, like, it matters, right? Your Zelsis, your Bane, your Forsaken. You don't have someone who is, for lack of a better term, a vibes merchant. But not just a vibes merchant, but like, keeping you in the game mentally. I do think they need that. Anyway, chat, we're gonna run some ads, and then we'll be back. Let me go get some water as well. Everybody get some water. Stretch your legs. Vibe merchants normally aren't good at the game. Seafat's good at the game. Bane's fine at the game. You might not be the carry, but Charon's good at the game. Charon and Munchkin are very good at the game. The joke about the vibes merchant is that, like, you know, the meme is that they're just a vibes guy. But my point is you need someone who takes that upon you, regardless of whether you're a star player or not. Right? Charon said he literally felt that he and the team needed that, so he started just screaming at the top of his lungs after the pistol win. It's like, if Charon can do it, somebody has to do it, you know? Somebody has to mature into that. And someone in Twitch chat is saying Monette, but Monette's... Nobody on RRQ is like a fired up type of person.
Milan,
and you have to do it intentionally. You can't do it only when
you guys obviously
you're
had
like
to choose
winning.
Your priorities. So what did you guys decide to focus on coming into today? Was it trying to keep it as clean as possible, or resetting the mentality, or making sure that you tweak the strats to make sure you counter RRQ?
We focused a lot on ourselves. I think losing yesterday sucked, but I don't think any of us were like particularly stressed. I think we just made it difficult for ourselves. And even in this first map here, we made some like critical errors, losing another pistol, another round 2. So we like to make it hard for ourselves, but overall it
yeah, losing
reps,
anti-ecos is a
practice, so
good way to do that.
Thank you for your insight. My neck hurts. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
I would argue that Texture's a vibe merchant Gen G. There is a difference between having someone who keeps you in the game energetically and having someone who's like keeping it fun.
It really is, and I think the biggest
You know what I mean?
difference you can see from this and
I would say Texture is like keeping it chill and he's having fun. He makes sure they don't get like,
really only,
you know, he makes sure they don't like tilt. But there's a difference between that and the people who are like keeping you like locked in. I would say that Munchkin and Charon do that a lot more than Texture.
I think Coach Milan saying focusing on themselves is a big thing. That's why probably they pick Lotus instead of going to something like Icebox that we were mentioning before. Not having to focus on how.
And I would say Seafat is that guy. Lysor is more like the Texture.
You're playing.
No, the vibes, when Texture gets a 4K, the vibes are set for the fans. You have to think about that. I'm not saying it's like bad for the team, but that's not what keeps me like going. Like that's not what keeps you fired up. You laugh and it makes you more relaxed, right? It makes you more relaxed if Texture like has his reaction next to you. But that's not what keeps you that's like that's when you've won a round. I'm talking about when you're losing. You need someone like after one round win to be like, you know, just like scream at the top of your lungs, be like, let's go, and like you'll be like, get up, you know, like give me your high five, like stuff like that. You need that because it's a momentum based and it's an emotional game. You need it's. I mean, if teams are talking about needing to play on the stage before, you can't tell me that you don't need that, and it's very apparent in the teams that keep momentum even in the tough games.
On top of the big stuff as well, and well, Kayak's numbers at the end of the game. One of those things, 21 and 11.
So I think, but if you look at everyone on RRQ, it's like they all kind of feed off of that, off of each other. I would actually imagine that like Crazy Guy and Xfero probably do it the most naturally, like on their own. But those two also seem to like think too much as well.
And just keep winning. It's crazy.
Yeah, and do you know who is good? Austin Crashies Roberts. Your boy.
Yeah, played so well. I think.
Yeah, like I think having someone that makes it silly is also good. Again, I'm not taking anything away from like what Texture provides out of the game, but I just think like if that was good enough, then Charon shouldn't have felt that he needed to like get fired up. You know what I mean? I think there is a difference, and for FPS, I think that matters. I think FPS, like FGC, these like real-time games, where it's about instinct, I think it matters.
Why Fnatic has reached out to a player like Crashies when question marks were coming through when he got dropped by Energy in the past.
I've been
Texture plays Valorant like he's a fan. That's true. I think Texture is great for the game, and I do think Texture is good for the team. Also, he's just, I mean, he's killing it, but. Oh, chat, look, another Crashy spotlight on Fnatic.
is one of the best teams in the world.
Who could have guessed that Crashies would be a highlight player on this team coming into this Masters? Can't think of anybody. Can you, chat? Who in the world in their right mind would highlight Crashies above the likes of Chronicle and Alpha here? I can't imagine anyone would do that.
They weren't able to close it out against Gen.G yesterday. It caused, I think, it snowballed into a lot more
going back to the whole
issues as well,
vibes thing,
and that
that's
they
why I
gotta
give
fix
Forsaken
the
a lot of
pistol.
credit, because
It's nice
he's
to win a pistol
specifically
before
talked about how he felt he needed to do that. And I agree that that team needed someone to do that. And he's now doing it very intentionally. Like you can see, like even in rounds that aren't big, like he like gets up, he like gives a really hard high five to his teammates, you know, etc. And now you have Jing like feeding off of that as well. Like it's big.
Next to me now, Ewok from Breach Teho to Vice Fade. We see you guys kind of making those adjustments to adapt to the non-Teho meta. Has that process been more challenging than you thought it would be?
I think challenging so far in our matches. I feel like in practice it's been good. But we didn't really play like ourselves. I still feel like we're not taking enough fights. So hopefully now we get to take some more fights.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Go fight!
That's what Gen.G did, Mimi. They fought and then they won. Is that the answer for RRQ too?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have
Chobra glazing himself like Honey Glazed barbecue chicken soup.
To the comp. They were most successful on their defensive
the sequel
side,
to Sideshow buttering up.
Fnatic struggled a lot playing into the Viper there. The timings, the late round stall you have when you can put up that wall, use those mollies at will, really seemed to cook Fnatic. And I'm sure this is a map that they were hard focusing on after that loss to Gen.G and are going to come in prepared today. So I don't think
did Boaster get a stupefy in? That's a good question. Yesterday he missed to stupefy in Gen.G because they were all away from their desk. That's why they lost.
The players at the right places, but where
the magic just wasn't there.
Just those duels. Sometimes they're getting into a 3-player stack, perfect into at least trading off Kayak because you're trying to open up the seaside.
Hold on, that doesn't deserve a sequel.
Simple 1v1s that were just not won on their side. I think
what, you don't want? Yes, so I don't think you should try to imagine what that would be like.
You get into these moments where you're actually able to get first shot as well against your players or your opponents. You have to win these duels.
Ooh, Agent Select already locked in for RRQ here, and they're going for a
RRQ plays the Neon Yoru.
That's a little bit spicy.
It's good. Their Haven's good. The Neon Yoru's good.
It seems weird on
the Neon allows to set up the Yoru.
Something like a KO would on this
and
map
also this allows Monyet to just take fights. I'm just as a reminder, coming into this, I said I think Haven actually favors RRQ. So
you basically only have the Omen Paranoia or maybe that Sova Dart to set Monyet up.
Keep that in mind. And their Haven has historically, Ewok's Havens have generally been very good too. Same with Warbirds. Probably two of some of the strongest Haven coaches in Pacific.
You're keeping a Sentinel player going into this composition. That was something that was really
Crashies raise. Let's friggin' go. Triple duelist.
It allows for them to get good information and to readjust when you're able to fast TP on a Yoru, when you're able to fast rotate with the Neon. I think they are coming in with a composition that wants to fight toe-to-toe against Fnatic.
XR got caught off on
I want the Reyna Jet duo of Crashies and Boaster holding hands and entering sites.
When you're playing this kind of super heavy double duelist comp, you're going to pull a lot of rotations, create a lot of gaps that he can capitalize if he's on point with his lurks.
And I love that they moved away from the Fnatic comp because
RRQ has done this before. RRQ has done this before.
This is new. We've never seen RRQ bring this out before. So hopefully Pansy and
Oh, was it not this map? They have done. Oh, maybe I'm only thinking of Pearl. Maybe it's only been on Pearl.
I want to see this go the distance. I want to see the best of RRQ because we saw a glimpse of what Fnatic can bring on map 1.
I could have sworn they tried it on Haven too, no?
The Agent Select we've just seen. What stands out to you here?
I mean, there's a couple of things. Of course,
because yeah, they were playing the ISO Yoru before. Oh no, Kickoff they were playing Jet. Never mind. I take that back.
And also, very important, it was Monyet that actually played the Yoru, and Jenkin was on the ISO. So he's moving away from that Yoru.
Yeah, but they swapped that, didn't they? They swapped that as well. No, the Neon Yoru was on Pearl, and that was with Teho, which is that does make sense because in my head I was like, yeah, but where was the Teho in the Haven comp? But now that makes sense. But I think Neon Yoru is fine on Haven as well.
RRQ need to remind themselves of who they are. That first seed comes with a lot of expectation. They need to live up to it now. Starting out on the attacking side, of course, Fnatic on the defense. And if you're spotting out Kayak, you might be having to start commanding that flea on site. The man was monstrous in map 1. Can he get handled early here?
Little bit of contact over an A. Look at the positions for the rest of Fnatic.
Oh, but it's been spotted. Monyet knows about this. A bit of a trade out. But I like this. I like what we're seeing.
Lots of pressure on B.
Trying to draw this, but if anything, you've now got to brawl with the big boys.
But Fnatic just says, let's push out. They wanted this fight. Oh, that's a huge TP. That's a massive pistol from RRQ. What a play, dude. What a play. Holy. Fnatic didn't send. Oh, that hurts for Fnatic.
3 people defending on A. Chronicle is going to be stopped by that trapwire. His position revealed now for RRQ.
And I love that. Whether or not they were aware of how well they manipulated, Fnatic wanted to take
the super commit with fast lane relay bolt. I don't know if you're through a flash here or not. But they make double footsteps. They both walk in, sell the B, and you're waiting for them to push out of A because you know that they will. And once they do, Yoru TP's behind them.
That is exactly
that was
what the
insane.
wanted for RRQ. A flawless beginning in map 2.
The resurgence for this team still has to begin on this second map. It would be the first map win in the tournament. So starting like this was such a beautiful play.
I mean, the TP on top is like, that's a pistol cook right there.
Getting that tail and reacting to it instantly. Clean round for them. We know that there's been some thrifties.
Just keep it
Alpha
clean.
air with the sure.
Right? This has to be a really methodical build back up for RRQ.
Wait, both teams don't have Viper on my Haven?
Why not? You've only got
Blasphemous.
the sheriff in the hands of Alpha.
How does this affect the Munchkin walled face?
Actually didn't get the full information at all. A lot more players have slipped the net than they expected. You can see the surprise on their faces. Crazy guy.
Oh, dude, Monyet is good with the neon.
Already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well. No threats to be found. Is out for the last one alive.
I mean, some damage.
You can see them trying to find a bit of stability, slowing it down. Now, at this point, they were still fine. They haven't lost out on too much. It was a
He's
couple
got
of
a
pistols here and
sheriff.
there. But these remaining weapons, they'd love to keep. Alpha. Oh my god, it's good.
Oh, he tried to go for the quick hits. Imagine if he connected onto 2, he dips back and he shields up.
Got one sheriff. I think it's a very, very fair trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven.
Munchkin is reeling, looking at a no Viper Haven.
I expected a different one, but I'm going to take
Munchkin's
the neon.
like, they just don't know. They just don't get it. I mean, for what it's worth, I think Viper on Haven is fine.
I am so for it.
And I don't even hate this wall.
The first 2 rounds
I just think it makes C weak, and C should be punished.
This would be where we start to build in. This would be game on. You can see the early beginnings here, but Monyet looks hungry. Already starting to try and take that space, up out the chest a bit, but it's Kayak
Whoa,
to win
what was
out this fight, so backs away,
Oh, he was trying to shoot the
jumps up, that's a tick in the box
drone.
for him.
Got giga-baited. That was a util combo right there.
In case RRQ still wants to go for this A hit.
But I like the proactivity elsewhere on the map from Fnatic.
Crashy's baiting.
It's a bit audacious in a 5v4. You don't need it necessarily, but I like it. Jemkin, the one to be tested now. Is he up for it? He is. Clears
Okay.
Kayak. This is good. This is heads
Kayak
up
was
work.
playing here before. He's got to watch out with that position. Jemkin's Thor with that. They did their research. Kayak likes to push out and camp out there. Or just in general, Fnatic does, actually.
This keeps Fnatic wanting that back, but the freeze doesn't work. Crazy guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished.
What steps and they leave Crashies? Look at this, the bait. The bait.
He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but there does open up a
Crashies
chance
is
for a
wondering
trade.
where
This
the
now
other,
feels a bit
where if
scrappy.
there's got to be one more. He's
Sight is a clear
they are getting
sight.
Fnatic's gonna be
Well on this.
kicking themselves for that.
Verbosa's not gonna disrespect
They
it.
thought it
He's
would
gonna
just
wait
be
it
a
out
double
moment.
prong,
Has to
but
wait a couple
Jemkin
more
just,
for
he's
Chronicle to
so
get
slow
closer.
on it.
He's going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone. He's going to be spotted, but as you're saying, Chronicle's just joining the fight. 2v2 situation.
They know the paranoia is there.
Steps as well. Jemkin gonna be blinded.
Okay.
Now it's game on.
There was one.
Forced to swing. Punishes. It's dreamy.
Damn, dude, cushy.
Converting this bonus is everything
Ay,
they would have wanted here.
ay.
After a shambles of a first map, that is how you start things off.
Love the patience that they've had working around the map, thinking about the tells that Fnatic could have. If Kayak was going to have that presence
That
of
is
mid
rough,
that he did not
but
only show at the beginning of the round yesterday,
I mean,
but also
I'm
in
like,
that position beneath.
Not that surprised, but that is rough.
Forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Cushy as well, seen him on the Soba. He's been so good this tournament.
Double stingers. Yeah, Cushy's also been, you know, reminding everybody that he's doing fine. He supposedly had like a bad wrist during the playoffs, right? At stage 1.
Speaking of fights, Boaster's failed his there. Jemkin all too aware. These smokes, these plays that Fnatic are making feel, I don't want to say readable, but similar.
Well, they're very, yeah, they've been repeated. RRQ's done their homework, and Fnatic's going to pay for it.
It's rare he underperforms.
I hope to God Fnatic's Ascent looks good.
And even he was saying on his socials that, you know, he wasn't that happy about it. It's something that I want to see more.
We'll see. It's not over yet, but like this is.
It's rare to see him having an off.
It's on the same trajectory that I expected. I did not expect a bonus to go the side of RRQ,
but again, you hold it to a high standard when you talk about.
You cleared close. There's nobody there.
But this round shouldn't be the one
immediate
that they get
re-clear.
Fight back on. RRQ need to be able to handle their business here. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
Ooh.
Would you consider that a silly mistake?
Speaking of,
Kayak hitting that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak moment. But in the meantime, what they've done is really good. They've taken control of this C site. They should be able to get into a good
Alpha Air Vandal.
There shouldn't be too many worries.
Giving Jenkin that spike, so
double Stinger Vandal. It's doable.
On the next round.
For Fnatic.
Is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings
huge clone swing, but they can't find a kill. That's rough. Taking a hit on Alpha Air as well. Alpha Air's going to turn on his shield. Just take the duel.
Kayak on the flank now with that Stinger.
And it is Stingers, though. You can see the range being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's length. Having a little bit of a back and forth, but again for Kayak, it's okay, that's a shot.
Okay, well, good shot from Jemkin.
Down to the 3v3,
no time.
But time is going to start ticking here. They still have the smoke towards the spike. He's still got one. Yeah, beaming him down.
Oi,
this guy's aim
oi.
is nothing to be underestimated, as Chronicle is a formality. RRQ are here.
It'll be interesting to see who ends up as the best rookie of the year. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of competition this year.
RRQ with 3 very important
A lot of competition this year.
What could be one of the rounds that defines this half? Fnatic back on track and to get some money in. But if Monia and Jenkin keep finding the effect that they are, same goes for Cushy.
We're back, boys. Let's play the game.
They could actually be very back.
I don't disagree. You're starting to see them firing.
But again, if you're an RRQ fan, you want to see things like that when they're losing, you know? Not after a map 1 loss. That just makes it so hard for yourself.
In his hands either. Normally sits towards that B side, top side, gets that nice deep line to play with.
Constant fight for A, but Kaya gives up very, very quickly.
Yes, so make up your mind.
Up against Monia and Chemkin, not in this state.
Again, just trying to.
Who's the best rookie of last year? I think undeniably Charon.
Right, a lot of question marks on the map, and that's a good audio cue for Monyet. If they're aware that, you know, generally there's a player, you know, tucked maybe towards sewers, hearing them already back away is pretty good. And I don't think the Outdrone actually managed to press that corner, but Monyet's got 2 players to deal with. Kayak wants the information, Monyet wants a fight. He wants blood, and he's going to only get his own left on the floor here. Nice follow-up from Kayak as well. It's clean. The spike does go down. That's a big bit of info, but pressure
That is kind of big. And they know Jemkin's stuck on C.
Jemkin almost over-succeeding here, pulling the players away. And
Over-succeeding.
4v3, Boaster now peeking on
Suffering from success.
Oh, that was kind of nasty. Boaster.
Huh?
Shot goes astray.
Boaster?
Well, that was his all day not to beat. But a 2v4 Bayer, these are the rounds that can break the spirits if you lose them.
Cage triggered.
How can they is going to go down.
Jemkin goes walking. I quite like this. He's got to get proactive. They need to get a kill.
The bait, the bait.
This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get
Huge setup. He does get Kron. It's kind of big, but Xfero has to find the 1v1s. Yeah, that's tough.
Re-clear the site. 3 stay standing.
Yeah, Boaster, a couple of operator shots, no kills. Maybe just give it back. Just give it to Kayak. And speaking about Kayak, him finding 2 in almost all of the rounds was something that we saw yesterday, and apparently we are going to see today.
The doubles every time.
I expected Jenkin to go with his ultimate, with a TP out, something that I have seen him done in the past multiple times. Gather the information on one side of the map. If you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team, and just go on a very hard.
All right, Kayak's got your role now. You have ISO ult as well. Boaster keeping the op. They want Kayak to get a little bit aggressive.
Very, very good. He seemed to always get that. but it has not been
Interesting.
a good couple of days for him. He's had a hard couple of performances as of late here. Again, this became the
I think they
Fnatic
know
comp,
that
right?
they
Two
just
sides
need to
really into it
take
well.
these early
How do
fights
RRQ keep this in mind?
against the
Max
Neon. I think that's why Boaster's just holding a long safe angle on C.
This guy is so bloodthirsty. I love it.
Ooh, Yoru had to TP out.
And it doesn't look like he's particularly stopping either. He is off to the races. Oh my god. Oh!
You did get spotted. Alfair thought he didn't get spotted.
Oh, bounding into the site.
I was about to say, I don't know, that jump was pretty big, man.
Because look who's hunting him down. Does well on one.
Oh,
my
man.
god, this is unreal. And again, Boaster needs to start landing these.
No, Boaster used to be Boaster used to op all the time. I know he's missing here, but like in EMEA as well, he was racking up kills with the op, and he used to pick up the op in like overtime and stuff. Even in the old rosters. He's definitely missing the shots now, but I think this is not indicative of how he used to do in general with the op.
Alive for the side of RRQ back on the board with that 5-1. But as I was saying, they've been struggling so much with that A control. They're like, you want to fight?
Let's
you
go.
sure you want to fight? Okay, let's
Yeah, the OT bind Boaster ops, those are iconic.
shooting when he saw Monia walking in, just trying to
No, but it's not so much because if you put Kayak on the up, it's not like Boaster as the Omen can go out and fight though. You know what I mean? This is strictly because they want to 3-man fight, because if the Neon Yoru pushes fast on A main, you can't really hold that. And you can try to keep the op there, but the op, it's tough. And I mean, yeah, maybe you get one, but the speed at which they can barrel through is going to be so tough. And they don't want to have to do a retake, like they don't want to give a free side on A. So they're fighting with 3 on A, but if you have an op there, it's at most a 1 and done, and there's still going to be a fast hit anyway. So you want to stay with a skirmish, so they want 3 rifles. So then they send the op on C, but if the Omen's here, the Omen can't safely fight that.
Right, coming into this, we kind of need to slow the roll. We've got a bit of a weird buy, but we've got plenty of ults.
Exactly, they're going to have 4 ultimates.
I think the other problem is if Kayak gets it, I think Kayak's op is, you know, godly, but if Kayak gets it, even if he gets one and leaves, it's like if you just have to give it up, on A site, it's not good. The retake with the op is going to suck. I mean, you could give it over to someone else afterwards, but this I'm okay with. I mean, just because it's Kayak, like maybe you should at least try one round where he has the op, but
No.
I know, devastating. Okay, but 5-1.
Oh,
make it
I
hurt.
thought of Heretics for a second. Sorry.
Make this hurt. RRQ, you had a rough map 1. Show us who you are. Show us why you had that first place in APAC. Show us why people were eyeing up Jemkin like he was
this close. They're going for the close trip now. Do you like RQ's Neon Yoru?
They've set this idea. There's gonna be pressure.
Or the 100 Neon ISO? I prefer Neon Yoru.
They put 5 players to this.
I think Neon Yoru is quite good, especially on large maps.
They're already in the door. RRQ getting that plant down. Fnatic are being outcalled on this.
Spike planted. Spike's gonna go down. A lot of noise from Monia. Nothing is going to be
You went for a half
and
buy.
all the decisions from RRQ. Cushy
Gotta go for something.
Taking control of that garage, clearing it out with the drone. The paranoia. Oh, not going to hit.
Nice
shot. Crushes is going to hit on Farah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's don't make Boaster jealous.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But there's still a post plant, right? There's still a post plant here that is going to be hard to break because of the time. You can hear it. The clock's already ticking. So it's going to be down to the wire. And Monyet will
Okay, they draw out the ult.
If it means the round secured. And he's just going to go nuclear.
I think it's a good ult for Monyet, but Fnatic will draw it out.
But this is round 1. Again, I love what we are seeing. RRQ playing with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in their head. They know that they've had to try and deal with him, and they punish this here.
Yeah, especially with a lower buy, a force kind of, to getting a couple of rifles in.
I'm okay with this Neon ult. Just guarantee it.
Making all that noise, using all of that utility, but especially in this later moments, we see Monia getting the kills, yes, but you wouldn't be anything without
Mag needs to wake up a little bit.
The recon, without Crazy Guy. Like, there's so many things going on to why this was such
Jemkin's
a good
10-1-1 shot.
They can't stop those.
Rough for Fnatic. Full ults on Fnatic.
On the attack that RRQ got on Lotus was with all of those ultimates.
Hold on.
I think the smoke after the barriers are up, like way after, is a little rough. They try to go for the flash. They know Xfero's here. Boaster. Oh, what? He wins that with the classic?
You're looking at the likes of Chronicle over on this side. He does have support from Kayak. They've got plenty of ults to play with if they feel like they need this still.
Because of that, RRQ's kind of scared of the flank. Monyet's kind of gets some good value here, and I think he might see if he can get a good timing.
And this
They're not thinking about this.
Timing, patience, pays
Oh, they kind of were. They still weren't watching it, but where is the coordination? Alpha here? We had Euro, drone, everything.
They've been denied this. Cushy's in trouble.
Oh, the setup for Kron. That's so crazy. Yeah, but can they stick the defuse? Cyber cage. Oh, Crashies, the bodyguard? Doesn't matter. Holy. Yeah, Fnatic already used the timeout. One timeout. I think that round Boaster having op mid allows him to have more control on A, or was completely fine with his util. Yeah, maybe mid would have been better. I'm okay with that. I think it's, but again, I think it's probably just fear of getting swarmed if you don't, like, even if you get a kill, unless you kill the Neon. Because on B, it's kind of easy for that to happen, right? On C, like, you have the double TP to try to get out. You can do an easy paranoia as well. But maybe B still would have been better. You can hold B, and then you just get out through Link, and then paranoia this if you're concerned.
And they are avoiding that A side of the map. They don't fancy it this time, at least not early. Glance towards B. And a patient Kayak.
Yeah, missing the one way was a bit rough as well.
Speaking of patience, both sides trying to get a read. Yeah, it was. I like this though. A change of pace, a gear shift from RRQ. They do have this
just your ult.
Util being cleared.
Gets the trip away with the clone. That's good. You get the cam as well. Okay, Kayak bails. It's going to be a full retake. You have ISO ult.
Alpha does not stop that from happening. He lives his ultimate, that kill contract for the retake, trying to get someone out of the fight. Xfair waiting.
Yeah, but now you have to use it blind. Where are you going to use it?
Again, push through A.
Well, they have been punishing those flanks a lot, right? The amount of times we see a player behind, but this mostly is going to go through CT, through Garage. There's that ult, and there's the catch. Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space. And the one
they need to swarm him, but they're not thinking about Monyet. Oh, yeah, they are. But Jemkin's just too good. Holy.
That's the player we've been waiting to see.
That is the Jenkin that we were promised, and is finally
arrived
in Toronto.
I mean, that is...
the board for RRQ, looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
That was a Jemkin round. Alpha needed to win that, I guess. Overall, even the follow-up wasn't that bad from Fnatic. They were slightly late, but they got the immediate trade on Neon.
They needed to believe they deserved that top
but, dude, he just peeks out and takes out Kayak. Holy.
Has been stolen and tried out by many teams. One of them being them, so they know exactly where the weaknesses are.
And again, in my mind, that makes the problem for Alpha worse.
16 and 2.
Yes, he's absolutely nailing this. And this is now compounding issues for Alpha. The confidence won't be there. The ult didn't go well. It almost felt like he was hesitant to invest it. But a mid-walk is their reaction. Kayak not going to connect. It looked close, but not close enough. Going to try and prop up Alpha, play him into this. But again, RRQ and no slouches. They're going to go through the checklist.
Fnatic struggling with
shouldn't be making errors. They
finding a good answer.
They don't have to play at the tempo that Fnatic would want.
Fnatic, of course, money's not the best. Too many rounds on the side of RRQ. Taking their time, and Alpha is trying to go for time in here. Crazy guy going to be the end for
RRQ knows that they're going to want to push out. It's the defense that's rough for this comp anyway. So RRQ knows, like, you guys got to push out for info. Like, when's it coming?
Probably just Alpha wanting to feel like he can get into this game. 3-9 is a quiet game from him.
I think he must have felt a little bit.
What's Jemkin at now? Like 13-2 or something?
The guy that is 13 and 2.
Oh.
Anyone else? Yeah. Please.
I think he needed that for confidence.
Yes.
And RRQ just walking
30 seconds left.
onto A.
Yeah, this is just beautiful to witness.
Just passing by.
Really solid. I normally would get a bit nervous around this time just because it does get a bit late here. There's always a chance it could go wrong. As the way they're playing, I don't have that much fear. And that's why RRQ continue their
8-2.
8-2. Fnatic floundering
He's
under
16-2.
the pressure
Holy.
of this. Really upset potential in the making.
17-2-1. My God.
Knew what they were doing.
An absolute
Choosing
carry
this
job so
map.
far.
They knew that Fnatic played it yesterday.
I think
They
Fnatic
said
would like to make it
surprises
4-8.
in the picks.
They definitely need at least a 3.
We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop it. We know what we've struggled against.
Damn, through somebody
And
else's
just like we
glasses? What a
saw
crazy
on map
shot.
number 1, Fnatic are now requesting their second timeout. Of course, in map 1, it was RRQ using both of them.
I actually think this timeout is valid from Fnatic. It's your second one, but you want the 4-8. If you get 4-8, you're actually feeling okay for the second half with your ISO.
What was it? The one after Pistol and Eco, right?
Yes.
And then we had no, it was after because they won the bonus. It's coming back to me. But there's been rounds with a lot of utility invested, a lot of ultimates, very expensive ones, and never in comfort. We're speaking about a Fnatic that was going from
See what they talk about, though.
Lotus, and that right now RRQ are defining this haven. This double duelist, Jemkin is back online.
I want a big cheese.
Oh,
I want
cheese too.
a cheeseburger.
Should I say that?
I don't know either. I wasn't going to bring attention to it. I was just going to say that, honestly, and I'm not even trying to, ham it up to the crowd because I'm not going to yell it, so maybe they won't even really notice. But the Toronto crowd's kind of been sick.
Yes.
They've actually kind of been, they just cheer for good Valorant, which is rare. I like that.
Which is
They
rare.
remind me a lot of the Japan one.
Ooh,
It
good
was
shout.
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, glazing over. Time to focus. Fnatic, let's see if you can recover anything these last couple of rounds, right? And again, though, in this moment for RRQ, they can flip the script themselves, right? They can come back into this call. Yeah, nice try now,
RRQ
guys.
makes the
Anyway,
call
we're
that
gonna
it's going to
change
be a
things up.
switch up.
Good luck. Now,
Actually, not that big of a switch up. They just get early info on C. Oh, Kron wanted to play backside, but again, this is the fear, right? You get the Yoru, the Neon's there. You get the Neon, the Yoru TP's in.
I thought that was on the money. It wasn't for the second time.
That's the fear that Fnatic's had this entire half.
Coming in soon, but Monyet's doing wonders. Didn't even catch that one. But for now, you look at what they've got in the post plant. Still got that paranoia. Still got a lot to play with here. And Alpha's got to be an instigator. We've got to see the man, the Wonder Kid himself. He needs to make an appearance. And it looks like RRQ trying to bolster the numbers on the side. Here he goes. Alpha
Crazy guy.
strikes in, kicks down
That
the
might have
goal.
messed
Can
up
he
the
get
timing a
second?
bit.
Crazy guy denies now. Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT. Looking to try and close the net together though. It's not
He had to
working
swing
out
and
for
win
Monyet.
against Monyet. That's tough.
Things RRQ defying expectations now, keeping Fnatic on only 2 rounds.
I absolutely love that out of the 2 timeouts that we've seen this half, we see such curated rounds for the side of RRQ. Again, just being very, very fast on the execute. On the other side, we see an Alpha that is not hitting the shots. It doesn't matter that he has a shield to go with. We see an RRQ that is hitting everything. And
Yeah, that's off the timeout as well.
And now it's not an
It's a good
over game,
timeout
right?
read
It's
from
not even an
RRQ.
over half, but I do start considering map 3, and a loss like this weighs heavy, right? We have to talk about the mental effect this could have on Fnatic, even after you throw in what happened in game 1 they played. But back to what was working, Monyet on a run.
And now they go for a full fake. Bold from RRQ.
Look at them, 4 players.
Bold. Fnatic has the read pretty fast.
Behind that, we've cleared it. I like this late pressure through sewer.
But it's not going to be fast enough. Oh, and Boaster dies there.
They want to try and take the fight on this. And look who's winning it.
Oh, that was meant to be a setup for Kron. That's rough. That is rough.
Crashes alive in a 1v4. Oh, this is outstanding.
That is rough.
A 10-2 half. We were speaking about how good Fnatic was looking.
It did read like it.
9-3 on
Lazy.
Lotus, but a 10-2
So if you didn't feel it was, I think you probably have to you have to watch how you type your language when you're typing versus talking. There's a difference because there's no inflection.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all starts.
That doesn't mean one side is in the right and one side is in the wrong, but looks like RQ decided to show it. Well, I think Haven's one of, if not their best map in general. So I think it's a good second map for them. And I think Ascent is... I think Ascent could go either way. I don't actually know what to expect from Fnatic's Ascent here. Let me just so we can have better discussions in chat. And this goes for everyone involved in any type of discussion. And same for me whenever I have a discussion with chat. But it's no longer a discussion if everything turns into a rebuttal. That's not a discussion. That is a I'm right, you're wrong conversation. And people miss that a lot, including myself. Like, you know, because you're just thinking about your logic and you're like, yeah, but this could happen and this could happen. But it's like, but at a certain point, then that just gets exhausting for the other side when you're having a conversation. So, and that's why sometimes I'll tell chat like, well, I think that's a bad faith argument. I think you're just having a bad faith argument, because like I'll say something and people will be like, yeah, but you could just do this, and it's like, I mean, okay, like, what do you're just trying to say that you're right at that point. So it's like, but I didn't read it fully because you guys were just going at it and it didn't cross any lines. But I'm just saying it definitely read like an argument on both sides. And that's fine. Some arguments are fine as long as you don't cross lines. You know, you drop it, you move on. Faker made it to Canada. Uh-oh. What does that mean for Munchkin's Viper Wall legacy?
Get closer and closer. We get ourselves ready.
The defensive side was Fnatic's good side against Shenji, wasn't it?
The tempo is shifting.
Yeah, and as we can see by the Coinbase Econ report, Jemkin is
yes, well, yeah, but I think that was more Genji also failing on the attack. The Fnatic's comp is meant to be better on the attack. Now, obviously at 10-2, I don't think that really matters, but...
They are not defeated after that first Lotus. And a map
Hello,
that has always
Banana
been
Bay
so
lover.
good for Fnatic is about to take them onto somewhere they might not be as comfortable.
Yeah, we don't know yet. That is into the dark, but it's not.
Wait, what? Why is your chat like in a gradient? What is going on there?
And with the pistols have been going
What the heck? Is that like a new Twitch feature?
Yeah, or one Jemkin round, one Monyet round. Look at the score. Look at the state of those two.
Oh, it's one of the bits?
Monsters.
Wait, what? Oh my... Sorry, my alerts aren't showing up. The gradient showed up, thankfully, so I didn't miss that. Seems like my alerts are being broken again. But I don't even see the bit alerts on Twitch. That's my bad. Well, thank you for the bits.
He's about to buy as well.
You said it's 100? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. RRQ can win Ascent. No, I think they can. I just don't know, quite frankly, what to think about from... But the last time... You know, against the Wolves, I don't think it looks that good, but I'm curious how Fnatic's gonna look on Ascent. I mean, Kushi was hoping, because since he wasn't spotted, he was waiting for the stun to drop out.
Xfero has a mountain to climb. Right, left,
oh, spending bits for effects doesn't trigger alerts. Weird.
Chronicle had a round when they really had no
Kron gets a 4K though.
Chronicle, brilliant on that first map. And around that, of course, Fnatic.
Yeah, Munchkin was very good on the defense against Fnatic, but I think also Fnatic played the attack poorly, but I've said that countless times.
That second one, maybe that overconfidence, even though this corner wasn't checked and it meant the death for Kayak, it's a round that goes in Fnatic's favor, and that is something that they haven't heard in a while.
But yeah, thank you, Shrewd2697. Now I know. Oh, like the giant emotes. The giant emotes are funny.
Given the battle cry here, but shot from Kayak.
You cannot doubt in second round if there is even one rifle, it has to be
Debaku with a tier 1 sub. Thank you. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel.
Plays it well. No loose
it is rare to see Alpha going this negative on ISO. Jemkin, I think, kind of has his number overall, though.
Thinking about the length that this half could have.
God, oh God, oh God, what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop faffing about. What are we doing? Okay, thank you, Alpha.
Oh, well.
Thank you for remembering who you are. Bloody hell. I did love seeing that, Bayer. That made me get nervous.
Chronicle just going to be on the half.
We need to see Alpha stand up to test and see his curse.
And now Alpha is going to be
I mean, listen, I think if a team's good enough, they should break their curses, but also, like, I don't think there's really a need for him to stand up. Like, I'm cool with him not standing up.
With this classic on the other side of the map.
I guess it's because you pay for the effect instead of doing it. Yeah, that makes sense. Do I not get the bits if you do that? Does Twitch steal all the bits?
Gonna need to see
Probably not.
better than the first half. Which, again, you've got to feel like there will be a lot in the tank for him if he can just get himself activated here, and he needs a farming round, right? Get the confidence building.
Imagine if Crazy Guy had the Nongshim Classic here.
Maps can certainly make those issues occur.
He
Now,
might have gotten 4 more kills.
picture, Fnatic would be happy with that.
I don't know if there was a rifle there that can't get, but celebrating is also important.
Oh, I can
now,
set the price for
We
those?
saw RRQ getting that bonus as well. Thank God that Alpha didn't come down here because I think that would have messed with his confidence
Chat.
massively. But
That's
again,
how we do it.
Fnatic, they're no
That's how we
stranger to
monetize
a
my
comeback.
support.
I think to me it starts in the bonus round. I know that they're comfortable when the scores hits 11. Sure. But
Oh, we gotta
confidence-wise as well for the rest
we
of
gotta
the
set up some bits for Pacific Stage 2. Oh boy.
that third map. You already proved it on the first half. Yes.
Again,
We talked about that when it first came out. No, I thought you guys were just saying like I should ask for donations. I didn't know I could just automate it through a button.
Silly investments, I guess, but they don't need to overplay their hand. They've got plenty of rounds to play with here. Let's see them keep some composure. Yes, Fnatic, always solid in this. They'll always give you a fight back. You know, there is.
This is a big round for RQ. It's looking a little tough. Positions are really good for Fnatic. Huge paranoia. That's a good cross-site paranoia to allow for the push in.
How do they manage this one?
This trip's gonna be huge. Oh, Chronicles actually just takes out Xfero. They're sticking it though. They are sticking it.
Shatter! Fnatic! 5 against them and they steal the defuse!
Everybody just putting their bodies in front of the diffuser. A Red Bull clutch.
Ay, ay, ay.
All the kills are going to be
The one and only Anthony Kitty. Thank you for the gifted sub. Couldn't have chosen a better time. I needed that. Dude, he was tagged. Neon eats the last bullet for him. Dude, no, Magnet's the MVP in that. Magnet's the MVP in that. Holy.
And Fnatic will be reeling from that. Devastating. But a costly round, of course. Xfero takes a moment to get out of what could have been danger there for himself.
He will never wait again, I'll tell you that. Look at the position also for Moniet. Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A.
Did anyone have ninja defuse on the bingo?
This space.
That's a rough one for Fnatic.
How much does he get?
I mean, granted, it was
The danger.
your bonus, but the point difference, the round difference is rough. You did not want to give that up.
Keeping Fnatic on the warpath. And a re-clear towards middle as Chronicle is waiting. Very good read from
Dude, that second shot was so snappy. I like the instant ult too, just to be safe.
Now, really. No surprises for Crazy Guy and Kron. Good tag as well towards Xfero.
And Kron is mad.
In both of the players. Think about how Crazy Guy and Xfero, well, most of the people from RRQ, even though they were able to get that round. Hold on. Okay.
Ooh, the debuff and then the
So getting
spam.
the kills here is also very important for Fnatic. Remove those rifles.
Yeah. And even in the loss, obviously 5 of them were alive, so they get to build their finances pretty substantially throughout these last couple of rounds.
It's a judge, Kayak. He is only 2 points away from his ult.
Really gonna be
Crashy's my goat.
Crashy's gonna catch him. And it's a step back now for Fnatic.
Crashy's my goat.
Very important as well to have Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid.
No, Fnatic won last round. I would almost start to say that RRQ should be worried, but RRQ also has 2 timeouts though.
Oh, never mind. We're not going to see it. Yeah,
Unlucky. Prius on the replay is crazy.
10-2 is the
now
nukers.
we got
Prius on the
practice,
replay
right?
is
So it's
crazy.
just weather the storm here. It's that slow build back, right? Again, normally I'd say you wouldn't get many rounds against Fnatic like they did in the third.
ISO
so
ult.
you're gonna have to do it the hard way now. Fnatic start just rebuilding, and it's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle. He's doing
Ooh,
very
that's
well.
an early
Crashes
clear. That's something that Kron's been doing a lot even
It's not
yesterday.
the big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, you know, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen before. It's been somewhat average from them, which is surprising when their average is normally excellent. But Kayak, he heard it. He fancies getting back into this.
There's still 2 people on C. Fnatic doesn't know that. They're trying to fish for any other movement elsewhere. Right, Kron was still looking for a push out for mid. You didn't find that. It's a 5v3 now. So either way, you should feel safe. There's no breach. You're feeling good.
3 players alive, but you want your finances to be as clean as possible. Yes, the bank is wonderful for them. But again, if they want to close this in the second map, they're going to need way, way more rounds. RRQ just, trying to find something, but probably just waiting to die to the spike. Those ultimates already building up. Kushi also, one of the players that we were highlighting. I really want to see his development on this second half, especially for
So they will just die to the spike.
I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give.
Shouldn't we 5-stat push with 5 classics? I mean, it's tough. I think playing all 3 sites is always a rough choice on an eco on a 3-site map, but I think that's a philosophy difference.
It's all good in the end though, but the ults have been farmed. You got to look towards it. Kayak's got his. Alpha's got his. Crashy's only 2 away. Boaster 1 up. We've got a lot of them building here. Now on the other side for RRQ, this is a big purchase for them, Bayer, and they are just on that verge now where this becomes a potential turnaround for
Exactly. I mean, if RRQ is to lose the next round, it's time to call a timeout first. Yep. Because he will be a 5-1 in the half for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, so they have op, so they won't call the timeout, but they did save up for the op.
To cover up from B.
Op is in mid. This is what we said Fnatic maybe should have tried. Obviously a different comp, different setup, but
normally a safe pair of hands though.
hey, Euro.
Many errors. Kayak quickly clearing that C
RRQ is ready to play retake on C.
Breaking that utility. Spots the camera, spots the trip.
Good choices. These are all the right choices thus far, right? They've managed to navigate away.
They never broke this turf. I don't know if intentional or not. They did. Okay. They break it afterwards. Kron is still watching. You have ISO ultimate as well. Boaster's holding close. He's got paranoia. So that's 1 layer of delay. There's a clone. No tag. They let it pass.
And into the site. Paranoia going to find Boaster.
Boaster, paranoia, garage. Kayak, okay. Just stays there alone. The fish coming through. But the defuse, it's just, they just stack it.
Get me that on the replay.
Oh, Fnatic.
How the hell have RRQ stolen away another round?
It's because the moment you clear the site, RRQ knows we just have to, they have ISO ult, so we just have to have someone else tank it.
Fnatic thinking that they had what it takes, that maybe that
yeah.
is going to remove the player defusing the spike. Where the 2 rounds that they've lost this half have been those.
But Hunter's Fury as well to not allow them to peek. And the Hunter's Fury masked the defuse sound a bit as well. I don't know if they would have heard it either way because the Ice Ultimate was used right away. I think it was used because of the defuse sound, but either way, the Hunter's Fury prevents the peek too. It's a really good retake. I think, I want to say it must have been RQ who did that before.
For now, they can still get this purchase. They still have crashes.
But I guess it would have been with a different comp. Someone else had done that before.
So good for RRQ to save the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing in this one. Of course, Monier is the exception.
Maybe it was Fnatic, actually.
Jemkin, you absolute beauty. Now they start firing back. Insult to injury, salt to the wound.
Yeah,
play up some space here, take something away.
should be.
Well, Jemkin goes down, trying to secure
Should be a GG. I mean, Kayak was doing everything he could, but rough game for Alpha here.
13-6, RRQ turns the hell up. This is the RRQ that we were promised we were going to get in Toronto. That first seed coming.
Well played from RRQ. I don't think Fnatic should feel too. I mean, the first half was rough. I don't think they should feel too bad, but I do think they need to work on their Haven more. GG, though. All right, chat, we're going to run some ads. We always get demonetized anyway, so I'm going to go make some coffee. So I'm going to just let the sound play through in case they get to the desk before I get back. Now everyone's using the giant emotes. Thank you, Grotesque Penance.
RRQ are taking us to a map 3, and with the way the atmosphere is in the arena right now, we have to come and check it out for ourselves, didn't we?
How is the atmosphere? Ah, that's better. That's
He's
better.
good.
That's
He's
better.
good.
That's better.
He's real good. But are you as good as RRQ, do you think?
Yes. Especially if I'm going to have to run double duelists. That was looking very good here for the side of the duelists of RRQ. I mean, they came up with a new game plan as we wanted to see.
I feel like this is the game we've been waiting for from RRQ. They've had kind of underperformances across the board thus far, but here you come out, you see Jemkin playing incredible, you see Monyet playing incredible. This double duelist comp just brought so much confidence to this team, their entire attack side. They were getting into these sites pretty much every time, and they just kept fighting through the post plants as well.
Speaks back to what you all were saying before. We want to bring a little bit more firepower to this second map. They come out with the double duelist. They were very quick, and 2 maps in a row here for RRQ. They get to start off on the attack side. This is what they wanted, an opportunity to run the tempo on their side. And it seems as though for a couple of these rounds, Fnatic just gave them too much space. And when it gets to those moments when you're great on the push and pull on the side of RRQ, you can't take the retake for Fnatic that way.
Yeah, if you're RRQ and you were watching Fnatic's last game on Haven, you'll notice how slow their retakes always are.
Yes.
We were talking about it before this game, but they really love taking their time, waiting for the util to fade out. But when you're playing a post plant where your 2 duelists are just continuing to fight, continuing to get aggressive, it's so hard to get back in if you're waiting that long.
Yeah, and it's a different comp this time. You know, they had ran the ISO Yoru previously, but with Monyet on the Neon, Mimi, the impact was just there from the outset.
It seems like it would play similar to with the ISO Yoru instead.
Yeah.
You really have such a quicker pace with the Neon. The way they can be fighting for extremity control super fast as well is really, really good with that comp. So I love the pivot out of RRQ.
It almost looked like Texture as well, playing for the Gen
see
Z
it.
side, and it became a little bit of a thorn on the side for Fnatic to deal with that. So I love you. The preparation that comes out of that was not only on trying to anti-Fnatic, but know where the weaknesses were to take advantage of that too.
The defuses help though, because there's one way to stop a Fnatic comeback, which is just to defuse under their noses.
I mean, take a look at these rounds. 2 times Fnatic gets full stuck on. this could have been a comeback.
My boy, crazy guy. Let's go, Vietnam. But no, those are definitely 2 pain points for sure. But if not, if anything, for the second defuse that comes across here, how they were able to deny this, you know that there's an ult available for the side of Fnatic. Look how many bodies are out there just to try to protect the diffuser. So there is no way for Alpha here to pull out the diffuser, and that was just probably an off-the-cuff kind of type of play and type of call that allows here for RRQ to get 2 diffuses under Fnatic's nose and close out the map as dominantly as they did.
It's so cool to see Crazy Guy succeeding not just with pressing the fuse, but with the calling in this game, with his individual performance as well. As a reminder, less than a year ago, that guy was playing in Ascension, and now he's here winning a map against Fnatic on the global stage, going all the way to try and stay alive, Yinsu.
I mean, they can do it if they win out on Ascent. And you and I had a bit of a disagreement earlier. I feel like Ascent is when Fnatic gets nerfed a little bit, and you feel like maybe after seeing RRQ's Ascent, it's the other way around. We're gonna find out soon, Van Silly, but the momentum is certainly on the side of RRQ.
We're going into the unknown basically for Fnatic because yes, it was a weak map in the past here for Fnatic, but they haven't really played it. I think they played it only once throughout the Teo meta, but in like a year and a half, they haven't really played it. So now they have an opportunity to say, okay, well, they got kind of owned against Wolves, speaking about RRQ. There's a way for us to exploit this and also maybe bring out a Deadlock of our own.
Yeah, they're going to have some time to prep for Fnatic to see what RRQ did last time on this map, but I'm honestly a little bit conflicted. I didn't think RRQ would win that map too, so I need some help deciding. Toronto, if you think RRQ is going to close out this last map, if you want to see him take it home, let's make some noise.
What's going on here? What have they been doing?
Or is it going to be Fnatic closing out the series? I think we saw some Fnatic fans.
Pretty close.
We might.
Oh, they're doing the desk here.
Are we on? No, we're in the middle. So we're kind of in the middle between the players right now. We can just see them right now setting up back on stage. But let's talk about this Ascent. You already mentioned it could be a deadlock coming out of them. They've done it a couple times before with Kron playing the deadlock and Alpha playing the Cypher. Is that the solution?
I think so. I think this is going to be a perfect.
Is the Cypher lock a solution? I don't think so. They just got practice off of it. I also don't know if you're going to play it as well as Wolves.
Trying to be quick against your opponents, but you found nobody in the process because they were playing a slow-paced game on a side of Wolves.
Yeah, specifically for Jemkin, the last time they played this map, I think one of the biggest issues was he likes trying to op into mid, play down into mid one in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of the time he's just walking up completely alone. I think Wolves realized that and they played a lot heavier into like 2-1-2 looks, fighting for the extremities and then just going for full hits.
They only played it like once, no? Once or twice?
So I'm hoping to see a Jemkin who's more willing to fight those extremities, to maybe have one of Initiators rotate over and help him out a little bit.
I think they should play
a performance more
Astra.
like he had on that last map.
I mean, the good news is he's warm now. They talk about needing to warm up on stage. They picked up their first map win. They have what it takes to snowball this into a win, which would mean another early exit for Fnatic.
Well, right, but even whether it was banned a lot or not, I'm just saying it's not like they have like infinite reps and they've been crushing on it.
They could have won to 2-0 in that game.
I don't actually know if I saw a Fnatic Ascent game live this year.
That's the thing. They have all of the MMA teams behind them because they're the only teams that made it to the playoffs just because they had that #1 seed.
They actually only played once this year. It was Tejo Vice. They played Deadlock Cypher once last year.
Trying to prove they're up there as well as Alpha.
I'm down with the chamber.
Chronicle Vice? I mean, Kayak is not going to play this.
I'm down with the chamber.
Right now against RRQ, it will be kind of crazy. But yes, Alpha in the chamber, I would respect that for sure. You want to get those aggressive angles against this RRQ that could potentially go for a little bit more of a default when they're going to play their attack side.
Yeah, I'd expect
I'm okay with
coming in because you're pretty much forced to play no flashes, probably crashes on the Sova there, and then you make up.
Yeah, what's Chronicle gonna play? Is it gonna be double Senti but with Vice? I'm actually kind of okay with it, or even a Deadlock. I'm okay with a Deadlock. Well,
letting
Deadlock
that happen
with
twice
the
on top
Yoru.
of getting ecoed after winning a pistol.
They have the experience for sure.
Dude, what about Breach?
Fnatic. I mean, they have so many veteran players.
Oh my God, it's
Okay, it is Vice.
It's a Chronicle Vice.
Okay.
And that's the thing, despite what just happened on that second map of Haven, they still have the experience to just push that aside and making sure that coming out with this brand new comp.
I'm okay with it, actually.
Fnatic is
I'm
still gonna be
okay
on
with
top
the
of their
Vice.
I'm really looking to see
Because
what
the
they have up on
chamber
the
basically
attacking
acts
side.
as
I
a
think
can
the
act as a
chamber
double
on
duelist on
defense
attack
is
anyway.
obvious, but how does Alpha play it on the attack?
I'm actually okay with
That's
this.
the question.
I think at this point here, you're going to see
This
a
is
little
a
bit of
cook.
slow play on the side here of Fnatic.
But I
just
love
because
seeing
they're
this
playing
from Fnatic,
this
that they're
double set
cooking.
together at the start.
Well, Toronto, this is it. The winner will be moving on. The loser will be eliminated. Make some noise. And for the last time, over to you, Pansy.
Am I imagining things or are the cast? Well, I didn't listen to the full death segment, so I don't know. But
We are in
I think they were talking mostly from Fnatic's POV just because we haven't seen it in a long time. We kind of know about RRQ's descent.
Yesterday, we were thinking, is Sunset the choice? Would have they liked to go to Ascend? Today, we have a
Yeah, Kayak Deadlock would have been. That would have been crazy. Throwing it back to his challenge, the Ascension days.
back on that chamber that we've seen so many times. But this composition, across the board, is not very known. Fnatic definitely has to have a very set plan for this last map, for this Ascent, because it was their choice whether they wanted to start on the defense or the attack. And they decided that with this composition, with everything that is at stake, with them being in the brink
They chose
of
attack.
elimination and removing EMEA completely from this tournament, it's attack on Ascent.
Chamber on attack ascent is actually very good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Pansy.
I'm so sorry.
Pansy.
I'll leave. I'll leave.
What else do you
I'll
want
leave.
from me?
I'll leave. I'll go home.
Do you reckon they misclick the agents? Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna say no because I want to live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see. I just see the.
Crashies, I think.
Kayak's chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over.
Chrono's
the ref's
chilling
closing
too.
in. Hold on. Ref commentary time. Dun, dun. No?
Oh, even Alpha is relaxing.
He doesn't. I don't think he looks that relaxed. He looks terrified in my mind. Because
He
look,
looks
we can actually talk
terrified.
genuinely about this. It's a lot of pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise we've sung of him throughout the years now is never ending, right? This guy was the original one.
Pansy, you're delaying my Path of Exile time.
The Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these accolades and epithets put towards
Yeah, at least
him,
it's not in
and
the middle.
deservedly
Yeah,
so.
at least it's not in the middle of the match. That's true.
ISO on Haven for him. As
Alpha looks worried. I mean, I think he's just nervous, right? It's a lot of pressure, like Pansy said.
The crowning piece, you know, in
This is about the chamber.
This is pressure. If he doesn't perform,
He's
here,
gotta
Maya,
pop.
That is devastating.
Absolutely, and we've seen different faces of Fnatic on this Ascent. The last 3 iterations, different compositions. We've seen them running the Deadlock, and I want to see how this composition fits with them. Because as I'm saying, like, we've seen them playing the Vice before. It was actually Alpha.
What
playing
time
on
is
that
it?
Vice.
It's 5 a.m. But it doesn't really mean anything because I'm sleeping like all afternoon, waking up at night, like afternoon to evening.
It was one of the coach's connection issues. It's fine. It's all good.
Okay.
Let's remember where we were. Fnatic chose to start here on this attacking side. They chose this composition. They think it's got something to it. But these pistols have been elusive for them. They've not had the best times.
Okay, Alpha. All right. A couple extra shots, but okay.
But Chronicle will take it. He'll be happy enough with a win on this.
4v3 now. RRQ
They're waiting. They're waiting for the push out. Because it's only 1-on-1. Surely there's somebody on main, so they know there's got to be a push out from here or here. That's a good read.
From Chronicle. As now Boaster should be set up as well. Yeah, this is just perfect.
That's
everything happening the way they want it.
That's rough.
I like
That is a rough
something that has been
crumble on the pistol round.
Say throughout this game, getting those ultimates online.
Okay, but
If you're
chat,
going to start with a bang, you have
in all
to do it from the
seriousness,
attack. You're going to take
Fnatic
those
needs to be
ultimates
more
onto
concerned.
the sites. And for those executes, the spike is going to go down.
Haven't they lost every single anti-eco this tournament?
Kushi just coming in from the other side of the map.
Every time they've won the pistol, haven't they lost?
Back to the fact that we have seen RRQ
Did they win one yesterday? Maybe they won one out of the
against
3
Wolves, and it
yesterday.
wasn't a great performance in my mind. It actually that was the first time I was a bit worried.
It's not
Like,
looking
seeing Jackie not look
it's not
as well
looking good.
played in on, maybe suffering a little bit. Kushi was great, but it wasn't the same sort of effect that we'd seen them have before. Their ability to kind of play around with Gem.
Yeah, they won the one on split.
And again, it was one of those.
Oh.
I shouldn't be worried about this, right?
respect him.
Narrative building thing, right?
Give him the respect.
Right, okay. If you kill Alpha,
Give him the respect.
oh, the crowd.
I mean, that kill was going to happen. Whoa, whoa, no one.
Stop it.
Hello?
Cushy, relax.
Okay, all right. All right.
A little something there.
So narrative, you were saying.
Oh yeah, Wadada plays the chamber. Is it the same, exact same comp? I've like tuned into their games and the GC games in passing. I haven't like sat down and watched a full one, but
That match that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got pistol.
Yes, you got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves won both of them, so you're in that scenario that advantage is already going onto the other team.
right.
After how devastating for
yesterday the
Fnatic that
anti-eco
Haven was,
on
they
Sunset
need to
cost
start
them.
off
Oh,
strong. Just the same
tell me about
showing
it.
that we saw from
It's the
RRQ
same. It's the
on
exact same comp. Okay, okay, okay.
To me watching Jemkin, I want to see him back on really good entries as well.
I mean, I like it in theory. I haven't. Again, I've only like
that same level of
watched
impact.
the GC games in passing, so
Haven resurgence.
can't talk about
It's
how
game
they've
on.
played
For
it.
now, though,
But
we're gonna see Fnatic go
I
through
I like the
motions here.
theory of it.
Quick pressure up towards Cat.
So I'm down with it.
Short, glancing down by Tree. Lazy Guy is playing over towards this side, so a little bit of info already early towards Kayak's position, but it propped up Alpha here.
RRQ just leaving the space. Crazy Guy looking, using that knife. I think he didn't catch anyone.
Take flight.
All right, you already have tree.
And
You
he's
got the
going to go
pick.
down. A is completely open for Fnatic.
Drone probably checks
Take the spike
wine.
down.
Yep, wine
They're going to do it
clear.
with no opposition. Again, 4 players from RRQ on the opposite side of the map. Easy entry.
Man,
onto
an
site for Fnatic.
anti-eco win.
Nice pathing so far.
Fnatic fans
Getting their
used to
scaling right as
dream
well.
of times like
Getting
these.
some time on the server too. You talk about both these teams. They need a
Yes,
couple more reps, right?
Kingfred
Feel out
tweeted
the
about the comp.
tempo, get themselves
Ah,
situated. And for Alpha, it'd be nice to get that
nice.
confidence
That's
up here
the
too.
head coach for Wadada.
Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely performance so far. Crashy's doing well, so mostly just eyes towards Alpha when it comes to that. But for RRQ, knowing
Curious if they
the position they're in, they don't allow any build of those ults. But
push out for these.
Slowly but surely. They want the orbs.
Dude, the bait to set up Alpha here for the kills from
But
Crashies.
for him, that's great though. Again, you're
That's
building that
crazy
ult early,
work.
You're building confidence.
He breaks the window.
That's better than a Marshall.
Yeah, like the round's done. It's very similar to the first, but he's still farming up. He's still, I mean, you talk about farming ults. Cushy was the one as well. His ult before up against Wolves was one of the key factors that kept them in the game at times, really doing incredible work.
Not
So
gonna lie, that would honestly be a neat feature for. Honestly, I always felt like that was something missing from Run It Back because you can see how many times the comp was played, but you can't like see who played it
All the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to
or
make
like
that
what
break
match it was seen in.
in the scoreboard. But still, is very early in the game to see. I think that they obviously, I'm gonna say they did not.
So like sometimes like there will be like you know an old comp and it's like okay who ran it last and I'm like thinking I think I know which region but like I'll like see when it was last played or something but I won't know who or which region or what.
This is how well does RRQ learn on the fly too, right? This is going to be a big test here. Jemkin goes for a swing and he certainly misses. Alpha looking clean with that. With Mon yet.
Boaster, they're trying to save Boaster. He's trying to bait for it.
For me. He's not really got the get out of jail free.
Oh,
the plan was
the
flawed
run
from
and
the start,
gun.
It felt like trying to make something happen over
Ah,
towards A main,
that
but it's
is
just
a
fallen
bit
apart.
of an
We just need a
overheat
highlight
from
reel of
Monyet.
stinger kills from this tournament because some of them massive impact in the round 5v3 situation for
Yeah,
Fnatic.
but on
Getting
VLR you have to
closer
like do
and
it per
closer to securing
tournament,
this
right? But if
bonus.
it's like oh,
But
like it
still,
was
they're
like
being
3
cautious.
tournaments. There was somebody who played it like last year, and it's like I'm trying to decide if it was like split 1 or split 2. I'm like trying to decide if it was EME or Americas. You know what I mean? It's like I just have to go through it. I just have to go through it all.
Will confirm that they want to stick towards it. 3 players will be here. So Fnatic need someone to deal with this, and it is dealt with. Crazy Guy doesn't get cleared, but I think that they've got a good read on it. Doesn't get affected by the shock dart.
Still has Yuto.
Does Chamber Vice make this defense sided though?
When if crossfires aren't cleared, aren't checked, it can go terribly wrong as Crazy Guy
I would
does well. 20 seconds, where
I
are you
don't
going
in
for
my
that?
head I don't know how Wadadon's played it, but in my head it is better on defense. Whereas Cypher Lock, I will argue, you actually want good rounds on attack. Granted, Wolves played their defense impeccably, but there's just one. Ooh, clean shots. Can't believe he goes for the second peak, by the way.
And the timer then forcing them forward with a Red Bull clutch in the end for RRQ.
I want to make something like that? That'd be sick, Yesel.
Throwing that round with the side of Fnatic. Such a big
That was a crazy swing. See, Xfero is like one of the guys that does that. Sarah and Crazy Guy are kind of the guys that get him going, but
Again, you can see it's not good for the coaches. They are not happy with that. Again, that is something.
How can you be? That's a 5v3.
Yeah, it is, and that is
could
going
have been how you snowball through his half.
Yeah, you're going to hear the ult though for Alpha. That is a big investment here and a very similar start. You're going to want to have gem contact in towards Wine. Paranoia is good, forcing the TP back. This time around, RRQ plant the banner towards A main. How far do they search this though? That's my question. Alpha's still
because the thing about the double senti, like Cypher Lock is really good in the post plant. I would argue that Chamber Vice is not that good in the post plant, but it's not necessarily weaker on attack like by nature, just because Chamber can get aggressive space both in mid and like A or B main, right? And then on defense, the advantage is Chamber can take crazy aggressive angles, you have really good op lines, and then Vice is really hard stop on either of the sites. So the curious thing will be how they set up mid. I mean, you can have a trademark, but that'll be the big question. You know he's close. Oh, he was spraying for Crazy Guy. Hayek's so good. Hayek's so good. I love watching this guy play.
He ignites. Xfero and Kushi, I think we know their job now is to try and survive.
That play from Kayak, though, was everything. The TP,
dude.
Everything, all the flashes. He just got it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic also traditionally kind of takes.
Matter at all. 5v2, surely this one, it's secured.
They take the weaker side first. I think they tend to take their weaker side first, so I think they believe in the defense, but I don't think this is... Chamber on attack on Ascent can do a lot of work. Like, if you think about back in the Chamber meta, good Chambers would just, like, dominate this whole part of the map. Granted, you could get away with a lot more back then, but...
Kayak overall was, most of the MP's top 5s, top 3s, if not, maybe even higher.
Yeah, and seeing Fnatic for the first time without...
Yeah, Wada's Ascent was quite strong. They've only lost to Shopify, and they got 13-6 on Ascent by them in the upper finals.
Now you've seen someone else.
But Shopify was running your Deadlock Cypher. They were running Deadlock Cypher. I can imagine it having some trouble with Deadlock Cypher.
And again, the interesting factor about Kayak for me is that when he first joined this roster, he wasn't the superstar instantly. There were rumors, there were whispers of his ability in Tier 2, how good he was at dominating that space. But
he single-handedly won them the round. I mean, it was... Well, it wasn't a solo entry. There was good solo util. There was a Dart and a Hunter's Fury. And give my GOAT Crashy some credit, chat. I mean, I know Kayak stole the show, but like, come on.
The money ain't good. The ultimates are getting there. Kushi already has his. And Alpha's just going to be investing into that Outlaw again when the money's not good and with the shield.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that like Shopify just had Starbound's number on the Chamber.
For the rest of the round,
so
for the rest of the half, sorry.
Who knows how much of that had the impact. Oh, they know it's the clone. Oh.
Oh wait, this is.
Dude, he gets out.
A big old investment.
They bait the Hunter's Fury on an eco off of that.
This composition is a pain in the ass because there's so many TPs. Yeah. On the Yoru. Oh,
but yeah, that's the other thing. It's also Chamber Yoru, right? We're still focused on Chamber Vice, but yeah, it's Chamber Yoru. Think about how that's played on Pearl. So there's just a lot of risk taking that you can do, and when you have Kayak and Alpha here, this is utilizing your roster to the max for sure.
But there's a lot of damage done here. Xfero with a jump scare on Alpha, who stays alive. 3 kills for himself.
Oh my god! Alpha is locked in.
Nice clear on towards Crazy Guy. 30 seconds. And that is Diligence from Chronicle. Very good. Very good. Now, Cushy, you're not
Okay,
gonna,
can we?
You're not gonna do
Yeah,
anymore.
all
That's
right.
fine. This was a bit
Chill.
dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And again, I get the temptation. Again, even from Cushy, pop the ult, maybe catch him on Cat. It's a bit closed in. But this composition is so slippery. Those TPs to get out of the danger.
It's so annoying. Like, you think you have them, you think you can have a refrag, you think you can go on as 2 and maybe have an advantage, and it just disappears. Alpha Year snaps out of it. Kayak just embraces and gets out of it as well. Poster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well. Yeah. But those two, especially those two, with that trade denial potential, Jenkin with the operator now, he has to
Fnatic
make a
picked the
difference.
side, no?
Yeah, he's
That
been a
should
bit
be
hot
it.
and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just behind the wheel sometimes, just off the tempo and the timing. Couple layers between them here, but Alpha's been on 1-2. He has been having a good start. Yeah, some eco farming, sure, but 8-3 nevertheless. Trying to be played in by Crashies. And this should be Jemkin now ready himself. Yeah, gets out of danger. He's not fancying sticking around
So
here.
it's not that they were forced onto the side.
Poison on the catch there towards Market. Jemkin's gone Alpha though, and they've still got control of B main. The initial plan is not going to be keeping coming this way. Surely.
Just how jet lagged our RRQ. Maybe they were playing too much pickleball.
I'm looking towards A, right? It doesn't even seem.
No, but honestly, I don't think RRQ has any practice against this comp.
The timing. Timing. He was within lethal.
Ooh. Good catch. Doable from RRQ.
Adjustment of plan is difficult for Fnatic. Kayak gonna clear through
Dude, the observers are having so much trouble with Kayak. He's just swinging everything. Handle pickup is kind of big.
Oh my god, it's Sparrow. It depends where they go with this now.
Oh, they don't know about. They don't know. They do know. Crashies. Of course he knows, because he's the GOAT, chat.
And they are seemingly winning it, navigating past most of the danger. The TP is here. Monyet makes it in time, but he still
They
just has
suspect
that
it.
judge. He's got the ghost. He sees them. Paranoia.
Wait, he gave the Vandal over and he TP'd with the judge?
By the precious time here. Kayak watching for it, waiting. Plant comes in. Monyet can't.
He's
affect
buying
it yet.
time.
Waiting for support to come in, but
Dude,
Crazy Guy's a mile
Chronicle
away,
versus
and they
Crazy
know
Guy.
it.
That's
By
the
this
fight.
point, even Kron's made it
No,
over here.
he's gotten
He's
through.
up by Market. Oh, Crazy Guy lives up to the name. Pops the ult, but it's Chronicle, ice cold in these situations. But there's a timer on what he can do. Gotta get going! Chronicle!
Oh my god.
Such a close round in the end there with Crazy Guy.
Dude, I mean, Crazy Guy had a nasty double, though.
This time around.
Oh my god.
And as you were saying, the
Dude, if RRQ won that, that was another chance for them to try to get fired back up. This was such a nice double from Crazy. Holy, but Kron's positioning was insane here. Kron's positioning in that 2v1, and he doesn't budge on the defuse. He's waiting for Crazy to check. I mean, Crazy played that as well as he could. Monyet played that as well as he could, but Kron was just better. Holy. Oh god, shot. I mean, listen, if you, it is late for those of us in Pacific. If you gotta sleep, you gotta sleep. It's not over till it's over, but it is looking rough. See if the coaches have figured something out, though. Yeah, Crazy had to peek. Crazy had to peek, but it's Kron taking a insane off angle where he's not getting flashed. He gets first peek, right? Because he's sitting. Well, I guess it's like this. He's sitting here, and Crazy's hiding in this wall. Kron sets himself up for an insane angle, but like, this is such a weird angle to be holding, and he wasn't there before, so it's like Crazy Guy's not thinking about it.
It gives that nice little step up for Fnatic. They hit the ground running, and it's hard to adapt now.
And this round for RRQ would mean a lot. As we can see, Jemkin is one away from his ultimate. He secures one kill, and he could be the difference maker in round number 7.
I mean, 5 already. I think Fnatic's feeling pretty good.
That's a good spot.
The cover from Crashies on this, dude, they set up Alpha so well for success.
Ooh. Picks the right target, plucks away Alpha,
That's a sick Bucky kill, though.
They've read a lot of this.
Holy.
They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand.
Holy.
And blocking the eyesight, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has his ultimate, but oh. He decides to go for it, gathering all the information.
Okay, he knows there's 2.
I mean, it's a bold play.
It is a bold play. They refuse to rotate.
Tucked behind Dice.
They don't know about the third on Heaven. He's already here.
Not again, surely. Kayak just pries open the sight. Apparently, that's all they need. Kayak just
I think the reason Fnatic's not rotating, instead of using Yoru Chamber, because Ascent isn't like Pearl, it's not as big of a map. So instead of using it in a way where you're working the map, because the defense can rotate pretty quickly anyway, I think they're literally just saying like, this is an aim dual comp on attack. I think that's their belief. Whether that is the objectively correct way to play this comp is a different question, but
that's brutal. Fnatic though, another step in the right direction, and they needed this after map 2. It was a blowout pretty much. Embarrassed in map 2 by RRQ.
that's your top two, very possibly out of the tourney.
Should be haunting them.
My top two? Oh, you mean in terms of top players?
Decisive reaction.
Oh, chat. The only player that matters in my top 10 players right now is Crashies. The rest of the list is already fraudulent thanks to Osmos. But Crashies, he may be the one that saves my top 10 list.
They need something else beside that bonus that it wasn't theirs to take even. That 3v5. They need to find that kind of energy. Monty's been deadly. Not only
So they either work this with the chamber or they razor vine it to prevent an early peak. Fnatic is dominating mid. They're playing mid almost like you would on Sunset. And then they repeat this with an attack op in round 8. A little risky in my opinion. But if you shut them down here, you win the half.
Opening exchanges in this map. So far so good.
All good, Banana. I was like, I think you're talking about Jemkin, but not. I don't think anyone else was asking about Jemkin.
Taking their time. I know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I need to see some discipline from
Will you
Jemkin too, because there's obviously
remake the top 10 players after the tourney.
And be pivotal.
I don't think there's.
Be aggressive in a way, but.
I don't think there's a way to make a top 10 player list interesting after a tourney of just that tourney, because it's like, it's mostly just going to be what the stats show. But like, you know, Surprise is my most improved player or whatever, you know? Yeah, that could be. You're talking about the players I had in my top 10 and like whether I was surprised, disappointed, or whatever. That could be something. Oh my god, dude, Fnatic.
Oh my god, Monyet! That might have been everything! Look at the time now! It's too late! I'm pretty sure this is way too late!
Oh my.
Makes a monstrous play there!
Weapon here. I just cannot believe it keeps happening. At some
Why do they
point,
do
you might
that?
think, no, it's not going to happen this time around. They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on main.
I mean, also, why are you not planting safe? With 10 seconds left with no information on main.
Layer by layer, corner by corner.
Yeah, top 10 most impactful. Yeah, most impact could be something worth talking about. Not something that's discussed often enough. What's your biggest good surprise this tourney so far? Good surprise? Wolves. There's no... That's no question. There's no competition there. Just Wolves as a team. See what BB's calling. I mean, like, Juicy as well. Not that, you know, I thought he wasn't good, but the fact that he's, like, not missing a single beat on the international stage.
He might be the one in that crosshair instantly.
Spring, actually. If I want to take an individual player, though, Spring would be my biggest good surprise. Spring and then Siufat, actually, because Juicy was always, you know, really solid.
As I said, I think is a good reaction. Fnatic do like this late control towards Tree. They've been playing it. And I also like this push out towards B main. This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often. This gives them good information. This is solid. This is a nice approach. 45 seconds and none of that contested space.
Okay, at some point we try rotating after conditioning them that you're going to walk in at 20 seconds, all right?
They can't late play back into B because they're going to be so behind the curve on the
They're going to go for it. This is the time. Oh, but Alphayer can't die there.
Now it's going to be a crunch. Chronicle's good at this, but if they keep their eyes on
Huge.
the prize here, and again, Xfero does do well.
Xfero tries to wait as long as possible to get a double, but Chronicle's too fast.
What could have been a disaster.
Okay. Okay, Fnatic. Was this your 4D chess move?
But Fnatic saved by Chronicle.
Play enough melons rounds and then you condition him to think?
Just a little improbable when you look at who's here. Chronicle's control is legendary.
Ooh, Chronicle tries to swing on it.
Try and gap close, and they are. You can see it put it away, but Monster with a shot through the smoke.
What a read.
Monyet looks for a target.
You know the drop. You know the drop's here.
On the first try. Can't get the spray. Crazy guy.
Dude, they're just taking one-on-ones and it's still they're still winning. What the heck?
Chronicle, that was a brilliant round from him.
How can you watch this and not get excited for Fnatic, chat? Oh, chat. Fnatic versus Gen G in the grand finals again. We need it. We need it.
Making in this map.
30 seconds.
Constant pain here on me.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done.
I do think Gen G would just crush them, because I do think if Fnatic's Haven is like that and your Pearl is a permaban, then I think map pool-wise Gen G just wrecks you, but...
RRQ was good. Yes. Two of the players just waiting for this to happen. We also saw the utility from Cypher on site. They were ready. They were prepared.
Scott's too busy writing.
And then Chronicle happens.
Now they might fall into the trap of got to get proactive with these ults.
Yeah, so RRQ's trying to get ahead of things this time with the Blade Storm.
So sweet, but
they plant Monyet ahead of the Razor Vines.
Really good at clearing this.
Oh, but they threw it late. Kayak was one. Dude, Kayak gets the flip.
And again, this was kind of off the back of that want of maybe playing.
It was a nice try from RRQ. They do finally push this with the solo rifle.
Chronicle is huge.
That's big. That's big. Xfero now has full reign. Fnatic has to come back and clear this. Xfero knows that. He already got contact, so he can back off. But his team doesn't have weapons. That's the tough part. If they did, they could have like one person push here and like two people watch from here or something, but so they will just go for the stack because Crazy Guy has a main. It's a good attempt. He knows the trademark was recalled. He's calling for that. Does it keep RRQ here? I think it would. So RRQ has the right read. Fnatic's trying to sell this, but oh no! Oh no! The footsteps.
RRQ doubting themselves. It felt like wanting.
They had the right read and they doubted themselves.
Right in the read.
Fnatic's just too good.
Wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out towards B as the plant next in the steps to be taken. Cushy trying to thread a needle that I don't think is potentially there. Takes away one.
Wait,
that is a
gun up for Cushy. Fnatic, you gotta respect him. You gotta respect him.
Guy just about making it over here. And Crashy's making him do the dance, right? Putting him through the paces. We're going to need like a shot in the dark, right? We're gonna
okay, you know where both of them are.
What do you have here? Cushy taking the first step. Nice off the flash.
Oh, the cover, dude, Booster.
Doing what is necessary. That makes
Dude,
it sound like the dance was necessary. That, less so. But 8-2 Bayer, they're in control.
8-2 and looking very dominant. Yes, those 2 rounds that they lost, big mistakes, very big mistakes.
Damn.
Back in the board, and RRQ in this round made the worst decision that they can make, and it's giving Fnatic what they want. But they're waiting.
Yeah, at this point it is.
For you to make a mistake, for you to take this.
I'm back to my prime. It does feel like the aim duels are the momentum's in Fnatic's favor. Second time out.
Oh, right.
He's a very good Astra. Like when Astra was on top, he was very good.
Now,
especially even like maps like Fracture and whatnot. Yeah.
They're feeling the pressure.
I was just flaming.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's rough. I mean, 8 already for Fnatic. On paper, this looks like a done game, chat. So I think the timeout is okay, because no matter what, if you don't get 4 here, I think it is cooked.
Playing into that, but they lacked the conviction in the right call in that last round, and that's the devastating part. They were right about it, and then just misplayed.
No, the thing is, yeah, their overall, their macro adjustments have been better. RRQ did make the right macro adjustments, but then like some of those rounds, Kayak just rips him a new one.
Using both of the timeouts.
So is the adjustment to now fight for mid? Because what they've been doing is give up mid and take the extremity. And then they finally adjusted to pushing Kron. Okay, so they have a trip. They don't have an op, but they will watch for it from afar. So they have a trip just to watch for the rotate.
So for Fnatic, a couple more rounds
And they're going to try to punish Kron, or at least push him away early, it looks like. And look at this. Fnatic, they were waiting for a tiles crunch.
Go back and prove to us that he has what it takes.
Ooh, a little bit forward.
A
little bit forward. Nice try from Fnatic.
This round 3,000 times.
Hey, if it's working.
I'm already tired of this comp.
But aggression down middle, it's not looked good, actually. Again, I think that Jemkin's been very, very willing to go for it, but it's just not worked for him at all. Alpha's generally been having his number in this. It's not looked easy for him by any means.
This time they go for the little aggression onto mid, trying to force something complemented with the utility, and the one shot that he hits is on Kayak's zone. So not looking the best there.
Just came back and we're losing by 8 on defense. It's so over. Well, we'll see if they can make it 4 though. I think there's a world. Oh, that was a good flash too. Pinged, yeah, pinged. That's rough.
Now the map split in half.
If you weren't pinged, it would have been okay, I think. If it wasn't pinged, Jemkin might have gotten 2 there actually.
Really, really isolated. Yeah. Okay, the rest are coming up.
They can go through spawn if they want.
Seeing how deep RRQ are sitting. Fury gonna find a man.
Gets a kill.
Alpha goes down. Okay. Now do they scarp?
Oh, Booster! Couldn't. You can't have lost that. Only 10 seconds. I mean, you have money, so you might as well take away some more guns.
That much of a big deal, but this is how they've been losing them.
Although you would accidentally give the no command, so I guess they're a little bit cautious.
But RRQ will take it.
Absolutely. I think that timeout, maybe for the side of Fnatic, is guys, you're doing well. Keep it going. For the side of RRQ, take the right timing. Learn when to push.
No, Fnatic pick sides.
Pressure onto them and see how they respond to that. Super important, this ultimate from Pushy and this kill. Harmonia. Again, the numbers from yesterday. An average of a minute.
I think it's a combination of things. I think Fnatic tends to like to choose their weaker side for their comps, but also it's map 3. You know you're bringing a new comp. If you can wreck them with your pacing in the first half, right? Then they won't have time to really think about it. Because even if you start on defense, like even if it's switching sides, once they get used to like the mechanics of it, you know, who knows what they'll talk about during halftime, etc. So there could be a mix of that too. There's a lot of people here. 3 people on B. Fnatic's just going aim duel comp. Just aim duel comp. It's 4v4.
Easy. This is so tense. I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slowed them down towards.
I mean, there's a minute left.
Stop them actually committing.
Dude, RRQ is holding. They are holding. Fnatic is doing. The Fnatic's basically waiting for people to make mistakes every single time. RRQ literally just has to not move.
They hold these positions.
They're checking. They're checking the corners. Oh, they forced them away until the cooldowns. Fnatic's so good. My EMEA goats.
You the hero to step up for RRQ, or a Fnatic just past that hurdle is perfect.
No, but they forced them to move. You know what I mean? This was an insane call from... I mean, I think a lot of other teams, Fnatic doesn't get away with this, but Fnatic have basically conditioned them to think, okay, basically what I said, all we have to do is not make a mistake. We have to just not move. They start spamming, so it moves him away from the corner once you... And then the cooldowns come off, you throw a... you throw a recon up top and you throw the arc row, so it's flash plus recon. There's 2 things you need to break. You're getting spammed through the wall, and that's when Alpha Air looks for an angle. It's an insane play off of the cooldowns.
This competition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
Holy. Gen G was just too good, chat. Fnatic wasn't the... Well, no, Fnatic's Haven is the problem. Don't let them make you think otherwise, chat. Fnatic's Haven is still a problem. Oh. Oh, a little hydrate?
next half of play here. What I figured what we do, because Silly did this, so I thought it'd be fun to do it myself.
Golden Boy's looking good. Golden Boy's looking
Take
good.
a swig for the working man and woman of the world today. Now, of course, the most important thing is, if you have a drink in your hand, we want to give a toast to the two teams on stage. You see yourself on camera, give yourself a toast, give yourself a drink. Let's do this right now. See? Cheers to the invisible person. I just spilled it on myself.
You just spilled it.
Unbelievable. All right.
Everyone drinks some.
Look, take a swig for the working man. Do it. Yeah.
Minus aura.
Fnatic's creativity giving them a solid standing here in the half bay. 9 rounds.
Yeah, Golden Boy's always got a bit of a scruffy voice, but it definitely seems a little bit shot. Wouldn't be too surprised. Seems like there's like a lot of echo, so even with the headset, you probably use your voice more than you intend to.
To the other side. RRQ might have not been able to find some solutions, but now they should be the ones setting the pace. It has to be night and day for a player like Jemkin.
It certainly does. We saw his potential in map 2. We've seen his potential during that regular season. The guy is damn good. But it's been a hard first half. A lot of those timings and tempos.
Did RRQ got a case of being content with themselves a bit too much after winning Pacific? I don't think that's true. I think the match against Wolves is a mix of. I also don't think RRQ, the players or the coaching staff, would ever allow that, knowing the guys. But I think the first match is a mix of like, you know, you're not hot, you need a little bit of warm up, like every first seed on the stage, etc. Plus Wolves are on a heater. They've learned from their mistakes. I do think RRQ played a little too safe in that match. This one obviously a little bit better. That's why it's in map 3.
Loving them before, right? They were.
But also, I mean, you're playing up against this comp out of the blue. And I also think, yeah, the Tejo nerf, I think, does affect them a bit. Not necessarily because of the Tejo itself, but I think it affects their ability to, like, how they call. Because the Tejo allows you to fight really easily, and RRQ is good at fighting. The reason I've always liked RRQ is because they're good at fighting, but they have a nice mix of macro. And Ewok always has some good ideas around that. I do think the Tejo is affecting that a little bit, like how quickly they're able to adapt to that, how confidently they're able to take certain space and things like that. So that's the tough thing. Look at this setup. The wall here allows the chamber to just watch A main solo.
Control that corner, but it's only seeing a Cypher doesn't give you everything you want. But now not alone. Walks back in with Kron, but he falls. Body blocked almost. Kron, though,
oh, he wanted the 2. I get it. I get it.
Banging shot from Boaster there. Catching just the corner of Monyet and quickly threads ahead. Now you've got a fast rotate coming in from Crazy Guy, who's all the way over towards that A side.
Crash is just spotted as well. They're waiting for the lurk. There is no lurk.
Still in play. Smoke still there. Dart as well. But no synergy on that? I don't know if...
What?
I loved what I saw then from him. Would rather maybe hold that space and play back in together, but now down to the 2, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util. As said, this is pretty big for them. But that late positioning towards main is rough. It's keeping Alpha's eyes towards it. Timing, the factor, gotta get a move on, gotta get going, and they're playing the game. This is gonna be doing the dance with them, right? Gonna make them work for it. Crashies, damage! But 2 more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monyet just needs to live, and he does more than that. It's a pistol for RRQ. And a little bit of a weird choice from Boaster there.
Yeah, the Boaster rushing. I think, no, I get what Boaster is thinking. It's a 3v4. We need to equal the numbers. But it is rough. He does get the headshot, to be fair. He does get the ding.
I think in that situation was just... It's kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information of where the rest of the players are. It can be coming from main. You need to move. You do not have really the time to wait for
Come on. Come on, Fnatic.
But for RRQ, only 5 rounds separate them now for Fnatic. And this should be the 5th one for them.
4-man push.
Xfera's been a pretty safe pair of hands in my mind as well.
They bought up util, but they're saving it unless he can get some early kills.
See how he plays if they do decide to crest that corner and explore further. For now, it's just a stack. Leaving Alpha as the
Alpha with a crazy off angle.
The 1-man turret. over there, but it's patient again from RRQ. Maybe trying to get the lay of the land themselves. Is there a mid walk? Is there a stack?
Trap play on B. It's dangerous looking. You got Paranoia at the ready.
To cycle back up.
With the composition that they're playing
Oh
up
my
against,
God, it might work out.
Also, Fnatic has been
Dude, the
fairly
smoke on A
in the rounds that they've
to
had
keep
no
them
economy.
shying away from that.
They're walking towards it.
Yeah, but hopefully they use some of that lovely utility they've got loads of.
Fnatic, they got a stick. Oh, the cam. That's an amazing cam from Xfero. That's an amazing cam. That is a bulldog given over. Ooh, Alpha kind of needed one. Kind of needed one. Gets hit with a shock dart too. Ashes does have the bulldog. They know Boaster's already here.
Layering in the util, keeping him chipped down as best he could. But Crashies with that bulldog is the dangerous factor. They are all eyeing up coming through from here. Knife fantastically timed, catching at least 3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes, pushing out.
Paranoia up heaven, huge dart.
Alpha finds crazy guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2. Again, difficult, but desperately tried. Monyet once again the final man standing, and suddenly that scoreboard doesn't look so impossible.
Both Vandals just moving on to the next round. RRQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've seen them having very strong starts, converting the bonus. Will almost make this a very, very even affair.
Rough.
And we still have to see how this composition from Fnatic really works on the defense. And I think we're going to get a very fair showing now. How Alpha is going to be positioned, how they use having that and the Euro as well.
Okay, yeah, so this is what I figured you would normally do. You get a full lockdown on a site with Vice, right? The wall is just easy lockdown. You got Razor Vines. You've got this to try to flood the site if you want with the Arc Rose.
Faith in towards him here.
And then the Chamber can take very aggressive angles elsewhere. Same with the Yoru. And then the Yoru can rotate as well.
Steady themselves here. Kayak has been solid. That's a player spotted here.
He doesn't know that they're already close.
On this. I'm a bit worried he stays so close here. Oh my God.
Yeah, he sees a lot.
Now reinforced, a little less of an issue.
That's 3 people spotted. That's what we see. All that utility coming down. Xfero actually gathering that orb for the
Fnatic does need this round a bit.
Just in
I
case
mean, obviously it's their buy, but
I don't know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but I don't think they did. Lazy clear.
Oh
My! What is that? You do not see that every day. A mess
Alpha,
made by
what?
Alpha. Being gifted
Alpha.
the gods from that.
That was
and
a
now
straight
that
up
all comes
whiff.
into play. That is perfect. And look instantly at where they're heading. It's Kayak and Crashies though. Big boys on the server here.
look at Xfero. Xfero's going to find a timing. Crashies has to be careful.
Late in the day, they decide to slip towards the site, waiting for the util to come, but it ain't even here. They're just powering
Is
on
Fnatic
in.
thinking
Crashies
about
finds some
this?
Safety in the smoke. And I say that very tentatively. Chronicle going to catch
Chronicle is Chronicle with a huge pick in mid.
Apparently when the time's so late, Monyet can't find this many players in this little time.
Oh my God, saved.
It got dangerous, but Alpha just stood up.
Alpha.
Oh no, he stood up.
It's okay. No, they won the map yesterday after he stood up.
Where's the glue gone? Someone find the glue.
No, it's all good.
Stick him to that chair.
No, it's he's griefing.
It's dangerous because this round as well, I like what they did. Alpha.
He's celebrating for the rest of them. It's not for him.
He stood up. He's griefing. That's crazy.
Nice Kron.
That's
Nice
crazy.
Kayak. You're doing a brilliant job over in B.
He whiffed and stood up. He's grieving.
Doesn't matter. Was the bonus for RRQ? There's still
Oh
plenty of
my
chances.
God.
3 to be exact. Well,
And
3
again,
rounds.
they're still having to learn to
Oh
face this
my
cover, right?
God.
Oh my God, what? Kayak just
Jemkin
drifted
finding
out.
the opener again.
Yeah, Jemkin's starting to get these entries going, and that shot wasn't clean.
Yeah, you got to watch out for the Jemkin. One of the reasons RQ is very good on this end is Jemkin's very good at getting the first kills.
Trying to be proactive. Oh, the timing. Oh my God, you are lucky to be breathing, crazy guy. Spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine. So far, they bully their way up, Cat. Looking towards the safe side, but Chronicle has been the safest player. Always so deadly in these situations. Let's see how well he does in this new role here. Chronicle's
Big
gone
pick.
down, but Alpha
Big pick. You know there was one more. Huge.
Back-to-back Impact damage. Now down to 2:45 seconds, much more time, but the final boss of Alpha seems to be standing. Slip in the net, but it seems to be considered. Already pinged out.
But it is 2v2.
Eyeing this up, but timing.
Boaster has to watch out.
And he's got it. Xpero falls, leaving just one man alive, and Alpha's corner has not been cleared this time. Gets away with it with 4 kills, and apparently the curse is broken.
The curse is broken. It doesn't matter, but he's not standing up this time around. It doesn't matter that he got the 4K. You know, you don't play with lags like that. Not a second time around. Struggled to find the first one. It doesn't matter. He closes out with 4. But it couldn't have been possible without the paranoia, the flash from Vice, putting all of that pressure on a team that's trying.
Look at Crash. He's getting the energy going. Yeah, I love how Kron and Kayak never stand up. They're just always like,
now, as you can see on your screens, the economy is
they just
not
sit there. The other 3 guys are like going crazy.
Working with the shorty, trying to get that orb, or at least they're going to try and fight for it.
Oh, paranoia. No follow-up though.
Yeah, this being the eco is rough. If RRQ had money here, there would still be an okay chance in my opinion, but I mean, not considering, you know, attack, defense, etc. But this being an eco plus its tour de force, then you have op.
As that 12th round looking at so likely.
That's
Alpha
rough.
Strikes. 20 kills for him.
All right, Chambers on that side. They at least trip the wall, but see, this is the problem. So now you have to spend time tripping this wall every time in the open. And this time you get away with it, but next time if someone's standing in the corner, you're getting wrecked.
But RRQ looking for ways forward, and there aren't too many. Again, got to say it, Chronicle in this role.
Razor Vines just to buy time.
Jepkin tries to close in. Oh, it was Raven, but it's got the job done. Caught on the cross though, Alpha. Oh my God! The man we were just talking about. The
Dude, Alpha is insane.
And he's standing up to celebrate.
Holy cow!
What a crazy round from him. I need to see that shot again. I need to see.
Oh my God!
Shot again.
This. Oh, the headshot through the wall.
Not here, but it's nice to see shots out of the sky like that. I'll take that
Oh my God.
Now, is it over? Was RRQ's hopes
Dude,
and
what in the world?
dashed by this brand new
23-13.
that looks so
Oh
good.
my
It looks
God.
creative. It looks like
That
it's
was
on
a
the
something
money. It's
level
given
flick
out to
right there. That was
real
an insane
resurgence
4th kill.
Absolutely.
Holy.
Forced out. One of his cages gone. 7 in a row needed for RRQ, and Alpha's waiting on the other side.
3 players. 3 bodies.
Okay, well, okay. Chill. Okay, don't chill. Don't ever chill. Holy. Dude, I'm so happy for Alpha as well, because it seems like he always like does well, and then he gets like antsy, and then he gets really, you know, goes really hard on himself.
But no, they don't swing into it. They play this cautiously. They play it right.
Is Kayak at 14? We do need Kayak to get a kill.
Slowly but surely.
Flash needs to be perfect. It ain't gonna do the job. They're waiting, and Kayak there. It's been a 1-2
VFL saved. Fnatic winning.
It's either Kayak or Alpha. And Xfero has to face the music. It is
What an insane performance from Alpha.
favoring the bold. Fnatic bringing out a brand new look, securing their safety and survival
In the lower bracket. It's not been an easy road for them, and the road ahead does not get
Well, yeah, no, that
easier.
I don't think you can ever get a better flick than the something flick onto Demon 1. That is just,
Worked hard for it. And on the other side, we see an RRQ that had no response.
dude, that's rough for RRQ.
That map 2 is what I'm thinking of.
You have to face a Wolves on a heater and you're not warmed up. And then you start to wake back up, but then you run into this comp on Ascent. Rough.
What a showing from Fnatic.
Yeah, and while we wait for this one,
Do
obviously,
you think this is a one and done comp? I don't think so.
here.
I don't think so.
But for RRQ, you can see the potential, but finding it consistently in stages like this
I think
is the
it
next
can be
layer
very
up for them.
strong. It is
First time
reliant
stepping out
on
the
aim,
stage
but I
with
do not
Caliber,
think it's a one
they
and done.
still did do well. We saw the moments there on Haven. They just could not find it in the others.
But
Here's the
that's
thing,
any
they were
chamber
playing
arena comp.
yesterday. Both of these teams played and lost yesterday.
Yeah, if Kayak or Alpha, well, I mean, I think Kayak doesn't need to have a god game in this comp. I think Alpha kind of does. Well, not a god game, but I think Alpha has to have a really good game. I don't think Kayak, I don't think the Euro actually needs to have a good game in this comp. I actually think Kron is a bit more important. I think Kayak is more of a space creator in a lot of... I know Kayak got them a lot of attack rounds, but I don't think they needed that many attack rounds.
He'll be standing by for the Verizon post-match interview, I believe even joined by Boaster. So
Well, this comp has been run by a lot of teams on Pearl, but Pearl, it's played very differently. Pearl, I think it's played very differently. I think the theory is a little bit different. Obviously, the strong suits are similar, but...
That was dangerous. I cannot wait to see what the rest of the teams are going to do.
But I mean, it's the same, you know, any comp with a chamber arena, it's like, well, the chamber arena kind of needs to frag. It's like, that's true. But I think that's the freedom you have when you have players like this.
Boaster over here, he's pretty busy.
It's the same thing with Gen G, right? Whenever they play certain comps last year or certain defaults last year.
He's busy. Turn around. There's a camera for you. Yeah. All right. So complete bounce back from you guys. Do you feel like this was the mental reset that you guys needed?
Yeah, you know, we had one little rep on stage and we were like, I was like, I need shorts for this event. Whipped out the shorts. Bum is out. No, I'm joking.
Bum is
I
out.
just think we know that how good we are and what our capabilities are. We just have to show it and believe it. And I think, especially the third map, we're playing it pretty well, I thought.
Hello, Chronicles.
You want a question?
Yes. Okay, let's talk about the creativity that you brought to the table. Completely reinvented Ascent. What was the ideology behind the whimsical comp?
I mean, there's the Deadlock Cypher comp, and we were like, we played that one before, but there was also like a Vice, the idea of a Vice chamber, and I think the chamber put Alphion chamber, Kayak on Yuri, and we've got two really aggressive style players who like getting picks.
Exactly.
So, I don't know, it just
allows you to get picks.
Went for it. And honestly, it wasn't going well. I swear down, but it suddenly clicked.
It wasn't going well.
On it, and it was doing all right. We screwed up the Vita versus Gen G, I think. Damn it.
The Vitos. Okay. You guys are the last EMEA team alive in this tournament. Do you feel like that adds pressure to you, or no?
Nah, not really. I don't think we see it as like we're EMEA's final hope, even though that's kind of a cool story. We're just here trying to get some wins that event, trying to lift a trophy, and if we end up doing it for EMEA, that's kind of hype. And yeah, so be it. But I think we're just here trying to enjoy an event. Everyone here is sick. I like the format actually, with people standing up behind us. That's quite fun.
Yeah, I know. Let's move over here. You can join the fans. Lastly, though. Yeah, sure. If you can multitask. Okay, lastly though, you know, we see this constant hunger from you, you know, hunger to be the great person and also to be #1 in the world. So what do you think it's going to take you to reach the top once again in this tournament?
Well, I think I need to know how to shoot. I think that would help. I do struggle a bit on some maps. The Haven today, I don't know what happened. My head must have been like a hot air balloon and everyone was just one-tapping me. But I
hot air balloon.
The cooling so far has been
Dude, that's
okay
a sick drawing.
for me, and that's always something I want to improve on, and the atmosphere. But I think if we're going to win an event again, I need to be able to put on a decent performance. I'm not saying like I need superstar rounds or carrying, but I need to get the frags that I'm expected to get, like the easy ones. So that's going to be my goal and hope if we want to win this event.
All right, thank you so much. Collect some heads in the next game. I'll let you get back to selfies. Well, what an incredible Valorant action we just witnessed. Tune in for more tomorrow with the upper semis coming up, and you guys will not be disappointed.
Damn. Dude, what a showing.
Since we have Boaster there in the post-match interview, we're going to bring
Hell
on
yeah.
the desk as well. Austin Crashies Roberts,
Go
welcome back.
the top 10 player.
Has it been
Where are
so
my
far?
apology
It's honestly
forms,
amazing,
chat?
especially in NA. Just feels like
Everyone should say sorry for doubting you. Crash Cheese generally looks like the best Leo
Do you
replacement.
feel a difference in terms
All
of
these
how the
haters,
fans
man.
and the audience are treating you compared
All
to
these
all
haters.
the previous events that you've been to? Because in EMEA, they love you, as you know, and it seems the storyline is here.
All these haters.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows like how much support Fnatic has as a whole. Like, I'm really thankful for all the fans. Like, I try and hype them up. Yeah, hype them up with us all the time. So, yeah, shout out to all of you.
How'd you bounce back as well? Looking at the opening series, you had to play against Gen G, and yeah, I mean both.
Yo, Anders.
Looks like we screwed up the veto here against Gen G before. Do you feel that Ascent should have been out already?
What's your take on the chamber vice?
So I'm not gonna like say what I think.
Told it was played by Wadada a lot.
Jake,
I know Wadada was playing a lot of chamber. I didn't know they played this exact
I think
thing.
it showed us like kind of the level we can be at.
Oh yeah, congrats on qualifying for champs.
So yeah, I mean, props.
Good
to
shout.
Good, but it gave us a good run for our money.
All right,
I mean, obviously, you know, much more work to do, but congrats on qualifying for champs.
There was a round where, even though Vans was supporting RRQ today,
Hope you feel good about bullying a team that's trying to work through their comms.
Crazy guy from Vietnam playing, but Austin, you remember, right? You always used to support you. Remember the interviews we had in 2021 when you were playing for Together We're Terrific, and you said, Vansile, I always love the support that you've given me. I still got that, bro.
Vans.
Come on, save me. We'll see, brother. We'll see.
Fake. You did not witness him popping off.
Any theory why RRQ play average when they go back to using their old comp? My theory is twofold. I think part of it is the Tejo freed Crazy Guy to, you know, make more easier calls or like faster calls. But I think the other thing is the Tejo allows you to just take more fights, right? It allows you as a team to take more fights confidently. And that's what RQ is good at. When you play more info-heavy comps,
So yeah, enjoy this clip.
the team, the natural pacing of the players individually doesn't match the natural pacing of their comp, and I think they struggle. And that's the struggle that RQ in general used to have in the past. Obviously, pretty much the entire roster's changed, but
especially with the NA crowd, I try and get them on our side and try and hype them up.
I think that's part of it. Scott has been a member of mine for years, a community member of mine for years. He brought Chamber Vice to BBL and Fnatic 6 months after I posted about how broken it was on my Patreon. Nice. Dude, I am so glad that Scott's doing well on Fnatic, because I think that was one of the things that excited me about BBL at the beginning of the year. I didn't know about Scott before, but it seems like him and Milana are really clicking together, and they're working things out. I'm still a little disappointed in their Haven, but you know,
the grand finals in EMEA, that didn't happen.
Honestly, that was true.
The sunset was also a bit of the sunset was a bit of an oof. The sunset was a bit of an oof as well. Yeah, the sunset. The sunset at Haven was a bit of an oof.
We're gonna blame our coaches on that
Yeah.
one. We were ready. We were prepared. Everything was ready to go except one prop.
Oh no!
So we'll just have to save it.
Okay,
Save it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Save it for the next game you play, and then we'll see the good old Fnatic.
Two RQ content creators. Wait, are they actually on the plane?
To say goodbye to XLG.
Sun and who was it?
The two
Was it Navsky or Navscott? I don't know how to say her name. I saw he posted that. I wasn't sure if it was a joke.
But you did go up against
that is rough if they are going.
How much was that in your brain? Do you remember the brief?
There's only so many fires you can put out at once. True.
Because we saw each other a few times before we played.
True.
And, like, we always like chat pretty friendly.
I think I would like to see their
those days dropping 40 on
even
my head,
fixed.
So yeah, I knew I couldn't underestimate him.
If anything, I want to give a shout out to XLG and RQ as well. I mean, they still got their #1 seed in their own region. RQ also had to beat against a
honestly, it's a little sad for RRQ, but you know, first time at an international as a team, first time at an international for most of their players, or I guess 3 out of 5 players.
I like how you're traumatized every time we see you at a global event, because the defuses on Haven, the next time you play them, I think you know, what happened there?
It is rough, but I think this is something they'll have to learn again for the rest of the year.
Against Gen G, there was like 4 in a row. I'm clenching.
If you're able, he's clenching everything. If you're able to, they have to learn to take fights more confidently, even with like info comps, or just go more all in and like take a more all in comp, but you know, go for the fight, right? Play Tejo on split, you know, like you can do that. How they didn't go to Viper Haven is astounding to me.
I will snitch on you. I will snitch on you. You know I will.
We'll see. We'll see. See what adjustments they can make. They can play it role-wise, right? I don't think in my head I'm not seeing an issue. Hey, there it is, everybody! Congratulations to G2. Congratulations, Anders, going to champs.
Have to go through the relegation of Ascension and all that jazz, which is a really big pressure and weight lifted off their shoulders.
And that's the
Stylistically, it's perfect for them. Yeah.
That's able to extend another year going into VCTs for the next year. So big shout out there for G2 Esports, still putting up big numbers and putting up big results.
There's only one way to fix them. Make Crazy Guy go to the gym and be a hype. I actually think they should have. I mean, Crazy Guy can do it, but I think Crazy Guy still has a I think Crazy Guy actually he's oftentimes, if you see, he's the one that's like trying to calm them down when they're winning, because they have a problem of overheating.
I believe we'll play the loser of Paper X versus Sen. The bracket will flip. When was the last time you played against Sen? Has it been? It's been a while.
Yeah, when I was in
So
NA,
what is this? The loser of Paper X Sen? Chat, I think, I mean, my pick'em is cooked anyway. Chat, I knew I should have sent Fnatic on the lower bracket run. Chat, I knew it. I would have had such a good chance.
We only got 4th.
Yeah.
But I do think.
Yeah, we have a rematch that's going on.
I do think it's this for the upper finals.
Because it's Gen G versus Wolves, and then the loser will play G2, which just seems so unfair.
Yeah, no upper bracket rematch. It's a flip. It's a flip.
With the way that they're playing so far.
So you would play Gen G or Wolves?
I don't think G2 or any team so far in the lower bracket has any easy run going into Toronto.
Yeah. Is there a team you prefer to face?
Between who?
Sen and Paper X.
Probably Sen. Just, you know, I think it will be fun to play another NA team. Haven't played an NA team for a long time, so my preference would be Sen. But my heart probably says Paper X, so.
For the revenge?
Yeah.
Redemption.
I think it's.
Reflection.
I think it's Sen Gen.
One last time from you, Crashies, because there's still some fans hanging about here. You want to quickly give them a little shout out?
It still sucks, though. All of the new teams at Masters, MIBR, SOG, RRQ, besides Wolf.
We love you guys.
It is rough. It is rough. I think, I mean, it sucks for RRQ. I don't think it's doom and gloom. I think there was, I honestly think the community expectation of RRQ was appropriate, like overall. I think it was pretty balanced. I had bigger hopes on their prep, but prep to execution is a whole different step. So who knows what the prep was actually like? We just didn't see it. Yeah, both of the lower bracket matches only have one day, and then they both have to play in the next day. All the lower bracket matches are all on the same day from now on. Also, why does VCT have the lowest play first? Doesn't it disadvantage the teams coming from uppers? I think there's a mix of reasons Riot does this. Well, Pacific doesn't, but one is it builds up more hype for like the upper run, so there's not like a big gap between the upper bracket matches. The other, and I do think this is real, chat. I know this is going to sound very pessimistic, but at Masters, this doesn't matter for Americas and EMEA, but at Masters, the other reason to do this is you eliminate teams faster. And if I am not mistaken, Riot only covers your room and board until you're out of the tournament. So I think that's part of it. But I think the main production reason is they don't like having the long break. Because some people complained about that for Pacific, where I do think the integrity-wise, it's better to do uppers first. But if you look at the bracket, let's look at Pacific so you know what I'm talking about. If you go to Pacific Stage 1, so you had 26th, 27th, and then you had a full week. More than a full week, right? More than a full week until the next upper final. Because then you take, well, this was also because you had weeks. We didn't have like every day, right? It was every week you had 2 days, but you waited 2 weeks because the next weekend you played this, and then you would come back to this, and it's like the hype kind of dies down. So like, I get that. I get it. But so I get it, right? So for Masters, for instance, if they did uppers first, this would have been the 16th, and it would be like a full week before the upper final, right? And these would be 17th. I think this is better. I think this is better for integrity reasons to actually give a benefit. I mean, we're talking about wanting to give advantages to first seeds and upper bracket. Like, this is it for me, but then it's a 5-day break before upper, so like the story continuation and hype buildup. I get it. I get it. Not my choice. That wouldn't be my choice, but I get it. It's underneath what? How many subs am I getting to friggin' strip on stream, chat? How do I have to prove this? Ah, yes, yeah. This is because it's KST. Sorry if that confused people, but so yeah, it is what it is. But honestly, it was still a pretty big banger. Not as much of a banger as Gen G, but RRQ, I think this is a big learning experience. But I will say this, chat. As much as I'm rooting for Fnatic this tournament, I would actually, if you're an RRQ fan, I would have faith in Crazy Guy learning alongside the coaches like how to fix this for the team. I would. Seeing what he's done so far on the teams he's been on, other than the whole bleed fiasco, I would believe in it. And like, obviously this match was rough, but Cushy still showed that like, yeah, like he does have the potential of a star rookie. Jemkins had not as many rounds as people would have liked, but I think that's again a comp and team problem. This is exactly the problem Jemkin used to have with the team last year, is that they wouldn't really pace themselves correctly for the comp they're playing, and Jemkin wasn't really set up to just like take fights all the time. I think Monette's still gotten a lot better. I said I kept my eye on Monette this year to see if he would improve to like be more self-sustaining. I think he has. I think Xfero actually played really well this tournament. I think Xfero played very consistently this tournament, so I think that's good. So overall, I think RRQ, I don't think it's doom and gloom. I mean, you had to play a friggin' Wolves on a heater. But then again, I mean, I guess no matter who you played, it was rough. But a sad day for RRQ fans, sad day for Pacific fans, I guess. But I don't think it's doom and gloom long term for RRQ. But hey, Fnatic, let's friggin' go. Can we just talk about where is that video? Are they winning? Let's see. Where are all the Crashies haters? There were a couple here. Where's Crashies? What? No. Oh. That's because it didn't load. Great list, but I don't know about Crashies. Putting him over Rians is wild. I would put Chronicler Alpha instead. I don't know about Crashies, to be honest. Like, everyone else feels a tier above, though I love the bromance with Boaster. How did Crashy sneak in? I mean, Crashy's crashes at Toronto. I'm just saying. The haters have to step back. The haters have to take a seat. It's crazy. I mean, I guess room and board makes more sense, but you're not going to really forget. No, it's not so much that you forget, but from a production standpoint, from a producer's standpoint, it's not that people would forget. It's just that there is like a hype buildup, and it falls off a little bit in like the storyline building and like the energy building. And I get that argument from a production standpoint. As a product, it's not that anyone's gonna like forget the results, but like, for instance, we're not gonna forget that Fnatic had a great run, but if they played 2 weeks later, it wouldn't have the same energy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I know that's an extreme example, but I'm just saying, chat. I gotta collect all these. We gotta make a tweet. We gotta collect all of these. We gotta farm some impressions. I mean, let's ignore the fact that let's ignore this. That never happened. But, you know. If Fnatic win the event, your Postmasters recap will go hilariously hard. Sadly, Anders, I don't think they're winning with their map pull issues. But, you know, I can still hope. I can still hope. I mean, Jemkin didn't age well, but I mean, I think this one I don't think it's not as bad as the Osmos one. The Jemkin one isn't as bad. Yeah. What do you mean? Fnatic is favored to win this event? Someone make a Crashes apology for him and then I'll fill it. To be fair, I wasn't a Crashes hater. I just didn't think he was top 10. No, I don't think... I mean, there are some haters. I don't think anyone was really hating on Crashes. I think everyone was just like, I mean, he's fine. But... any top 10 that didn't have Trent #1 was coping. I will die on that hill. I mean... Listen, even if I didn't put Ospas, I probably would have put Jemkin over, and that probably would have been a little bit of Pacific bias. So I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. I think, you know... I mean, I have no excuses for this. Honestly, this was more just like a... Listen, the impact he has on the rosters he's been in, and then the history, all of that. Like, to me, it was literally, if it's between him and Jemkin, like, all right, like, I got to put him above. And then I got wrecked. Well, it is also duelist bias. It is also duelist bias. That is fair. To be fair, though, Anders. To be fair, though, can I just say this? Your team plays in a way, and I like the way your team plays, but your team plays in a way where it's really hard if you don't know, if you're not watching every single round to gauge individual impact, because so much of it is entirely a well-oiled machine. And I'm not saying there's like that, you know, you see what I'm saying, right? Like, everyone has their part, but if all parts of that are flowing so well, it is hard. It is hard. That's my excuse. That I don't get to watch every single G2 game. That's my small cope. Yeah, the TMV had Trent 1 and Ospas 3rd. That was our only difference in top 5. No texture in my top 10. Chat, listen, he's proving all of us wrong, but I do not think Texture played top 10 level in Pacific Stage 1. I will still stand by that. I think Texture's playing out of the world right now. I think Texture's playing the best Valorant he's played so far. I think he's playing better than friggin' Master Shanghai and Madrid last year. But I do not think he was playing top 10 level during Stage 1. If you had him in top 10, it's the same reason I had Osmos in top 5 or even top 1. It's because they've always done it. That would be the only reason. Because I do not think he was putting up performances. And to be fair, I've always been a Texture non-believer. I don't know if he knows this, actually. I like Texture, but I say this because I'll admit I have some bias, because I just feel like every time Texture's about to make me believe, he kind of falls short. So I've always been not a doubter, but like a non-believer. So there was probably some more bias on my part. But yeah, he was mid for his standards. Not like mid for the entire league, but he was mid for his standards in Stage 1. But right now, I think he's playing the best Valorant he ever has. Right now, he's playing the best Valorant he ever has, for sure. I don't think you can argue against that. No, no, let me tell you who I doubt. Let me give you a player I doubt. I mean, that's a bit mean to do, but like, is there a player I doubt? Who would be a player I doubt? You know what? I'm a bit of a May doubter right now. Let's put it that way. I mean, granted, that's a bit unfair because his teams are just never good, but a bit of a May doubter. Like, doubting would imply that I think the potential isn't there. Right? To me, doubting is like, doubt would imply that I don't think there's potential, right? But not believing is like, no, I think there is potential. I just don't believe it enough to bank on it, you know? Like, I never thought Texture was like done, like he peaked and he's done. I didn't think that. I didn't think Texture like couldn't play at the top level. I just wasn't seeing it, you know? You know who I doubted last year? I know who I doubted last year. I doubted Lakia last year at the beginning of the year. I doubted Lakia at the beginning of the year for sure. And I paid for it, but, you know, can't be right every time. But you can't... Oh, whoa, don't get rid of that. But you can be right in the important times, chat. No way you doubted the Lakia Valorant, chat. Don't even, chat. Lakia wasn't even... Nobody was even championing for Lakia on the Gen.G roster initially. But I am hyped for Lakia's return. You know who I do believe in? I freaking believe in Hyunmin, chat. Dude, Hyunmin... I mean, aside from the GOAT tank Dombi, Hyunmin and Kayak, I think, are my favorite duelists to watch right now. I think I had Trent, Jemkin... You had Karon top 3 coming into this event? Damn, how much of that was like belief versus performance? Forsaken, Zekin, Valen, Kayak, Nats, Kron. I think that's pretty fair. That's pretty low for Kayak in my book, but Valen is... I mean, IGLs are hard to rate outside of the team. Also, unless you're doing like a top impactful players. So you like the low sense duelists. Are they both low sense? Huh, that is interesting, isn't it? Considering I play at astronomical sense. Maybe it's because I never see anything like that in, like, I can't fathom how they play like that. Maybe that's why. I also like Buzz as a player. I'm a Buzz fan for sure. But in terms of like pure just watching their gameplay, I think I enjoy Hyunmin and Kayak the most so far as a duelist this year. I have duelist deflation rather than bias. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, but that's the fun part about these lists is everyone has their own logic, right? That's why I always try to like explain like what my criteria was, because mine also changes each time because I'm like trying to find what I think works best to relay things. But top impact is also like, that's always an interesting thing. It's hard to do these top 10s because it's like you either, if you want to try to be as objective as possible, which you'll never be fully objective, but if you want to try to be as objective as possible, it's like you kind of have to take away what you consider impact. But then it's kind of like Osmos at number 1. I didn't have anybody on number 1. What are you talking about? Number 1 was too close. I think putting a singular player above everyone else is, I just don't think that's good in Valorant. I think it's too hard to call. My top 10 only had 9 players. I don't know what you're talking about, chat. There was no number 1. You'd be crucified to not put Osmos in top 3. Probably by the community. I think among analysts, I think it was actually probably fairly reasonable to not have Osmos in top 3. Objective also makes a little sense when considering stats are regional. Well, yeah, that's the other thing that makes it hard for sure. That's the other thing that makes it hard. I think next time at Champs, I probably want to do like a... maybe this, again, this is something we could do after this tournament, is like go through and be like, who did better or worse than I thought they would. But I think it could be fun to talk about who I think is most impactful. Because like if I was talking impact, like Patman would have been on here. Who else would have been on here? I think I would have had Mini Boo. I think Osmos being top 3 is cope in this meta. I think that, yeah, again, I think from an analyst point of view, top 3 is, him not being in top 3 is the more reasonable take. But he was carrying, man. The stats were too hard to ignore, Anders. The numbers, what do they mean? They were too high. To also be fair, and this is an excuse. This is straight up an excuse. I admittedly watched the least Americas, which honestly, well, I don't know. Is that worse than watching more EMEA? Other than a couple teams, I don't know. But wish I'd written down. I wish Platchat allowed you to click the thing that like gives you your submissions, because I always forget too. This time I had it written down, but I think playstyle matters a lot too. Is RB going to Nongshim? Dude, it's crazy that people are like looking at seating order in the practice house and like churning up all this. I mean, I'm not the one handling contracts, right? So I couldn't tell you one way or the other, but what I can tell you is you know, you all need to, if you want to be a Nongshim fan, you got to believe in the Nongshim team. You can't be like, oh, well, now that you got RB, if RB ends up joining, like, you can't do that and be like, I'm a Nongshim fan. No. We're not like Paper Rec. We're not like Sliggy. We don't allow everybody to just join in on the bandwagon. That would be crazy. I mean, RB's so flexible. I think RB on any team definitely brings value just off the bat. I don't know what that would look like, though. Like, I don't know if that would imply that it's like a 6-man or whatever. You know? I pay for my support. But, yeah, I don't know. Because that's the thing, is that, like, to me, it's like, the big question mark would be, like, if that's true, like, what does the roster look like? Dude, Margaret popped off in stage 1. Oh, how do we do? Oh, nope. Oh, no, nobody saw that. How did we do? Today. What's Crashy's got me total? Oh, they show you the perfect team? That's cool. This is a cool new feature. Oh, baby. 40 points. 22 from Crashies. We are feasting. Well, yeah, I think this is from the previous week, but I think this is probably something you can look at before like doing your transfers. Or maybe it's just for fun. Maybe it's just for fun to look back. No G2 members. They were fairly expensive, I would like you to know. And I mean, there wasn't any way that I wasn't taking my GOAT Crashies. And then I originally had Ospas knowing that I was going to sell them after the Swiss. So I was listen. The purse was tight, all right, Anders? The purse was tight. When do we... But they play again, so it's just the top 2 performances they have, right? Damn, I'm cooked with Xfero, though. Leaf would have been my #1 pick. I was very torn on Leaf. Leaf was the one. Leaf and Trent were... I was looking at them like, do I prioritize them? But... I mean, I got baited by my own top 9 list. I picked... I mean, but my plan was always Ospas week 1, Kayak week 2. Like, that was always the trade-off that I was going to have. But that already took the 12.5. Because originally I drafted a team with Ospas and Leaf, and then I just, like, couldn't make a 6-man roster because they were so expensive. But, I mean, listen, Fnatic carrying me, you know, despite the loss to Gen G. Dude. Chat, I think this match is a secret banger in the making. I do think Gen G is going to win, but I think it could be an intense 2-0. I don't know if it would be a 2-1. I don't know what you're banning here if you're Gen G. First ban, actually. They've got a couple of options. I think this is going to be a banger, too. I think Sentinels is going to show up for this match, honestly. If you go to the VFL homepage and click on Game Week 1, you can filter it over to Week 2. Oh, Crashy's the GOAT. Damn, Juicy killing it too. Fnatic basically underestimated. Hey, it's Leaf. Fnatic basically underestimated Gen G by saving the Ascent comp. Well, yeah, Boaster kind of inferred that. I mean, I mean that it was a. The thing is like, on paper, Gen G Sunset was never good last year. So like on paper I get it, but the moment we saw Gen G pull out the Neon, I was like, oh yeah, Textures Neon's also really good now. So their Sunset should be fine. So I think this was a poor read from Fnatic. But Gen G's also historically very good on Ascent. So like, I get it. On like not having, if I didn't watch this match, I would have been like, you know, and before it too, I was like, I get it. I think it's dicey. It's a 50-50, but I get it. Ban the Ascent. Go for Sunset. It should have just never gotten there. It should have just never gotten there. If only, you know, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just like 2 of these 9 rounds, if they just went harder on C, pinch C, garage and main, garage to link, B to C, you know, couple options. Well, Haven was the bigger sin because Sunset basically seemed unwinnable after a certain point. But Haven was winnable. That's why it's the bigger sin. Sunset was kind of doomed. I mean, they also lost both anti-ecos, which is troubling, but PayPrice versus Sen will break viewership. Yeah, this is going to be a banger game, and it's the earlier game, so Pacific can watch too. I kind of feel like RRQ's inexperience costed them. Ascent is historically good for RRQ, but letting Jungle play Jet instead of Euro was a mistake. Yeah, RRQ... Why do I keep thinking RRQ's Ascent is good, but not good enough? Everyone keeps saying their Ascent is good. But they also have historically lost their Ascent a lot at big events. Where is Ascent? What the... Chat, their Ascent is at a 51%. Everyone keeps saying their Ascent's not bad. They have some good games on Ascent, but they lose Ascent in big games a lot. And I think people are saying that because of stage 1, but I mean, you beat a Paper Rex who ran out of steam. You beat a Talon who had no idea what they were doing with Double Sentinel. You beat an incredible team in Nongshim, but Nongshim also had no idea what to do against their Ascent. Nongshim also just always has been terrible at Ascent. You know? I mean, otherwise, like, you're losing 19... I mean, again, different rosters, but I'm just saying, like... I don't know. I never really got the feeling that their Ascent was like a strong map. It wasn't a weak map. It was just, to me, Ascent was always a floater map for RRQ. Like, you were fine to float it. It was good with Teo, but like, you look at the competition, and I mean, neither of these are what you should be basing your matchups off of. Sorry, Nongshim, but neither of these are what you should be basing your map strength off of. You did beat Genji 13-11. That's the only one I would look at and be like, yeah, that's... And this was good. This was a really good game. But it's not like historically this is... Like, if you think about a meta shift coming and you're like, yeah, but I believe in this team's map, you have to consider that they've consistently been good at it. But to me, Ascent was always a map that RRQ should feel okay floating, not a map that they, like, prioritize. Yeah, but this year is like one and a half metas. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that they were good on that map. That means they were good in that meta. I think people are getting that confused. I think teams who are good on Ascent would be teams who are good during the default meta, because that explains that you really understood the map. And then if you're a team who has shown the ability to adapt, now you can be like, this team's pretty good on this map. But again, I'm not trying to say that they're bad on Ascent. I just don't... I think this is very recency bias if you make the argument that they're a traditionally strong team on Ascent. I don't think they are a traditionally strong team on Ascent. I think they had a very good plan and read on the meta, but they also played two teams that were floundering on Ascent in the first weeks. I'm not trying to say, like, I'm right, you're wrong. I just think it is recency bias. Because if you say, again, if you want to say, like, well, they're historically good on it, like, the history has to go more than one meta for you to say that. But it's unfortunate for RRQ, really. You know? It is. Teo meta strikes again, maybe. But again, if you're a fan of RRQ, I'd keep some trust in what Crazy Guy can work on alongside the coaches for the team. Big learning experience, I think. Big learning experience. I think if Cushy... I think Xfero grew into the role he kind of needed to take for this master. Cushy's obviously a rookie, but I think if Cushy can grow into a bit more, like a more proactive role, And like I think Jemkin needs to lead from the front, even in an info-based meta as well. But if they can do that, then who knows? Then, you know, then they both start fighting at a comfortable level again. We know they can frag. Who knows? All right, chat. Well, guess what time it is? Guess what time it is, chat? You all know what time it is. For YouTube chat, it's Path of Exile time. For YouTube, we're gonna end the stream so the VOD gets saved just for the VCT match, and then we'll start a new stream. So if you'd like to continue to hang out, if you want to watch PoE, if you just want to hang out, if you want to listen to my stuffy nose voice, then join us on the new stream on YouTube. Bedtime for me. If it's bedtime for you, you should definitely get some sleep. But it's not bedtime for us, chat.